Offseason. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Good morning. Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello, Seth Payne. How are you?
What it do, my little snow bunnies? That's what I'm going to call our listeners today.
For now.
Little snow. Let's call them snow rabbits. Snow bunny is a little creepily sexual.
Yeah.
Yeah. Our snow rabbits. What are those rabbits called? Those big ones that those Himalayan snow rabbits?
I don't know.
Is that a real thing or was that a cartoon I saw once?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Do the rest of the show without me. I'm going to be in a rabbit hole, so to speak, on Himalayan snow rabbits.
See what you did there.
I didn't even mean to do it. It's going to be that kind of day. Nobody gives a damn. Everybody's snowed in.
That's it.
Listen, real quick.
Yeah.
PSA.
Yeah.
There's one thing that Houstonians just listen. Don't listen to any of these jamokes from up north that are going to tell you, oh, it's not that much snow. The roads are not built for snow and ice down here.
No.
So just be careful as possible. But also, this is one thing that the people in Houston are not quite ready for, and it happens every time this year. Mm-hmm. Your flannel shirt from last season has shrunk at least 2 sizes. So just if you're planning your wardrobe, flannel shrinks like a mofo.
Yeah.
I discovered this morning. Yeah. You're going to be showing off your belly button to the world.
Yep. All right, good warning. I like how your warning is about clothes. Not about the streets, not about the ice, you know.
It's a thing that most disturbs me about the world these days is just how much flannel shrinks.
We're like 3 days away from it being 68 degrees again. So
Okay, so Himalayan rabbits are a breed of rabbit that can sometimes have black fur when raised in cold climates. So their fur actually changes color.
Wow.
There you go.
There you go.
Himalayan snow rabbits.
There's your nugget for the day. There's still a little bit of snow on the ground. I drove in today. I don't have a long commute. I'm able to go kind of back roads. Even the roads that are icy, there's nobody on them this time of day. I have not set tire on a highway yet. That's the big thing, I guess. The elevated freeways are the ones you got to be leery of.
It's a dicey proposition because you're like, okay, do I stay on surface roads where I've got to contend with more stop signs?
Yeah.
Or do I stay on Route 59 which two parts, I said this yesterday, I'll say it over and over again because I've had so many terrifying moments. If you're going 45 north to 59 south, I just take an extra 10 minutes to take another route. That ramp is terrifying. And
that's the one that goes kind of, it's almost like a roller coaster that goes kind of up. And Toyota Center and Minute Maid are off to the right. And you bend hard to the left.
And the wind just whips underneath it and everything. Yeah. It just turns into just, it's like it's a toboggan course.
Yes.
Or a bobsled course.
Yeah, bobsled.
The other part is right outside our studio there. If you're going 59 south or north past Greenway Plaza at Wesleyan, it's morbidly fascinating to sit out and watch kind of like you'll see people just losing control, sliding. It's 60 miles per hour. Just be careful.
Be careful. They fixed the exit off of 59 south to Chimney Rock a couple of years ago. They made
That's terrifying in any climate.
The old one used to be really terrifying because you're cutting across. If you want to exit Chimney Rock headed towards Sugarland, you had to cut across like 5 lanes of freeway with people that were entering from the 610 loop, and it was like a video game. It was crazy. They've moved that Chimney Rock exit up a little bit. It's still terrifying. But it's not quite as terrifying. But you're right out in front of our building, and that 45 north bending onto 59 south, that's terrifying in the middle of the summer sometimes. Like forget about it with ice, you know what I mean?
Yeah, there are a lot of people that don't realize that you genuinely have to slow down.
Yeah,
You're just trying to cruise along at 80 miles an hour, and So, all right, I'm done diverting you, Sean.
No, that's
on
okay.
With the show.
That's okay. No, there's people that need to know this stuff. We got a lot of people staying up here at the studio. I told you yesterday, there's tents. It's crazy. I feel like I'm not doing my part. But we're going to do our part today, man. We're here with you for 4 hours.
I've never once spent a night in a tent where I didn't regret it halfway through. It traps too much heat.
It's buried alive, man. Yeah.
When I camp, I just go open air these days. And I don't care how terrified I am of snakes and bears and everything else. Yeah. I just go open air. Yeah.
Outdoor man.
Helps to get really drunk.
Big time. I would say that applies to most any situation, not just camping.
I've slept open air in non-wilderness situations when I've been
totally hammered.
With the proper amount of inebriation.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Man, we got a few things to get to here. You asked me to put a poll up yesterday.
That's right.
Asking America, and really when it comes to my audience, it's America, but with mostly Houston. I'd say my social media audience, by and large.
But you've probably got, compared to most Houston sports radio hosts, you probably have more of a national base because you first came to prominence through the Jim Rome show.
Through the Jim Rome show. And I had that national show that I did on CBS for about 8 years.
Yeah, where the city of Cleveland came to hate you.
That's right. Yes. That's right. So you asked me to put up a poll yesterday. Who are you rooting for in the AFC title game? Very simple. I just said Pender poll, simple one. Who are you rooting for in the AFC title game? You've not looked at this yet, I'm assuming. You like to guess these things. Yeah. It's a little game show that Seth and I play where he guesses the results of the polls that I put up here on social.
It's how I try to play off my unwillingness to show prep as something that's actually deliberate. Yes.
Either way, it works. What percentage? What do you think the breakdown is on this? There are 1,380 votes. There's still 3 hours left if you'd like to get out and vote and weigh in. But what do you think the breakdown is? Bills, rooting for Bills versus rooting for Chiefs in this thing?
I'm guessing. I think I saw a couple national polls where it was pretty lopsided, as you would expect. I think that there's always like a 3% troll margin of people that are just going to try to be opposite of what everybody else does.
Yeah. And
then you're going to have a few people here and there that, for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I guessed initially 95%. I'm going to say 96% Bills.
That's 9. Okay, so you're upping it by 1%. Give this man a ding right now, Ben. Give him a ding. 94.4%.
Wow.
You were spot on, man.
People hate the Chiefs, and it's more. And listen, this is where Chiefs fans in their just hypersensitivity these days, because they delusionally live in some world where they think like, oh, once you have success, people will roundly and unanimously appreciate your success. Right. That's not how the human brain works.
No.
God, no. I think the accusations of favoritism by the NFL and everything are more an offshoot of their success than anything else. It's not like people hate them because they think they cheat. They think they cheat because they hate them. Mm-hmm. So it is what it is. Nobody's going to you've won 3 championships and you're on your way to a three-peat. Nobody wants to see that outside of Kansas City.
Yeah, I'd love it if there was a way on this Twitter poll for people to actually have to cite a reason why they voted the way they voted, because I think it would be I think what you're bringing up, the officiating favoritism, perceived or actual, whatever it may be. I think that's a big reason. I'll be honest with you. They were having this debate on the show before ours on Infinity Sports Network about why are people so against the Chiefs. I've thought this since he came into the NFL. I just don't like Patrick Mahomes. I think he's corny. Yeah. I think Patrick Mahomes is corny, and I don't think he's a bad person. I don't think he's I don't like some of the ways he takes advantage of the rules, but that's a separate thing. He just rubs me the wrong way, and I know he's in all those commercials. There's a lot of people that like him. He's like Ross from Friends for me. Just rubs me the wrong way. I just don't like his vibe, and I haven't liked it since I heard his voice for the first time. If I'm being honest, I'm like, this guy seems corny to me, and I just don't need him on my screen every single round of the playoffs every year.
It bothers me that Netflix special Quarterback, where they followed him around for the season, didn't bother more people, because I honestly was kind of shocked at how self-focused he was.
He's very off-putting in that. You're right.
I mean, it was really about like, oh, hey, receiver makes a great catch, and he's running down the field going, that's what I do.
I'm him.
That's what I do.
I am him.
He's talking to his buddies after that one game where he had a rough start to it, and he's saying like, oh, I couldn't believe I was doing it because I'm so good. Yeah. I'm better than that. Like, bro, settle the hell down, all right? Yeah, like you've gotten your accolades, man.
Yeah,
he's way more of a self-promoter and a selfish person than people give him blame for.
I'd forgotten about
that bothers me.
I feel vindicated. I had forgotten how unlikable he was in Quarterback.
Incredibly unlikable.
Yeah. Okay, good.
And he's dramatic.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I get Chiefs fans get sensitive about the fact that people think he's faking an injury. I don't think he's faking his ankle injury. I think he's just making it way too obvious that he's got an ankle injury.
Yeah.
Like, dude, how about a little bit of stoicism? You're on the sideline like, oh, yeah, oh, how could I ever go on? No, coach, put me in. And Andy Reid is just playing along. Andy Reid's like, no, we can't no, you're too banged up. I care about you, Pat Mahomes. I will not put you back in because you're obviously in so much pain.
Yeah.
No, coach, I gotta be in there. It's gotta be me.
Hey, fumble-a-rooski-doo.
Okay, go ahead, you brave little soldier. Get on out there. There's so many guys out there it's an insult to all the guys who are out there playing through injuries.
Actual hurt.
Who try like hell not to show that they're injured. Yeah.
See, I feel like you're allowed to have that take as a former player. Like, if I had that take, people are like, you get out there and play.
No, man. I dislocated my shoulder in the second quarter of a game once and finished the game ashamed of myself for not playing better. And that doesn't make me special.
No.
That's what a lot of players do.
Guys.
They do crap like that, and they don't make a big deal out of it.
Yep. Let's see. Good morning, Sean. Sorry, but I voted for the Chiefs in the poll. 1, I always support QBs who played, this is Ocho texting, who played Texas high school football. And 2, I want to witness, Ocho wants to witness 2 African-American QBs in the Super Bowl. That's Ocho will stand on high school football all day, every day when it comes to the quarterbacks. So that's Ocho weighing in on the poll. So you were one of the 4.6% or 5.6%.
Listen, you know how much I love to dive into racial and political topics early in the day. I do feel that, it's not 19, let's even say it's not 2015. I feel like now it's gotten to the point where, I don't know how many people even over there, it's hard to find anybody that's even trying to make an argument against black quarterbacks, even in private conversation anymore.
Right.
I would guess I spent a lot of time in bars around jerks. Even the dumb jerk bar arguments, like the drunken idiot arguments, I don't think there's a lot of people out there even speaking in code language about how you can't have a black quarterback or anything, because so many of the best quarterbacks in the league are black now. It's the same way. Hey, back in the 1950s, you had people in Alabama saying I'd never have a black fella be my running back.
Yeah.
And and it got to the point where there's nobody that's an actual NFL fan that's gonna not want a black running back. Obviously, I feel like we're there with black quarterbacks. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm a little too naive.
I don't know. I just got thinking. I'm thinking about who's left, and I'm like, man, if Mark Andrews catches that ball, then Ocho's got his wish clinched. It's Lamar Jackson. Possibly. I know it would have tied the game, but whatever. I'm with you on that one, Seth. But
Now I will. Now my very racist opinion is, dude, you can't be a white tight end or receiver and drop that ball. No. What the hell are you doing?
Yeah, man.
Come on.
It's embarrassing.
What are you even doing here, man?
Yeah, you're killing all my white tight end bar debates.
Next you're gonna tell me he refused to play special teams or something. Grab your lunch pail and get the hell out there and make that catch.
That's right.
You cracker ass cracker.
All right, we're off and running on a Wednesday, as you can tell. The to-do list for the offseason. What's the priority for Nick Caserio? Joe Mixon yesterday said he knows for a fact he's got stuff cooking. What is the priority? What do we think the to-do list looks like for the Texans as they try to get this roster into Super Bowl shape in the offseason? We'll begin those discussions coming up next. Prize Picks, though, you heard us talking about the
Flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, me and Nick will sit down. We'll go through, first off, we start with our free agents, go through it and, see which guys we want to bring back. And if they have an interest in coming back as well, it has to work both ways. Then we also look at the pool of free agents from the entire league and see, where can we, add a guy to improve our roster. And that's really from now until the start of next season. It's myself and Nick working together to how do we improve our roster? How do we get better? What players can we add to make our roster better? And that'll be our focus. It's a fun focus. You kind of, divvy from game planning to now it's player acquisition mode. And now my scouting eyes are on, and I'm looking forward to adding the right guys who have the right mindset, that swarm mentality. That's what we need. Like, guys have that right mindset and has that special work ethic. If we get those guys in, then we know they can help us.
Acronym SWARM is special work ethic, relentless mindset.
Yes.
And Sean and I, and we have objective data to prove this. There are way more swarm guys on defense than on offense.
Yeah.
And I think the dividing line, like I am a one-item voter, one-issue voter on this, whether it comes to retaining free agents or bringing new guys in on offense. Are they swarm enough? And I think last year on offense, they did. I think Mixon and Stephon Diggs are both swarmy. I feel good about that. But I think they don't have enough swarm guys on offense. So that's I'm gonna just the intangibles will mean a lot to me when they start looking at some of these guys around the league, or if you're evaluating who you want to retain.
Yep. I would say, like, if I'm prioritizing, you're right. The offensive side of the ball is where there's way more just sort of front burner issues. Like, to me, like defensive, I think of the defense, and I'm like, okay, well, there's probably a couple of these interior D linemen they'd like to bring back who they brought in on one-year deals. We'll see. If they can't bring those guys back, I don't want to say they're a dime a dozen. I don't want to diminish what Mario Edwards and Foley Fatukasi meant to the team when they were on the field this year. They were good for them, but I think you can find guys like that. Depth at cornerback, I think, is if there were a glaring thing on the defense, I would say finding capable corners outside of Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley Jr. is a priority. But most of the stuff is on offense. And I would say, Seth, the two biggest things is, I would say, especially considering the injuries to Tank Dell and Diggs, if you're bringing him back, you've got to account for the fact that he's coming off an ACL. So I would say specifically speed at wide receiver. Like field stretchers, and then whatever this offensive line is going to look like, whatever the overhaul of the offensive line is going to entail.
You know what? I might modify speed into just saying quickness of some variety, because somebody over the middle, a genuine slot receiver type,
get
or
open
something.
Guy,
like a John Mechie, but much faster, something like that.
Yeah.
So whatever it is, that you're probably not going to get. If you get Tank Dell this season, I can't realistically and rationally think that he's going to be exactly who he was or who he hoped he could be immediately. This is going to be a long injury to recover from. If you look at these guys, these free agents, Sean,
okay,
and because you're talking about O-line as well, but just these top five, these are the 5 highest paid guys on the Texans this year that are going to be free agents.
Okay.
If you had the choice to say, okay, market value, whatever that is, whatever their market value is, yes or no, are they worth it? Do you want to bring them back? Or would you rather go
I like
younger?
this. Let's do this.
Stephon Diggs.
Yes.
Okay, I'm a no on that.
You're a no on Diggs.
I think I might want to put my lot with a rookie of like a 25th overall pick at wide receiver.
I want
or a
both.
Second round pick. You want both? Okay. So Robert Woods.
No.
Okay. I almost had a hard no, but a difficult no maybe. We like Robert Woods. We like what he provides in leadership and consistency, but he's old.
I think 90% of what Robert Woods probably provides for this team we don't see. You know, what I mean? Like he can't get open anymore. He's back there to return punts because he can catch the ball, not because he can make guys miss or anything. So I would say, and I like Robert Woods. I think for what they signed him for, I think he was fine. But I would say no.
Foley Fatukasi.
Yes.
Okay. That's a tough one for me because Foley Fatukasi is this year's Sheldon Rankins, and everybody was all upset that Sheldon Rankins wasn't retained or replaced, and lo and behold, he was replaced by Foley Fatukasi. I don't think Foley Fatukasi has a huge deal out there waiting for him.
Yeah.
So I'd say yes on Foley Fatukasi.
That's why I said yes, too. Yeah.
Jeff Okudah, no. MJ Stewart.
I like that you're answering for me.
That was cold.
You got it. Give him a ding, Ben. He got it right. I was going to say no to Jeff Okudah.
Yeah, even at market value, no, I'd rather bring in a young guy that can compete or something. They took a swing at Jeff Okudah, but
I tell you, it was Jeff Okudah. Who was the last one?
Well, Case Keenum would be the next one, but that's like a whole different category.
Yeah.
MJ Stewart.
Yeah, no. All he does is get penalties on special teams these days.
Okay.
Nice guy. He sat at our table at the Texans preseason event a few years ago, and he was delightful. I like him a lot.
If I were to go down the list there, too, some of these guys where the market value becomes pretty reasonable. Neville Hewitt's an interesting one, and we're not going to spend 4 full segments on Neville Hewitt or anything, but I think he's the kind of guy you like having around for his price tag, and I'm cool with bringing him back because they have youth at linebacker as well.
Yeah.
But it's also Neville Hewitt's more of a special teams play. They couldn't really rely on him, in times that really mattered or in the crunch. But he played well when they needed to have him play this year. Played well for what you expect out of him.
Dude, the first game he was starting, he had an interception on the second play of the game against Jordan Love. He did good things while he was in there.
One more, Eric Murray.
For Marquette, I thought Eric Murray, and I can't believe I'm saying this based on the bewilderment that we had that he was still on the team even a year or two ago. I can't believe Eric Murray's still here.
A lot of it with Eric Murray has been that we're just still jaded from
salary.
Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby paying way, way, way overpaying. They paid him like he was a starting cornerback when they brought him in here. I think that as long as they bring somebody else in at safety also, and probably it's going to be on the youth side. Yeah. They're going to draft, if they draft a safety, I'm cool with that.
My biggest takeaway from you going through that list, that short list of who the top 5 highest paid free agents, soon to be free agents are on the Texans, my biggest takeaway is the core nucleus of this team is locked in. There's no big name other than Diggs. There is no big name that was on that list right there. They are in now. That can be good and bad. Okay, the good is you got a bunch of young players on rookie contracts that look to be anywhere from elite to at least contributors. The free agents that you've signed are back for at least another year. The ones that really matter, the Danielle Hunters, the Joe Mixons. There's Azeez Al-Shire's on a 3-year deal. Danico Autry is coming back. He started doing some good things. Hopefully he starts the season week 1, not suspended. He didn't have to get his legs under him in the middle of the season. All of those things. So that's the positive takeaway from that, Seth. When you read that list, I'm like, all right, well, there's no big names on here. So the guys that we like, they're all coming back next year. Or they're in line for an extension at some point. Like Derek Stingley Jr. and his future with the team is going to be a big topic. He said he wants to stay here forever, but what's that going to cost? The flip side to that is there are a lot of guys who are coming back on multi-year deals that thus far, those multi-year deals don't look all that great.
Right.
Like Dalton Schultz's 3-year, $36 million deal to this point does not look like a good spend. Titus Howard at $18 million. That's an overspend if he's going to play left guard for you next year.
Yeah.
Right?
Dalton Schultz is not swarmy enough by a long shot.
No.
So Kate Stover has to make up for the swarminess, and hopefully in development he needs to get better. But you're still taking a flyer on him as a developmental prospect. If we're talking about free agents to bring in, my number one object of desire right now is Trey Smith, the guard from Kansas City. I don't know. He's probably going to get either franchise tagged or retained by the Chiefs. The Chiefs have a hard time retaining guys these days, though. They've got at some point Pat Mahomes is probably going to get his contract tweaked. So if they brought in a guy like Trey Smith, a really good guard, I would feel awesome about that. It might be the position I'd get most excited about if they bring in a stud guard in free agency.
You're going to have to be selling that one to the fans to get excited about an interior offensive
I don't know, man. I don't think so. I don't think so. At least the people who listen to our show, it's like I think that they're tuned in more than the average fan that's out there just getting drunk on a Sunday at a game. I think avid fans will be very excited about an acquisition in the interior offensive line.
I would be that's going to be a big. Trey Smith is going to make a lot of money. That's going to be a big contract,
and I want to pay it to him.
And that's what's interesting is the name, and I think Joe Mixon kind of kicked this ant pile when he said that he knows for a fact Nick Caserio has something cooking right now, and there's going to be fireworks. Immediately, I see all these short videos with T. Higgins highlights. That Joe Mixon was a teammate of T. Higgins in Cincinnati. And that's where two things. One, that is a shiny toy kind of thing, like the Diggs thing was last year. I'm kind of with you on this, Seth, where this should be more of a meat and potatoes offseason for the Texans with rebuilding, either rejiggering or completely overhauling the offensive line, whatever that entails. They just need to get better. Number two, if I'm going to spend near top money on a free agent wide receiver, there's too much overlap with T. Higgins and Nico Collins for me. I think they're very similar. I don't know. T. Higgins is really, really good. He's really,
really good, but he's also been banged up a good chunk over the last couple of years, and it's not like his production has fallen off a lot and everything, but he's not an all-pro type of guy. I wonder if but he's going to get a lot of money in free agency, and this is the kind where I feel like it's not worth paying. By definition, Mike Meltzer always used to say this, and it's a really smart observation, is that by definition you're overpaying in free agency.
Sure.
Because whatever the average price is, usually you're paying top of the market. You're the by and large, guys go to where the most money is. So by definition, you're overpaying.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like he's good enough to overpay for.
Well,
at the contract he'll probably command.
Especially when I think Nico Collins is better than T. Higgins, and T. Higgins is probably looking for more than Nico Collins is making. There's just something, there's something askew. And there's guys that are, there's guys that make more money than teammates that they're not as good as. That's just football. Like that happens depending on when you hit the market. It's timing. It's things like that. But I don't love T. Higgins enough to give him $30 million when Nico Collins just signed for 24. That's principle to me. So, but that's a name that's floating around out there right now.
I don't. But if wide receiver, I'll be honest with you. There's not a single thing that's going to get me excited about any of the offensive skill position guys at all in the entire offseason, because we saw firsthand, all right, there's way more to it than adding names to it.
Yep.
I think you would have seen a better version of Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell this year if you'd had your offensive line hemmed up and if you felt good about your offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
If it was Bobby Slowick or anybody else, if they were just doing a better job of getting competent play out of the entire 11, you would have felt better. So right now, without that foundation, without actually being able to block properly and pick up blitzes and all of that other stuff, I don't feel great about any wide receiver that they had. We've already seen it firsthand. You had 3 very menacing receivers that defenses had to respect, and the Texans couldn't do anything with it offensively.
No, someone says, is Shaq Mason still under contract? He was bad this year. He's under contract. You can move on from him. It won't be painless. It'll hurt. But you can move on. And I kind of expect them to move on. They can't bring back the same 5. You know what I mean? Like that is a position group where there's got to be change.
This is your Pender poll for the day.
Okay.
Ask the electorate who they would be which position, regardless of name, which position would you be most excited about the Texans acquiring in the offseason?
Okay.
Wide receiver, interior offensive line, or tight end.
Okay. Interior, O-line, tight end. I'll put that up in the break.
Those are probably the 3 categories, right? That would most titillate people.
On the offensive side of the ball. I think so for sure. If I think of a 4th one, I'll put it in there. But those are good ones. I think.
Phrase it that way. Which would most titillate you?
Yeah. Should I put running back in there, like running back depth, or no?
No, because that's not I'm talking starters.
Frontline guys. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you.
We're talking titillation here, Sean.
It's all about the titillation. Yeah. I'll put the poll. I
want nipples erect on this one.
Put hashtag titillation. Yes. All right. We had some hires in the NFL in this coaching cycle, and Billy Wagner made the Hall of Fame. We'll dig into that. That's great news, man. I love that. We'll get into all that in headlines coming up next.
1.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Payne and Pendergast with you. It is headlines. Let's get to headlines, shall we? The NFL coaching carousel is beginning to make some stops. It stopped off in Chicago yesterday. Ben Johnson is the new head coach of the Chicago Bears. I saw a video of Ben Johnson. One of those things, kind of like D'Amico walked into the day he got hired. Walked into the lobby, and everybody, every worker in the office is lined up on the balcony up there or around surrounding them on the floor. Ben Johnson gave a pretty good pep talk, man. He's talked about how this is where I want to be, and this was the only, he sold it, man. He sold it.
Told me how much he loves Caleb Williams and that this was the guy, and they're going to look at him like the savior. Like this is the guy that's going to come in and he's gonna take this young, physically gifted quarterback and teach him how to not hold on to the ball forever. Yeah.
Right. Well, exactly. Teach him how to run play action, things like that Caleb Williams isn't all that good at, and that Ben Johnson loves to do. I think it's interesting that he stayed in the division there. I wonder how much that factored in.
Lions fans, I noticed yesterday, were just a lot of cries of Judas. And it'd be one thing if Ben Johnson had gone somewhere else, but all I saw, that was what my algorithm showed me, was just a whole lot of man.
Traitor.
I can't believe he's doing this. Traitor. He's a mercenary. I'm like, well, yeah, welcome to the NFL. And I guess Lions fans just, they've been, even though they're all like lifelong fans and everything, they've been so far removed from having coveted items on their team for so long that they don't. This is all new to them.
This is how it works.
Wait a second. What do you mean he's going somewhere else? This guy was going to stay here for. They're like Cougs when Tom Herman left.
Yeah.
They're like, wait a second. Wait. Whoa. What were all these pledges of lifelong allegiance and whatnot?
Why is he leaving his car at the airport? Why he just left it in the parking lot and he went to Austin?
And Ben Johnson never even said or promised that he was going to be there for life. But I do think there's probably more people that are more upset because he had turned away opportunities for multiple years.
Yeah.
That they probably felt like, oh, yeah, this guy just loves it here so much.
Yeah, and the Fords will just keep paying him. Well, you know what? Eventually just pay him a salary like he's a coach, and we get to keep him here. That would be interesting. I may do that today, just go back and see the jobs that he said no to.
Yeah.
Over these last couple of years, because for those who don't know, Ben Johnson was very choosy over where he was going to go, and just see if he turned down any opportunities that are better than the Bears in 2025.
Well,
he had
Washington.
Washington. Yeah, Washington.
He Washington last year.
Yeah, that's right.
He just pulled himself out of the interviews, and that's the dicey thing. You can't fault him for doing it. It made sense, but now 1 year later, he's going to an equally maligned franchise over the last, they haven't been maligned as long as Washington has. But those Chicago, Washington, some of these other teams that people have looked at and thought like, man, you got these. Yeah, I just don't trust the owners. The franchise is a mess. And at least Washington had new owners that are very forward-minded.
Yes.
I was surprised, actually, that he didn't maybe dabble more or be more tempted by Washington.
So Ben Johnson to Chicago. Sounds like your former teammate Aaron Glenn is all but signed, sealed, and delivered to the Jets, that the Jets are going to accomplish what they had hoped to do yesterday, which is keep him there, don't let him out of the building.
This feels a lot like the Texans scenario with D'Amico Ryans. You've got a guy that was a draft pick and a player for you. Aaron Glenn was very good when he was with the Jets. They ended up sending him here in the expansion draft along with Marcus Coleman, basically for salary cap purposes, team resetting, all of that. And yeah, I've told you many times, he's just one of the players I played with. He's a teammate of mine that I respected most. Like I look kind of like with D'Amico, you kind of looked at him almost as an elder while he was an active player. That was Aaron Glenn. And it's been a longer road for him than it was for D'Amico. But, man, he really oversaw a complete overhaul of the defense there in Detroit and managed his way through lots of injuries this year. So, and the Jets are, just like the Texans, a team that you'd look at and think, well, which of the top coaching candidates are really going to want to go there? Yeah. It helps a lot when a guy's got a previous relationship with the team.
With the team from top down. They know what they're walking into, good and bad. Billy Wagner is going to the Baseball Hall of Fame. Man, that feels really good to say. It's been a long road for Billy Wagner. He's the rare guy that gets in on the 10th and final try to get in. It had been trending in that direction for Billy Wagner. He just missed by a handful of votes last year. You need 75% to get in out of about 400 voters and change. He got to 73% last year, so he had to wait another year. The videos of Billy Wagner doing interviews yesterday, finding out the news, totally emotional, man. For those of you who were here when Billy Wagner, late 90s, early 2000s, and then just watched him at the other places he was at, I mean, just a fireballer, man. Just the definition of a bulldog closer. Seth, I love this stat. Of the pitchers who've pitched 900 innings or more in their careers, Billy Wagner has the highest strikeout rate and the lowest opposing batting average.
Well, and he's a guy that benefited from the trend towards analytics because he's one of these guys, and you've seen a few of these get inducted in the Hall of Fame, who people looking back on his career have realized, wow, he was way better than we gave him credit for at the time. Yeah. Like, strikeouts weren't valued as much back then as they are now, and he had a boatload of strikeouts. The Jaws stat, which is it's like an average of different types of WAR, wins above replacement. He's the 6th best all time as a reliever, and the 5 guys ahead of him are all in the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
So I think that's been part of it, is just kind of the nerds making a case for him year after year. Look, you guys got to really reassess your feelings about him. He was just an absolute stud.
He broke his right arm when he was a kid.
Yeah, twice.
And taught himself to throw left-handed, and wound up being a left-handed pitcher who was not even 6 feet tall, who humped it up there at 100 miles an hour.
His story is kind of one it's out of Hollywood. You know, he grew up dirt poor on food stamps. Came from nothing. Changed which arm he was throwing with, and ends up getting in on the 10th and final chance he had for the writers' vote. At least, he would have had to wait forever to get in as one of the historical guys.
Yeah.
The best quote he had yesterday was, "It's not been an easy 10 years. The only thing that I thought I did well was I didn't blow a save for 10 years. So I thought that might have had an input on being able to get into this." So,
that's wild.
So by not blowing a save in the last 10 years, yes, good job.
Good job. Good job, Billy Wagner. And it looks like, Seth, he's going to go in. If we're to take yesterday as being any sort of hint, it looks like he's going to go in as an Astro. He was wearing an Astros hat and an Astros shirt doing all those interviews, which he should. He had more than half his saves as a Houston Astro.
And he's got, I think he followed me on social media a few months ago, which I didn't. I don't think that was, I didn't take it as a personal compliment. I think people have been encouraging him to kind of just be sure your name is out there and everything. When people are up for an Oscars, they go to visit the old retired actors' home and everything.
Yep. Yeah. I checked because my self-esteem is at a level where I do these kind of things. Like, is he still following me? Nope. Well, either that or he started a new Twitter account, because the one that they were tagging him in yesterday only had 3,000 followers. So it could be that maybe he started a new X account. We'll see.
I bet somebody told him, hey, you should try to get on social media more and everything, and he did, and then he realized, this is a cluster.
He does not strike me as a guy who likes doing that kind of stuff.
Right, yeah. So he's probably all right, somebody else take this over. I can't be doing this crap.
Yep.
This ain't me, man.
Yep. All right, so congrats to Billy Wagner. That's phenomenal news. We had Andre Johnson last year, and then Billy Wagner, and we got future Hall of Famers coming up. Good time to be in Houston. All right, 4 positive developments from the 2024 season. As I was sifting through the aftermath of the loss to the Chiefs, these to me are the 4 biggest positive developments for the Texans that they can carry into 2025. We'll hit that coming up next.
Underdog is available in Texas, and it is
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, positive developments from the 2024 season as we just a few days removed from the Texans getting knocked out of the playoffs by the Kansas City Chiefs. Chiefs and the Bills on Sunday for the AFC title. And we'll have some D'Amico Ryans a little later on. D'Amico Ryans on his coach's show. He said some things on his coach's show this week that I think Texan fans are going to be encouraged by, especially ones that may have gotten frustrated at various times this season with the messaging from D'Amico. I thought he said some things in the coach's show to close out the season with Mark and John that were really, really good on
D'Amico
Monday.
D'Amico and CJ both got me back into a positive mindset.
That's a good way.
Press
yes.
conferences and then with this show.
Agreed. So let's get into the positives. I have 4 of them, Seth, and feel free to add to the list. If you want to text in 713-572-4610. This is in no particular order, but number one, reestablishing NRG Stadium as an actual home field advantage, which it had not been through the years. Here was C.J. Stroud this is him on Monday, on the importance possibly of securing home field advantage in the playoffs for more than just one game.
That's always the dream, but at the end of the day, you play in the cold. I don't think that really had anything to do with, the last 2 years. You look at it, we were still throwing the ball well, still running it well. But, yeah, it would definitely be nice. I think Houston would appreciate that, hosting more playoff games. Every time we have one is lit. So, I'm appreciative of that. But I also think, that would be dope. And, I don't really think weather has any, at least for me, I'm kind of a little used to it now. So, yeah. All
right, so that was CJ.
The question included an element of playing in the cold, and is it important to get home field advantage? Yeah, I'm inclined to think more so that I didn't think about the cold once really in that game. Nope. It wasn't like CJ looked as accurate. CJ in the last couple playoff games looked more like the accurate CJ that we expected all season long.
Yes.
He didn't have kind of sign of those curiously errant throws or anything.
Yep.
Some of the balls that could have been caught that weren't caught were very difficult catches, or it had more to do with just good coverage more so than the weather. So I wasn't worried about that at all. Yeah, it's more that, man, they've got a huge advantage at home now. That defense and the defense played well in that game, but they are just on a whole different level when they play at home. When they have that pass rush going with the crowd noise and on that track and on that surface, I think, too, they are a menacing bunch. So if the fans can keep that going on into next year, and I have no reason to believe that the pass rush isn't going to be really good again, getting some home field advantage, more home field advantage in the playoffs is a big, big deal.
Do you think the enthusiasm level, which was off the charts for this training camp, this training camp for the 2024 season, Seth, was bananas. And I think the Diggs trade, all the moves they made had a lot to do with that. The way they ended last season, not so much in the Baltimore game, but just in general as a team that they overachieved. Do you think it's going to mirror this training camp, what it looked like last training camp, or has maybe the underperformance of the off? I'm going to be just as excited. I'm speaking for myself. Yeah. I do wonder with fans, did the Texans do enough towards the end of the year in those 2 playoff games to keep people at that fever pitch they were at in July of 24?
I think so. And a lot of that, too, is that, listen, there's a couple things. One is that they played a competitive game in the divisional round. I'm not here, stumping for moral victories or anything. But after that Ravens game last year, you felt like, oh boy, they are not ready for this. They're not on the same level. Then they went out and they made a bunch of moves in the offseason, and ultimately it didn't turn into what you hoped it would. But they're in that category of teams that you look at as, okay, they can genuinely compete. And I think as objectively as possible, you look outside of Houston, you look at the national commentators. By and large, that's the tone of what I've seen and heard from national commentators. It's like, okay, you know what? This Texans team is better than we were giving them credit for going into the playoffs. They had inconsistencies. They had rises and falls and ebbs and flows during the regular season, but they showed up against the Chiefs at least.
Yeah.
I think especially after you kind of lick your wounds and get over the playoffs and everything. I would expect probably the same level of enthusiasm in the fan base.
Yeah, I think so too. I think like with the Baltimore game, you came out of it feeling like, okay, they just need more dudes. Like they need more guys. I think, and I'm not saying that the roster's perfect by any means, but I do feel like a lot of the solutions are they need to play smarter. They need to be dialed in. There are spots where they need better talent. There's no question. But I think you could say that about even the good, the teams that are still in the playoffs have areas that they could address in the offseason. That's what I'm excited about it just feels like so much of what they did to remain a 4 seed as opposed to getting to that level was injuries, which you can't control. So that is what it is. And then self-inflicted wounds. They did they made a lot of mistakes.
A lot of it is on the fundamental side of things. And we'll go back to just something that CJ was saying in his press conference is CJ basically in his press conference said a lot of what you and I have been talking about all season long, which is, man, I think this team really didn't understand and appreciate that you don't go out there like every single year in the NFL, you don't start off as a chess master. You start off as a guy that needs to relearn the game of chess. Mm-hmm. And it felt way too much during training camp like they thought, like, oh, we're just going to roll all this talent out on the field and people are going to kneel down in abeyance at us and it'll be all awesome. And they got a very stark lesson in what it actually takes. Running the football first and foremost. Yes, it's a passing league. Yes, old guys like me probably focus on the run too much, but you have to be able to run the ball competently. Like you have to, and they couldn't run the ball competently and consistently. The exciting thing, I think, is that they were able to run the ball effectively in the playoffs versus good defenses. Yep. That was a huge step forward. The problem is it was just a day late and a dollar short when it comes to having a complete offense. Yeah. So that was our question all last offseason was, hey, can Bobby Slowick engineer a good rushing attack? This year he couldn't. I don't know if it's going to be Bobby Slowick or somebody else. Whoever it is, they've got to be more consistently able to take advantage of teams that are just trying to take away the deep ball. And you do that partly by running the football, and they couldn't do it enough this year.
No, they couldn't do it enough, and that's why it didn't make this list for me, the positive developments, because I can't just hang my hat on 6 quarters worth of running the football at the end of the year. To say like, oh, it's fixed. But I'm encouraged. But positive developments, number one, reestablishing NRG Stadium as a real home field advantage, particularly for the defense. Number two, Will Anderson's development into an elite alien wrecking machine. Like he is all the things it felt like Seth, he said he wanted to do in the offseason and improve at, get the top of his rush, trying to do things other than just trying to overpower the guy in front of him, which at Alabama you can do. And in his rookie season, it was enough to get Defensive Rookie of the Year. But he is becoming more and more polished and becoming more and more of a beast.
I'd say on both of his sacks in that game, last year's version of Will Anderson, I think, would have been trying to bull rush Joe Thuney. You got a guard playing tackle out of position. And instead, he took advantage of Joe Thuney being a guy who was out of position, and he used his speed and elusiveness and started off looking like he was going to bull rush and then turned it into a rip or just got Joe Thuney moving upfield and then came back underneath using his hands. All of that was just way more polished than what he had done last year. It was really, really good.
Yeah, it was really good. And I think establishing himself as one of the voices in the locker room, too, at a young age. Like it's so clear, like CJ's the voice of the offense. And to me, like Will Anderson Jr. is the voice of the defense. Here was D'Amico Ryans earlier this week and talking about Will Anderson was very outspoken about how they should attack the offseason.
I agree with everything Will Anderson says. He's spot on there. We'll take that sense of urgency consistently from everyone to, get to where we want to get to. So I mentioned to our guys today, like my position and my role is to take this organization to new heights. And new heights for us is finding a way to get to the AFC Championship. So we haven't been as an organization, and to do that, we need everybody on board, like Will Anderson, a guy who is the flag bearer for Swarm and the mentality and everything that we need from our entire team.
Yeah, and we talk about, okay, who are the Swarm players on the team? It's cool because I think it's rare that you see the intangibles translate so directly. If you draft a guy partly based on intangibles, that's a dicey proposition because college kids are good at faking it, that they're all about it and everything, but you just never really know. But all of the word of mouth out of Alabama and everywhere else was just that this guy he's built different, and he just operates differently. And we've seen nothing but that since he got here. And I think now that he's an established double-digit sack guy, like that he's really rounding into being a professional pass rusher and still has all of those same good attitude and personality traits, you can see why. You can see why it was worth trading up to him. Yeah. It wasn't just the athletic skills, because he was the kind of prospect that I get nervous about when a guy shows a lot of real raw athleticism and makes a lot of plays by running around in college. A lot of times personnel people think it's a little easier than it is to actually learn the technique side of things.
Yeah.
And or they assume that a guy's going to put in the work to learn the technique side of things. Defensive line, people overly simplify how much technique goes into it, including a lot of personnel people, I think. But Will was that type of a prospect where he was very raw. He was just incredibly explosive, made a lot of plays, but a lot of it was just by running around or just using his natural speed and explosiveness. And you look at Trayvon Walker with the Jaguars, he was that same type of guy, and he hasn't developed technically the way Will has. Right. So that was the big X factor there, is just his actual willingness to become more of an artist and a technician. And I think bringing Danielle Hunter in to be a mentor for him was a very, very smart move in that regard. Having Jerry Hughes on the squad again this year, because he's like an old dog that can teach the young dog old tricks. That's right. I mixed all those metaphors up.
Yes.
Yeah. So that part I feel very excited about.
Yeah. I it's funny you bring up Danielle Hunter, because there was a lot of debate and discussion as the season was winding down. Like, should the Texans have just kept Jonathan Grenard? He's younger. He was an All-Pro and a Pro Bowler this year. Grenard had a great year in Minnesota, and this is no disrespect to Jonathan Grenard's leadership skills or anything like that. I do think that I don't know. I love having Danielle Hunter on this team. He's a beast. I do think that there was probably, a residual effect on Will Anderson and having that guy there, maybe, as opposed to a guy who's maybe kind of more in that same age bracket. So that's a really good point. So number 2, Will Anderson's development. Number 3, these are positive developments for the Texans during the 24 season. Number 1 was NRG Stadium, reestablishing the home field. Number 2, Will Anderson Jr.'s development into a wrecking machine. Number 3, this is a playoff thing, but CJ kind of alluded to it. C.J. Stroud and his magic legs.
C.J. takes the snap. C.J. stepping up. C.J.'s going to run across the 40, 45, 50, 45 of the Chargers inside the 40, and they're in field goal range.
Timeout. Bang the timeout.
They bang the timeout with 13 seconds to go.
Okay, that was the run, the big run he had to set up the field goal right before the half in the win over the Chargers. It was interesting. CJ went on to run a handful more times in the Kansas City game. He used his legs very effectively in that game. Now, he's taking a lot of hits. He's got to learn how to slide or learn how to get out of bounds. CJ likes lowering the shoulder, and his sliding isn't all that refined yet either. And CJ acknowledged, though, in his press conference that when he was asked what's the offseason going to look like, take a listen at the very end of this.
For me, just reflecting on the year, a lot of self-scout, and of course, like personal growth and things like that. And really, relaxing, it's not a crime, to take care of yourself sometimes. And I'll probably do that a little bit of just, take a week off or something and then hit it hard and, get my body right, I don't think it's a secret anymore that I can run a little bit. So, I got to get my body right to make sure I can take some of those hits and be ready for next year.
Yeah, the level of difficulty for CJ this year in kind of learning to let the game come to him. One of the old sayings that coaches will tell quarterbacks, young quarterbacks especially, is, hey, you're not laying bricks, you're not building a wall, you're painting a canvas. You gotta be, dab a little green up here, and then you just put some brown and some earth tones down there, and you gotta be more of an artist than a bricklayer. But when you're young and you're trying to do all the fundamentals and everything else, it's hard not to just be like, okay, well, I'm going to stand in the pocket, and then I'm going to go through my progressions, and then if the progressions aren't there, then I'm going to run. It's really hard when you don't have good pass protection because all of that rhythm and timing is disrupted. And I think there were a lot of it for this year with CJ is, it's one thing when guys are getting beat physically in pass protection, because as a quarterback, you can anticipate that.
Right.
You know that, okay, Juice Scruggs is going up against a stud defensive tackle, and in this protection, this is where my issue is going to be, and I can kind of be aware of that, and but still keep my eyes downfield. It's really, really hard when your quarterback can't trust that guys are actually going to get the assignments right, because then you don't know
that's the free
where
runners.
It's coming from.
You're
going to get a free runner, and the guy, but based on the protection, I'm just going to turn my shoulders this way, and I'm not going to worry about anything that might come from my blind side because it's all hemmed up by the protection.
Mm-hmm.
And then, if a guy gets beat physically, at least it's going to be a little bit slower, but the free runners just destroy all that, and it's really, really hard. So for him to show development in his willingness to throw the check down and then to know when to run and when to be a pocket passer, he showed progress in that. It was really, really hard because of the pass protection issues.
Yep. So it's good to see him get that scramble on the last couple of games. That'll be a valuable weapon. We'll see how much it gets used in the regular season. It's different, Seth, when you're in these games. I almost look at CJ running the ball kind of the way we talked about the comparison to baseball. And, all right, it's the playoffs. Everybody's in the bullpen today. CJ, I could see him being a little more judicious in, week 8 of the regular season than got to have this third down or we're going home, or the chances of us going home go way up if we don't convert here. He does need to be I think he does need to be thoughtful about how he uses this kind of new weapon that he's got here.
Yeah, he's got to be, like some of those hits he took on the sideline. I know some Texans fans thought that the Chiefs were targeting his knees or something. I didn't really see that. I think that CJ was taking hits to his knees that he didn't have to take.
Yes.
There's the time in the playoffs, yes, you want to get those extra yardage, but be sure there's a first down marker involved or a goal line,
Yes.
Like John, the prime example would be John Elway in the Super Bowl victory, where, okay, John Elway at his age shouldn't be running or anything, but it's the Super Bowl and he's diving in for a touchdown. Mm-hmm. Take that risk. Don't do it for don't do it so you can make it 3rd and 5 instead of 3rd and 6. Don't take a hit to your knee for that reason.
The first one he got in that Chiefs game, it wasn't even it wasn't even in that neighborhood. He ran out of bounds. He fleed the pocket on 3rd and 9 and picked up a yard or something like that. And he got his ankle caught underneath the guy tackling him. I'm like, dude, just heave it out of bounds. You don't need to hold on. You don't even need to hold on to the ball there. You're outside the tackle box. Just throw it away.
One of the hardest things. It's like a pitcher in baseball. It's you got to learn when to be a hero and when not to.
Yeah.
With pitchers, it comes down to pitchers have to be really smart about all right, should I try to pitch through this discomfort or not?
Yep.
Quarterbacks, I think it's a lot of, all right, should I try to get these extra few yards or not?
Yeah.
Like Will Levis. Will Levis shows zero aptitude in that regard.
Right.
Will Levis will get sandwiched by 300-pounders on a 3rd and 15,
yep.
And he's 3 yards past the line of scrimmage. That's the extreme bad way to do it. CJ's just got to get as far away from Will Levisville as possible.
All right, last one of the four most positive developments for the Texans from this season. Last one, this secondary is young, athletic, and really, really good. And, man, if they stay healthy, this is kind of tied into the first positive development of NRG Stadium reestablishing the home field advantage. Is it this secondary, this defense as a whole, but this secondary, especially in home games, off the charts. And you've got Derek Stingley Jr. heading into his 4th season. You've got Jalen Petrie, if I'm talking about individual positive developments within this more macro development, Jalen Petrie becoming a weapon again on defense this year. He heads into his 4th year. And then you got Lassiter and Bullock, who both have great rookie seasons under their belt. That secondary, I said this yesterday, Seth, when we'll start to get all those articles heading into the season next year where they power rank all the position groups of the 32 teams. I would be shocked if we find a power ranking of secondaries in the NFL with the Texans outside the top 5. I'd be shocked.
Yeah, that's no, and even like because when you go to the advanced stats and everything that a lot of people lean on for that, they did very, very well, right? I think that with Jalen Petrie, one of the challenges will really be on the coaching side of things, which is because they got to figure out, okay, how exactly do we use Jalen Petrie? Because you can't like there were too many times where, like in the Jets game, he's not the guy to stand up in man coverage versus Devontae Adams. Like it's you got to try to minimize that. But they like putting him out there at times because he can also blitz really effectively from that spot. So that's one of the things offenses are going to be studying all offseason long is, okay, how do we take advantage of this weakness? And a lot of that rolls back onto Kalen Bullock. Kalen Bullock, as he develops into a veteran player, there were times this year where the slot corners looked worse than they should have because Kalen Bullock hadn't yet gotten to that point where he anticipates what the weak spot in the defense is. Like that's all stuff that's just going to come with time for him, and he got a lot better at it. But as a safety, you got to know, all right, this is what we're going to do, and Jalen Petrie's going to be at a disadvantage a lot of times. How do I make up for it as a safety?
Yep. We were doing the to-do list for Nick Caserio earlier in the show. I think a Stingley extension and I think a Petrie extension are both on the radar for this offseason. They're both post year 3, so they're both eligible for it.
Yeah, isn't there still I just like Jalen. I don't feel is at the level where he's a guy that should get an extension after his 3rd year. But I know things are changing.
Well,
that used to be something you only did with quarterbacks, and then it's steadily changed into a more accepted practice.
They did it with Nico last year.
Yeah.
And you don't have the luxury of the 5th year option with Petrie like you do with Stingley. Yeah. And I also think that there could be an element of like this might be a good time to do it because Stingley, if he's an ascending player, you might be able to get him at a rate. You know.
No, Stingley I'm all on board with because I think like Stingley's all pro. I'm talking about, did
Petrie.
I say Stingley?
No. Well, I don't know if I said Stingley. I'm talking about Petrie here.
Okay.
So Petrie, so if I said Stingley, I apologize. I meant Petrie. Stingley, make Stingley the highest paid corner in football. Knock yourself out.
Yeah.
I mean, he deserves it.
No, Stingley's the kind of guy you give him like basically whatever the market deal is right now, give it to him because it'll be a bargain next year.
Yeah.
Petrie, I think if you extend Petrie, it's got to be more along the lines of what Nico Collins was, which is, hey, it's a good deal, but the guy he's taken less than he would get in free agency.
That's exactly right.
You know, there's a trade-off there. It's like, all right, he gets financial security, it's a big payday, but it's less than he would get in free agency.
Yeah, no, totally. That's where I'm going with it, and I'm blending into just how highly they think of Petrie in the build. Like every time you and I bring up Petrie with Nick, it's I'll take 1,000 Jalen Petries on the team. He's from here too. You know, you bake that into it. I'm just saying on the radar. I'm not saying go do it. I'm definitely not saying make Jalen Petrie the highest, you know, in that Minka Fitzpatrick neighborhood or anything like that.
Well, okay, so, you know, the Eagles used to do this, and it's basically, I think it's not allowed anymore. The Eagles, for a long time, would take guys who really overperformed in the first couple of years, the guys that were like, you know, rookie free agents or late round draft picks. And if I remember properly, you used to be able to give guys new deals like after their 2nd year. And they would give these guys like a 7-year contract that was way more money than they ever thought they were going to get.
Yeah.
And they ended up being incredible bargains for like 7 more years. So the version of it these days, I think, is like, all right, we give you a good deal. It's not as good as a free agency deal, but it's way more money than you ever thought you were going to see in your lifetime, and we lock you down.
It's the football version of the Jordan Alvarez deal. You know, it's right? Or the first Alex Bregman deal. Yeah, it's the football version of that, which is you know, look, it's basically gambling, is what it is. You're betting on.
Well, it's like an insurance policy, which is a more accepted version of gambling,
right?
Which is like with Bregman. Bregman, the numbers were basically like what he probably should be expected to get in arbitration anyway, but it's guaranteed.
Yeah.
So like, there's the hedge: is that okay? Bregman's going to take what. And a little bit longer than arbitration, you know? So, all right, I'm going to take what I probably would make if I continue to play well, but who knows with injuries and everything if I will. Yeah, likewise with Petrie, you give him something like that.
Yep. So those are the 4. Those are my 4 most positive developments. NRG Stadium reestablished as a home field advantage, particularly for the defense. Will Anderson's development, C.J. Stroud discovering that running the football is a good weapon on third and medium. And then the second, I love this secondary, man. This secondary is, I think, is the envy of most of the NFL right now when it comes to that position group.
Yeah, and I think the nice thing about having two cornerbacks, young cornerbacks like that is, and I think we saw it play out this year, Derek Stingley ended up with way more interceptions than you typically expect out of a lockdown corner because teams just stop targeting you when you're that good.
Yeah.
The problem is that Kamari Lassiter was playing so well that if you're trying to distribute the ball, the teams didn't have that many options. So there's a synergistic effect there between those two guys that you really get the most out of it. Because Derek Stingley's got these incredible ball skills. If he has a trash corner on the other side of him, he wouldn't get a target. He would go multiple games without getting targeted.
You wouldn't know he was on the team, yeah.
Yeah.
And as it turned out, in that playoff game, you barely knew that Stingley and Lassiter, either of them were on the team because they did such a good job in that Chiefs game.
They thought, okay, look, we can't. Our only option is Travis Kelce over the middle. Let's see if the linebackers are garbage. And they will be this day.
That day they were. Yeah, they were not good that day. Boy, Stingley. I was watching some of Stingley's open locker room on Monday. All the exit interview stuff, and he loves Kamari Lassiter. I mean, obviously he loves him. He's his teammate, but it's hard to get Derek Stingley Jr. to gush about anything, right? He's not the most talkative guy. He's playful, but he's not very talkative. Boy, he went on for about 30 or 45 seconds about Kamari Lassiter and just how he's built different, just like the way he attacks practice, like he noticed from the very first day. And you could see that from the rookie minicamp.
There's a football nerdiness element that you want to have in your culture, which is guys that are just kind of constantly learning and tweaking and learning the little tools of the trade. And I think they have that in the defensive backs room.
Yes.
Stingley is that. If you ever go out to training camp, try to beat Derek Stingley out there and then try to stay longer than him.
Good luck.
Because he's out there in 100-degree weather just working with receivers after practice on releases and everything. He's fanatical about just getting – you know what he's like? Ichiro, who should have been a unanimous induction into the Hall of Fame, but one person curiously decided not to vote for Ichiro.
I've got thoughts on that.
Like, Ichiro was just notorious for, not notorious, famous for just constantly always working, learning, tweaking, refining, all of that. And Stingley's kind of built like that. And it's nice when I say, like, the guy, he's still a young guy, but when the other defensive backs who are even younger than him see exactly how hard he works
yes,
at it. It's like the stories, you hear all these stories about guys when they go to the Lakers, and they would see, like, oh, Kobe's out here for an hour and a half after practice is over taking shots. Maybe I should probably try to do at least as much as one of the best players in basketball is doing. If I want to be a good basketball player, maybe I should try to emulate that.
The number of guys they have on that defense that are tone setters like that, like they're in great shape defensively, this team, I think. If they can just eliminate some of the big play mistakes that they made, and it's never going to be perfect, but I feel so good about that side of the football on this team. It's really fun. Here was DeMeco Ryans on his coach's show earlier this week, talking about his job is to get this team to new heights.
My job is to take this organization to new heights, right? And new heights for our organization is to get to the AFC Championship game. That's something we have not done. Right? We were close this year. We were close, and we didn't get it done, right? And when you get there now, where everything is right there for you to get to the big dance. But for us to get over there, we have to improve in all areas. Like it's my job to make sure we're improving, we're getting better in all areas to help our players be successful and to get past this divisional round, which our organization has been there. I don't know 5 or 6 times we've been there as an organization and we haven't gotten it done. So that's my goal. Can we get to the AFC Championship game and have an opportunity, to go for the big one? But first, we got to get past the divisional. So that's everything moving forward. Like as we work throughout the offseason, guys, we add to our team, the way we work, our mindset. Like if it's not AFC Championship, it's not on your mind. Then I don't know what you're working for. Why are you here? So that's my mindset moving forward. Yeah, we've had 2 good seasons. Everybody wants to say, but, man, I'm a competitor. I'm here to win, and that's all I think about. We put a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of dedication into this, and it's only for me to win, and that's what I'm about.
Okay, so as he was talking about that, about getting to the conference championship, I think that I almost started anticipating, if you wanted to take as negative a view of that as possible, somebody out there is saying, like, wait, why not the Super Bowl? And this is where I got retroactively angry about something, which is this. You remember Nick Caserio said something in the offseason this year at some point into the 2023 season, I can't remember when it was, or 2020, where he basically said you don't worry about winning, like you got to worry about the process, because you can't control winning. And people love to be Joe Tough Guy and be like, I can't believe this is a pathetic, meek attitude. And I got so angry at the time because, I read a lot of books about and by coaches, and I'm like, okay, nobody got mad at John Wooden when he said the exact same thing. Nobody's got mad at Nick Saban when he says the exact same thing. Yep. Mike Krzyzewski has a bunch of quotes out there about, you can't control winning. What you can control is the process. But people only want to hear about it after it's already actually worked out. Yeah. But it is the right attitude to have. Yes, obviously you want to win. I know the philosophy in New England with Belichick was always that, obviously, yes, you can control winning to a certain degree. But what you really want to do is you want to be sure that your process is good enough to get you to the championship game, to the conference championship game. Because after that, there's a whole lot of randomness and everything else. But if you can get yourself into that tournament, that part of the tournament, you can control a lot of things that consistently get you to that part of the tournament. And then your process should be good enough to carry you on through all of that. So I'm just, all right, if that was the attitude that was good enough for Bill Belichick, right? I'm cool with your goal being get to the conference championship. And then come what may, it's that you've been doing all the things the right way to get to that spot. And anybody that can consistently get to the conference championship game, you're also wired to, really, really, really want the Super Bowl. So the focusing on the process, all of that other stuff, all you got to do is win a Super Bowl, and then everybody will think you're the biggest genius on earth for having that strategy. They'll be quoting you in books and everything. But if you try to be vocal about that, if you try to adopt John Wooden or Bill Belichick or Nick Saban's or Mike Krzyzewski's attitude before you win the championship, you're nothing but a bum, apparently.
The lesson in all that you just said is that if you care about what other people think, don't talk about process over results when you are picking third in the draft.
Right. Yeah, no, that, and it is. There's a PR element to that.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear it, because Because until you show that you can execute that strategy, nobody's going to believe it or buy it.
I saw some of the reaction that you alluded to from people, that quote from D'Amico, because he said it in his press conference and he said it on the coach's show. That cut we just played was from his coach's show with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. And I knew it was coming right away. I'm like, there's going to be people mad that he's not talking about the Super Bowl being the ultimate goal. I know this is coming. Yeah. But I know what D'Amico is saying. And I took what he said there. If I were a Texan fan, I would take what he said there as a positive, and here's why. Is that I think there was a perception during the season here, especially when things were going really poorly on the offensive side of the ball, that D'Amico Ryans was a little too nice, that he was a little too positive when maybe some negativity should have been the approach, and then I think it was, which then gets completely misconstrued as this guy doesn't want to win at the highest level because he's a positive coach while there's negative things swirling around. And I think it's bunk. I think it's BS, but that's out there. I was glad to see and hear D'Amico over these last couple of days, starting with the press conference after the loss to the Chiefs, and I would say carrying it all the way into his coach's show. He seems a little angry about the way things went down in Kansas City with his team.
Well, no, I think the thing, too, is that there's if you're a coach that yells and screams constantly, you lack discipline. And I believe that in my soul. And I've had all manners, and some of them are really, really good coaches, but I think you lack personal discipline because what you're doing is you're not coaching. You're whining and bitching and complaining. So it's and I always find it funny when people are like, well, this coach is afraid to tear into people. Dude, the number of coaches who are afraid to tear into people is pretty few and far between. Yeah. The guys that don't tear into guys all the time, just have more personal discipline, and they understand that there's a time and a place for it, and like especially when it comes to effort or commitment or anything like that. Yeah, then you got to go psyops on guys sometimes and know how to push their buttons and all of that. But the coach that yells and screams constantly, I just over the year, with every year as I get older, I have less and less respect for them because it's a lack of personal discipline, and it's a lack of commitment to actually coaching and teaching. So I'll never get to the point where if I don't see a guy yelling enough that I feel like, oh, he's not tough enough. Yeah. Because how tough is it to yell at somebody that you have control and power over?
That's right.
It's like, oh, yeah, extend that onto your personal life. It's really easy to yell and scream and threaten your wife, right?
Right.
It's not the right thing to do.
Yep.
And if it's high school kids, you're just an abusive D-bag.
Yes.
You're just like, these kids. You're teaching them to be soft and meek and to take abuse.
Yep.
So that's how I feel about it. Just be judicious in when you tear into people. D'Amico coaches these guys hard plenty of times.
No doubt.
Aziz Alshire has talked about how much he would chafe against D'Amico's coaching when he was a position coach because D'Amico's so demanding.
Yeah, well, I think there's some of it, too, and we're up against it. We can dig into this more later in the show. I think some of it with D'Amico, too, specific to this game, is that I think maybe he realizes and maybe sees it, maybe some of his guys don't realize, like, this might be our best chance to have gotten to an AFC title game. And I know we're talking about the Chiefs here, but they let one get out of their grip on Saturday. They had a really good chance to win that game. And D'Amico's been involved as a coach and as a player in games where missed opportunities, man. Missed opportunities. All right, Hall of Fame reveal was last night in baseball. Billy Wagner is in. I have a new rule for Hall of Fame voting in baseball, and it actually doesn't have to do with Billy Wagner. It has to do with one of his Hall of Fame classmates that's going in. I'll tell you what it is coming up next, but first...
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, coaching carousel stuff. We'll do that in the next segment. First, Billy Wagner is he's in the Hall of Fame. I was really, really happy to see this. I've been rooting for Billy Wagner to get in for a long, long time. It would appear that if we're talking about specific teams getting guys into the Hall of Fame, because baseball does that. Football does not. You just go in as an individual. In baseball, your plaque, you're wearing a hat from one of the teams you played for. I'm going to guess, Seth, because Billy Wagner was wearing an Astros hat during all of his availabilities last night, that he rightfully is going in as a Houston Astro. That's what I'm hoping for. And he's still got family ties to the organization. He's been, he's been around. You're right, did, but he's been traded him.
God bless Kikuchi. So I think that what if he got up? What if he got up and gave some like anti-Japanese pitcher rant or something?
That would be something.
He goes up there getting inducted with Ichiro, and he's like, "I can't believe
Kikuchi."
No, but I think that the cool thing about Billy Wagner is, and it's something that's happened with some of the. What do they call the historical inductions? The
senior committee
inductees.
Or something like that. Yeah,
well, I think what you've started to see over the last decade or so in baseball is that they kind of reappraise guys' careers now that they've got I think a better understanding of like what the stats that matter and everything. And people have realized over the course of the last decade that, man, Billy Wagner was way better than we gave him credit for while he was a player.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And he's stacked right up there. And even with simple things like strikeouts just weren't valued as much as they should have been back in the day. And he was a strikeout machine. But then when you get to the Jaws advanced stat and all of that, he's right up there with all the other relievers that are in the Hall of Fame. So it's been kind of a slow build of intellectual arguments almost for why he should be in the Hall of Fame.
It used to be called the Veterans Committee. Now it's called the Era Committees, and they evaluate
the
Era Committees. So Billy Wagner, thankfully, didn't have to go through that process. But had he not gotten in this time around, that would be the process to get in the next time around. So he's going in with CC Sabathia, who got 86.8% of the vote, and Ichiro Suzuki, who got 99.7% of the vote. There is one guy out there, don't know who it is, maybe his name has been revealed, I don't know. One person didn't vote for Ichiro. My rule that I proposed last night on social media, Seth, if you are the one guy that doesn't vote for a guy who gets into the Hall of Fame on the first ballot, you should have your voting rights taken away from you. If you're the one,
it doesn't seem very democratic. Though,
it's not a democracy. It's, it's not the government. It's the Hall of Fame. We can do what we want. I feel like that person. I feel like that, and I'm part of this is me as a Houston Astros fan and a fan of Nolan Ryan. I remember Bill Conlon not voting for Nolan Ryan to get in just because, nope. They feel that they're this gatekeeper of the first ballot Hall of Famer. You're the one guy that didn't vote for Ichiro. You're overthinking it, man. Give me your ballot. Get out of here.
I'm guessing whoever didn't vote, of the 296 voters, the one guy out of 296 that didn't vote for him had some kind of axe to grind with Ichiro's Japanese stats being rolled into some of the ways they discuss all of this.
Yeah.
I think that.
Sure.
I think that was his axe to grind. I'm guessing.
At the very least, you should be forced to do a podcast with somebody explaining yourself.
I like that. Now, sometimes the lone dissenting vote in these awards will come out, and sometimes it turns out that it was who was this? It was for the All-Star game or something a couple years ago. Somebody basically said I just screwed up on the ballot. I just didn't. I checked the wrong box on the ballot or something like that.
It might have been a postseason award, like somebody got all the votes for the MVP. We got to go find that during the break. This is going to kill me. I remember the instance that you're talking about. They're like, I just filled it out wrong. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
I would say an encouraging thing for Astros fans to come out of the Hall of Fame voting, Seth, is that Carlos Beltran I think he's in his third go-round trying to get in. He is continuing to ascend closer to induction at 75%. He's at 70.3% right now. 75 is what you need to get in. It doesn't look like the voters have really been hardcore holding against Carlos Beltran the cheating scandal with the Astros, which he was by many accounts one of the masterminds behind it.
Yeah.
Right?
He was the guy that said you guys are way behind in your pitch stealing strategies. Reportedly, that was what he said.
Yeah. So I say that I say it as a positive, not because not because I'm rooting for Beltran to get in. I'm thinking more about Altuve eventually.
Well, and this is where it's good that they pared down the number of voters a few years back. There used to be, it was bloated. The number of voters was bloated, and a lot of it was people who weren't even actively covering the sport anymore. Whereas now it's at least theoretically that it's a more engaged bunch of voters.
Yep.
I think it does very much seem like within baseball, very few people give a damn about it anymore. Like almost to the point where, you know, when I see people asked about it in interviews, when players are asked about it, they kind of I remember always Dan Patrick asking Joey Votto about Altuve, and Joey Votto was like, what the hell are you talking about? The guy's awesome. Dan Patrick asked something like, isn't it going to be kind of weird if he's standing out next year, if you're on base and you're standing next to him or something? Are you gonna say something to him? And Joey Votto was like, no, he's incredible. Joey Votto's as intellectual a guy as there is out there. Yeah. But that seems to be more than not, like when a player makes the news about commenting on it, it's like some jackass minor league call-up that's just trying to make a wave or something.
Oh, yeah.
But it's very rarely the guys who are actually made players.
I'm trying to remember the name. Someone will text in. Remember the pitcher in the I think it was in the White Sox
the kid
series?
who's from Houston.
Yeah.
I'm blanking on it.
Yeah, and he said, and then they lit him up. They lit him up.
There was a kid from the White Sox, right?
Yeah, it was a White Sox pitcher. Yeah. I'm sure someone will text in with a name. The name escapes me right now. So congrats to Billy Wagner for getting in, and Ichiro Suzuki and CC Sabathia. That's interesting you bring up the voting getting pared down. We'll have to ask Lopez this later if he's in today.
No, he's not on it anymore.
That's what I was going to say. Was he one of the ones that got pared down out of there?
The criteria turned into like a lot of like you're actively like covering a team, or just you have to be putting out certain number of published articles or something. I don't know.
Lopez got people angry back in the day because he voted for Jim Deshaies on his Hall of Fame as a player, not as a broadcaster. As a broadcaster, I think there's an argument for Deshaies as a broadcaster. He's really, really good. But yeah, no, he voted for Jim Deshaies as a player. I'm guessing it was so he could write some sort of column about it. I don't remember all the nuance around it. I don't even know if I was living here when he did it. But we'll have to ask. If Lopez was able to get his truck out of the ditch from yesterday, and he's here. I don't know if he's here. His truck slid into a ditch near his house yesterday. Couldn't get up the hill. So
I'm gonna start putting a winch on all of my vehicles. I got stuck with my child out in the middle of the woods a few summers ago in a Ranger, and I didn't have a winch on it, and I felt like less of a man that I had to wait. I had to call my brother-in-law up and have one of his buddies came out and with a winch on his and pulled me out. A winch goes along, and then you can rescue people. You know, they drive in when there's flooding here in Houston, which occasionally happens. Yeah. You can drag somebody out with your winch.
Oh, you're a hero.
It's a badass thing to have.
Yeah, no, you may as well be wearing a cape for those people when you come driving.
Clear the road when there's a fallen
tree.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. All right. Coaching carousel. It stopped in one place yesterday. It's reportedly stopped and about to close a deal with another head coach here. And one of them is Aaron Glenn. Man, Aaron Glenn, this podcast, he did a podcast interview with The Pivot before this season. It's some old footage, but I hadn't seen it yet. And if you can't root for Aaron Glenn, you're un-American, I would say. Aaron Glenn on his story of where he is about to get to in New York. We'll get to that and a whole lot more on the coaching carousel coming up next. But first, West Point, Lincoln of Sugar Land.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so I put up a poll earlier. We'll do an early peek into some of the results. Seth had me put up a poll on my Twitter timeline earlier this morning. If you want to go vote, you can. But which position group would you get most excited about if the Texans attacked it in free agency? Wide receiver, interior O-line, and tight end. Those are the three choices.
I didn't see the results yet. I did look at your tweet and read the some of the replies.
Yeah.
I was most dismayed at the person that asked, "Where's O-line?" Because the second choice was interior offensive line.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to say. I questioned the validity of the results, given that guy probably voted.
He definitely falls in the error margin for sure. Yeah.
I'm gonna guess you had an opinion different than mine. You felt like our listeners and your Twitter followers would be too stupid to say offensive line.
Okay, I didn't say that at
that's
all.
Exactly your words.
That's not what I said.
You said they're too dumb to think that. Where I thought that, like, no, I think people that follow you on Twitter or people that listen to this show are dialed in, and I think more than you might expect are going to say O-line over tight end or wide receiver. I'm going to say 55% of people said interior offensive line.
We'll check at 8:25. That's when we're going to take a look. I'm going to give people a chance to opine if they're just now finding out that this poll exists. So we'll do that. We'll do that in the next segment. The coaching carousel. So far, there have been 7 openings in this go-round here. It usually falls anywhere from 5 to 9 or 10. So we're right in the middle. Mike Vrabel was the first job to get filled, and the least surprising, I guess, right? Like they.
Yeah. I think it seemed like preordained almost that the whole lot of like, wait, why didn't you just do this last year when you had the chance? I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
I was skeptical because I've got kind of a knee-jerk like, hey, don't just try to roll back the past and just redo the same thing. But it does. Look, Vrabel's an established and proven head coach.
Yeah.
I think he's done some impressive things as a head coach. I think it makes a lot of sense.
They're not straying away from the past as they fill out a staff there. Josh McDaniels is going back as the offensive coordinator, which I think is got a young quarterback. He did a really good job with Mac Jones a few years back with the Patriots, Seth, and Drake May. I think he'll do a good job with Drake May there probably. So we'll keep it moving. Chicago hires Ben Johnson to be their next head coach. Dan Orlovsky had this to say on ESPN yesterday about hiring offensive coaches versus defensive coaches.
We don't have a lot of evidence in the NFL, specifically over the last maybe 6 or 7 years, where a team and an organization has a young quarterback and they go chase the offensive-minded head coach, and it works. Okay, like we're way too in love with that in the NFL, and that's what gives me a little bit of hesitation on this one. The only one that I could sit here and say we could claim as a victory, a win, a good, is when the Rams went and got Sean McVay for Jared Goff after his rookie season. And they also moved on from Jared at some point, okay? Like Mike McDaniel and Tua, we can have the conversation of. Zach Taylor and Joe Burrow, maybe have the conversation of. But the ones that we've seen actually work with some of these young, talented quarterbacks are Sean McDermott and Josh Allen, a Harbaugh and a Lamar Jackson, a C.J. Stroud and a DeMeco Ryans, a Dan Quinn and a Jaden Daniels. We actually have a lot more evidence recently of the defensive-minded head coaches it actually working out better for the young quarterback.
Okay, this is where sports commentary is at its dumbest and most meat-headed. It's in acting like there's any such thing as trends or an appropriate game plan for like what type of coach you should hire and for a specific situation. Ultimately, what it comes down to is who's the actual best head coach and can that guy find the right coordinators and what have you. Okay, you're just going to leave Andy Reid completely out of this? Right. Is Pat Mahomes too old now to be considered one of the recent guys that is a young quarterback that had an offensive-minded head coach? Andy Reid's also a really good head coach, and yes, he's an offensive-minded guy. So this is the other. Usually, I rail against people that insist it has to be an offensive-minded head coach. The answer to that isn't that no, you got to be just as stubborn and bullheaded, and it has to be a defensive-minded head coach. I genuinely feel like Dan Orlovsky is just trying to be contrarian here. That it's like okay, what. Because I agree with some of what he's saying. Yeah. I think the problem is that, the dream of, getting the offensive coordinator and making him the head coach, then you've got this long, red carpet of greatness laid out in front of you where you'll have the same coach with it. People get too enamored of that dream, and they forget that, first and foremost, you're hiring a head coach. You got to get a guy that can actually – there's a lot of offensive coordinators out there like Josh McDaniels, who just simply probably aren't good head coaches, but they're good offensive coordinators. But it's not like it should be anything that prevents you from hiring an offensive-minded coach if you think he's also going to be a good head coach.
I think my biggest takeaway from what Orlovsky just said there, because I'm with you, Seth, I think it's way too big of a generalization to say this way is better than that way because these 5 guys are succeeding. It's such a small sample.
Well,
The league is a small. The league itself is a small sample. There's 32 teams. Like any sort of trend like that in business, you're talking about. You want 10,000 samples of it before you say this is what a trend is. To me, the only thing that hiring an offensive head coach versus a defensive head coach affords you, the only advantage, is continuity. Is that you always know that you're never going to have to go hire an offensive coordinator. If it's a guy that's doing the Mike McDaniel, Andy Reid play call, if they're the play caller, I'm assuming Ben Johnson's going to be the play caller in Chicago, especially because he's bringing the O-line coach with him from Detroit, who's probably not ready to call plays yet. That's the only thing it affords you is you know that your young quarterback is going to have the same voice in his ear. And, oh, by the way, there's no guarantee that voice is a good voice as a head coach. You may be a good play caller. So that's the only thing it saves you by hiring an offensive head coach that calls plays versus a defensive head coach that will have to probably hire a new offensive coordinator every few years. It saves you some time in the hiring cycle.
I think the danger is in overweighting, because I think it is an aspect and it's a factor, but it's overweighted, I think, in people's minds.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
So it's way overweighted, and it's overweighted when you insist it has to be an offensive-minded head coach because you're ignoring Belichick and Tomlin or Bill Cowher. You're ignoring John Harbaugh. You're ignoring, we'll go back to Marv Levy, all these guys who are offensive-minded head coaches. But then by the same token, you can't ignore Andy Reid. You can't ignore Tom Coughlin, who is more of an offensive-minded guy.
Yep.
Like it's so hard to find a good head coach that to use that one thing, like what side of the ball does he coach? Hey, Andy Reid is a head coach. You know what? It's very rare that you find guys who are offensive line coaches who go on to be good head coaches.
Yeah.
All right, shouldn't have hired Andy Reid.
Yep.
You can find every single great head coach. You can come up with a list of 10 really, really relatable and logical reasons for why it wouldn't work out.
Yeah.
There's reasons for why it won't work out all over the place because the vast majority of them don't work out. So Yeah, if you think that you shouldn't hire an offensive-minded head coach, I think you're overgeneralizing it. The same way as if, like with Caleb Williams, if you said you have to hire an offensive-minded head coach, I think you're overweighting it there.
Yep.
I'm really surprised that he wouldn't even acknowledge that, like, okay, yeah, we do have to accept that Andy Reid has been pretty good for Pat Mahomes.
Kind of,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, like it's, come on, what are we doing here?
Andy Reid has been pretty good for Pat Mahomes, but I would also add to that they've been able to win these Super Bowls, remain a Super Bowl contender despite the offense not being elite like it was at the beginning of Mahomes' career, because he made a good hire on the defensive side of the ball.
Because he's a good head coach.
He's a good head coach who has a good eye for talent, for coaching talent.
Yeah, they haven't been a really, really good offense the last couple of years.
That's right.
And yet they're still winning Super Bowls and in contention for it.
Yep. Looks like Aaron Glenn is going to get this Jets job. These are some great anecdotes. I know this is an old podcast. I hadn't seen it till yesterday. Aaron Glenn telling the story of his wife telling him to get into coaching.
Man, I owned 8 restaurants from 2008 to 2011. All right, you guys right there called Frenchies in Houston. Yeah, I actually owned 8 of them at one point. And they were doing well. Man, I actually had one in the Texans Stadium. All right, I had one right across the street, right from the Texans. So the players used to always come over and eat. Man, it was like a club on Sundays. All right, it was good and it was doing well. So, man, I'm at home. It's probably 2010. I'm at home and I'm watching SportsCenter or something like that. And man, I am cursing the TV out. I'm watching somebody play, and I'm just cursing the TV out. They should have done this. They should have done that. All right, and my wife's in there, and she was like, AG. I'm like, what? She said, go coach.
Right.
I'm like, wow. What do you mean? She said, listen, it's cool you doing your restaurant thing, right? And you like that, but you love ball. You love ball. And, man, when I tell you a weight was off my shoulders after that, because I was like most guys, coming out, man, I have to be this big-time businessman. I have to sit behind a desk wearing a suit and tie. And, man, that wasn't me. And I'm doing something that I liked, but I didn't love. And I want to make sure if I do something, man, my heart got to be in it. And once she told me that, I jumped right in it, man.
Chicken was really good, though.
That's really interesting because Aaron's one of those guys when he was a player that he had some business interests while he was a player, and usually you worry about guys like that because you worry that they're spreading themselves out too much, except for the guys that actually can handle that. Like Aaron was always a guy that was he's so dialed in, and he pays so much attention to detail and doing things the right way that, if anything, for guys like him, it was probably good for him to have multiple business interests because it just kept him occupied, and he could just always had something to take his mind off of football. The vast majority of guys are like, they're playing pretend businessman, and it's bad for him because it takes focus away from the football. Right. Aaron was just wired differently. And I remember talking to him, it was probably right around the time he was making that transition and he got back into coaching, where he had a plan in place and a process. At that point, I think when he first got back into it, at some point in that process, he wanted to maybe be on the front office side of things. And again, talking about how, I think he wanted to be the intellectual guy, and he wanted to be, like what he was. He's just like, he's almost like I almost picture Aaron. This is going to sound like a weird compliment. He was like a moral version of Gus from Breaking Bad.
Gus
just completely buttoned up and everything. Yeah. He was, how Gus from Breaking Bad, whatever exterior that he presented to the world, that's what Aaron actually was.
Right.
Like, drive a Volvo, you're
owned a
proper
chicken
and
place.
You do things all the right, yeah. So, yeah. Exactly.
He owned a chicken place.
He was like a moral Gus, and but it just wasn't him. His lie that he was living was like, no, at heart, dude, you're a blue collar football guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you got to remember Aaron's story too. Aaron, I've told you before, and now that he's a head coach, I guess I could tell you. I have never said the name behind this guy. When he was a player, I remember having a conversation with him, and it blew my mind that he wasn't, because he was a football star in high school, he got away with a lot and didn't, like, academically wasn't really paying attention all that much and everything. And he didn't. I think he was Prop 48, which blew my mind when he was telling me this, because he was like one of the most intelligent, mature players I'd ever seen. He was one of these guys that kind of had a moment in his freshman year in college where he realized, like what? Wait, what the hell am I doing? Like, this isn't who I am. And he just. It's not like he had to turn it around or anything. He just hadn't been held to a high standard. Right. Because he was a Texas high school football star.
That's right.
So he started holding himself to a higher standard.
Yeah, man.
And I think in him wanting to be that businessman and everything, I could see where maybe that was a little bit of the chip on his shoulder of like, no, I'm not a dumb jock. Yep. I'm gonna be this guy. And so it's cool because he got to go through that transition of maybe really discovering who he actually was, hey, it's okay to be a football guy. Yes. I'm just going to be a super smart Gus version of a football guy.
To your point earlier about, like, looking at the front office maybe or coaching, he actually talked about that. The main thing he wanted to do, he wanted to start at the bottom and experience everything on the way up.
I didn't stick my toe in the water to see if it was cold. I jumped right on in there. Right, and I scouted, in-house scout with the Jets a couple of years, then I went on the road. I was driving for hours, right, college scouting. Then I went right to being an assistant DB coach. I did my QC thing because I want to make sure I didn't miss one step. I want to start from the bottom. I told everybody I was there, don't treat me any different than anybody else, right? Because I want to understand everything there is about the scouting process. I want to know everything about being a QC. I want to know everything about being an assistant coach, all right, to a lead DB coach, to a defense coordinator I am right now, right? And I'm hoping to be a head coach at some point. So I didn't want to miss one step, so you can't tell me that I haven't seen it.
Yeah, QC is quality control for those who don't know.
Yeah, and that's that's because when we originally got into it, when I talked to him, I think his goal was he wanted to be a GM of a team, and he just I think it probably got more and more into just, hey, man, I love coaching football, being around the guys and everything, and he was always he was a really good mentor to younger players. I remember one time in the locker room, some young defensive back had bought a car that he shouldn't have bought. And Aaron was like sarcastically yelling, spend it, yeah, young buck, spend that money. And kind of ridiculing him for spending way too much.
It wasn't Glenn Earl, was it? It wasn't Glenn Earl.
No, it definitely wasn't Glenn Earl.
Good.
I think Glenn was the guy that also wanted to be a businessman to the point where I would be like, hey, maybe focus on football a little bit. I think he was doing like an internship at Lehman Brothers or something.
Yeah.
And you saw what happened to Lehman Brothers. Great job, Glenn Earl. Yeah.
I blame Notre Dame for that. Oh, man. Yeah, Aaron Glenn, man, just watching that podcast, man, you can't help but root for that guy. I know Texan fans already root for him, how great he was here.
He's got so many common traits to D'Amico that I'm really glad to see him get that opportunity because he took a longer route and path to it. But I feel almost every compliment I would give D'Amico, I'd give to Aaron Glenn as well.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we're going to check in on the poll that I put up. The texts weighing in on the mere mention of the poll I put up earlier. If the Texans are going to dip their toe into free agency, which position group would excite you the most that they're attacking? Wide receiver, interior O-line, or tight end? We'll check in and see what the early results are. Was what I surmised about our audience accurate when it comes to shiny new toys at the wide receiver position? We'll find out. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Beck's Prime. They were.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. So I put up this poll a little bit earlier at Seth's request, and it's a simple one as we dig into the Texans offseason here. Pender poll for Texan fans. 686 votes in. Which position group would excite you the most if the Texans addressed it in free agency? Hashtag titillation. I got to hit that hashtag and see what else pops up under the hashtag titillation. But at any rate, so my prediction on this, when I put this up, and I think I said this off the air to you, Seth. I don't think I said it on the air. Well, before I give my prediction, I don't want to poison the waters with your guess here. You like to guess at these. You've not looked nor voted in this.
I suspected that most people would think interior offensive line.
Yeah.
So if given the choice of wide receiver, interior offensive line, or tight end, what would they get most excited about? I thought it was going to be interior offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
You said, and I'll paraphrase, people are too dumb to know that. And I was like, I don't know, Sean. I feel like our listeners and your Twitter followers are actually pretty intelligent. And because of that, I think that they'll – at the time I said 55%.
Yeah.
We'll choose interior offensive line.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at the results, but I did look at some of the replies. I'm going to guess that it's 70% offensive line, interior offensive line.
70%, no. Actually, even higher than that.
Oh, wow.
Much higher than that. Yeah,
wow.
yeah.
People are way smarter, and by that I mean they think like me, than I even gave them credit for.
I completely underestimated the intellect of my Twitter followers and by proxy, the listeners to our show. Check this out, because my prediction off the air to you, Seth, was tight end's going to be an afterthought. I like putting it in there because you got more choices, but only 5% of the people said tight end. So I was right on that. I thought interior O-line and wide receiver, I didn't think they would split evenly the rest of the votes, the other 95%. I did think interior O-line would win, but it would be by a much smaller margin than this. 5% for tight end, 13.2% wide receiver, 81.8% of the people voting in this poll, we're up over 700 now, people are voting in it as we speak, nearly 82% of the people are this upset over the interior of the offensive line. And let me tell you, like, interior line, this is an everyday fan observation about football. Yeah. This is not an X's and O's observation. If there are any opinions on the interior of an offensive line by the average football fan, and this is not me calling people stupid, it's because it's bad. People rarely recognize game to game, boy, our guards and centers are getting it done. You know, just like it's just not. It's one of those things.
Unless it's a phenomenal rushing attack or something like that.
They went for 300 yards on 50 carries, and they road graded them. But for the most part, interior offensive line is one of those jobs like officiating. If you don't know the names of those guys, they're more often than not they're probably pretty good. Yeah, they're probably pretty good at their job. That it's this lopsided for the interior of the offensive line is, on so many layers, an indicator of how awful it was this year. Not just that it's a want, but that so many fans that they feel this strongly about. That they feel this strongly juxtaposed to two needs that are pretty acute needs for the Texans. Honestly, like tight end and wide receiver are not set by any means with this team.
No. I think there's a couple things at play. One is that the Texans have had 2 divisional round games now in a row where interior pass rush has been a real problem. Yeah. C.J. Stroud has faced pressure right up the middle. And it's been one of the things that lost you the game in both of these last 2 seasons. Well, lots of things lost you the game in the Ravens game. And then the other is that, look, we've already been through seeing that it's not so simple to just add a big-name wide receiver to the mix, and then it's just going to be an aerial assault.
Right.
Because if you don't have the foundation built, then you can't take advantage of all those receivers. So I'm guessing, even to take this poll one step further, I think a lot of people probably have an appetite for, like, man, look, there have been some really good late first-round and second-round picks at wide receiver in the last few years. And the Texans are picking 25th right now. Mm-hmm. Whether it's picking a wide receiver at number 25 or trading up in the second round, or whatever it might be, I think there's an appetite for that. But then also, this year especially, I think it's rare that you see pretty routinely in a lot of the offseason free agency rankings, Trey Smith, the guard for the Chiefs, is on PFF. He's the number 2 ranked free agent right now. Like you could go out and get yourself a Trey Smith and just go ahead and spend big money on a guard. People would be all about that. And it's going to come with a new offensive line coach, perhaps with a new offensive coordinator. And it feels like, if the Texans had simply been able to consistently run the ball this year, things might have been a lot different. Yep. You might have been able to unlock the potential of those wide receivers and everything else. Yeah. And not to mention unlock the potential of Joe Mixon.
Well, the last 2 years, to your point, the Texans are picking 25th in the draft. And the last couple of years, that 20-ish through end of the first round has been a real sweet spot for wide receivers. And a lot of these guys are getting on the field and contributing. Now, last year, Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors, Roma Dunze, they were all gone by pick 9. But Brian Thomas was really – I know Ocho's ready to drive off the road that I'm mentioning this here because he wanted Brian Thomas. Yeah. Ocho, a loyal texter to the show. Brian Thomas maybe should have been a Pro Bowler this year. He got picked 23rd by the Jags. Xavier Worthy got picked 28th by the Chiefs. Look what he's done for them. It's not been a Pro Bowl or anything, but boy, is he a weapon for them. If they were to get a weapon equivalent of Xavier Worthy with the 25th pick in this coming draft, with that level of speed, Xavier Worthy's the fastest receiver in the history of the Combine. Ricky Pearsall was a guy that C.J. Stroud himself wanted really badly. He went 31. Xavier Legette, who would have been amazing to have here for the press conferences alone, at 32. Keon Coleman did some things for the Bears, or for the Bills, I should say. Lad McConkey at 34.
Oh.
Right? Yeah. So, that last year was a sweet spot. The 2 years ago, 2023, that was the year where 4 wide receivers went in a row from 20 to 23. There were no wide receivers drafted in the top 20, but then at 20, Jackson Smith and Jigba. 21, Quentin Johnston. 22, Zay Flowers, Pro Bowler. 23, Jordan Addison, really good. That is, you're absolutely right, Seth. Wide receiver is a position, and there's so many of them now with the way the college game has evolved, that you get the right one who can grasp the playbook early, you can get them on the field early, and they can make an impact.
I think the other part of it, too, is, the thing that, like Trey Smith for the Chiefs, the reason that he would be extra appealing given this specific situation is that, I think probably a lot of fans maybe at this point just are skeptical of Nick Casario's ability to draft interior offensive linemen. Mm-hmm. But then, B, they gave Shaq Mason a nice contract, and he's an older guy who's showing every bit of his age. Yeah. Trey Smith is 25 years old, and it will be 25 next season. Like that's something you can look at and think, all right, he's an established player. He's a good pro. If you get a good offensive line coach in here, if the offensive coordinator knows what he's doing in establishing a run game, then this could be a way bigger elixir than a guard typically is. So I think I am proud as hell to be part of a fan base that recognizes the importance of a left guard or a guard in general, left guard, right guard, wherever he goes. I'm cool with that.
I am too. Honestly, it feels like they're a little smart for their own good. Certainly smart enough to intimidate me, the not-so-smart guy that wouldn't have minded a wide receiver that they go after.
The frustrating thing about this offensive line group is that I'd say about once a week we'll get somebody asking, like, how come the Texans won't invest in offensive line? And you have to remind them that they have invested heavily in that offensive line. That offensive line represents several first-round picks. You spent 2 for Laramie Tunsil. Yep. And they're one of the highest-paid offensive line groups in football. Yep. It's like they've invested resources in that offensive line, and it just has not worked out.
Titus Howard, in his media session in the open locker room on Monday after the loss to the Chiefs in the playoffs, didn't seem quite as married to having to play right tackle moving forward. Here's what Titus Howard had to say when he was asked about positions for next year.
I'm excited. I'm a ball wherever I be at, so whether it's right tackle, left guard, my goal is to be the best player I can be wherever I'm at on the field. So this offseason I'm going to train, I'm going to get better. I want next year to be an even better season than it was for me this year. I want to play more games. I missed 1 game this year, I want to be able to play all the games next year. So, my goal is to, attack this offseason and try to make myself, a better version of myself than I were this year, next year, so I can help the team win more games.
All right.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, being next to his buddy, Laremy Tunsil, and them doing some genuinely good things in the run game in the playoffs, even while Titus still showed that, man, he's not a polished guard whatsoever. And he'll need to work at it. But I do think that he has the potential to be a really, really good left guard. I don't know what his potential really is to be an awesome right tackle. I think he's got a genuine chance to be part of a formidable group, because Laremy Tunsil, to his credit, even though he frustrates the hell out of me in the run game, he got better as a run blocker, and he showed that he was committed to it. And, he's getting late in his career to kind of change himself as a player, but he showed that he was willing to do it. And I think he kind of bought in a little bit more than he had before. So I am open to that combo at left guard and left tackle being more of an all-around force when you talk about not just pass protection but the run game as well. I think they could build on that. So, Titus, whether it's left guard, right guard, depending on who they pick up, there's some potential there.
Texans Cap had a really good summary of how the Texans can kind of manage this offensive line situation in the offseason here. And ultimately, the two big moves, and Texans Cap, for those who don't know, you can get him on Twitter at Texans Cap. Really good follow if you're into the contract stuff. Like, this time of year is a great time to follow him because of free agency and everything. But he kind of goes through what the ramifications would be cap-wise to just eject from the Shaq Mason situation, like get rid of Shaq Mason and moving Titus over to left guard. Now, the interesting thing he has baked into that, the latter move, Seth, the Titus Howard to left guard, is he's got a pay cut baked in there for Titus, where the team goes to Titus and says, hey,
oh, really?
It's $18 million for the upcoming season. That's a lot for a left guard. I would be interested to see, if that conversation. I don't think if it didn't come to fruition, I don't think we'd ever find out if that conversation even took place. But if it were to take place, how does Titus take that?
That's always a tricky thing, because it's hard to manage that sometimes, because this is what'll happen too, is sometimes guys are on board with it at first, but at some point, all of a sudden, you're not on board with it.
Yep.
Like, a guy will be like, yeah, cool, I get it. Yeah, it makes sense. But then something rubs you the wrong way, and you start to feel a little put out, or you're playing better, and then you expect more. So teams have to be very, very careful about – a lot of times you're offering a pay cut almost as a way to get a guy to cut himself, so that if he refuses the pay cut, then all right, well, then we can cut. All right, well, we gave you the opportunity and whatever. It's way dicier than it might seem on paper.
And Texans Cap acknowledged that. He said this is a game of chicken, basically. Is it a game of chicken worth playing?
I told you it happened to me, and it happened to me later in my career, and it's easier to do when somebody's later in their career, because then guys are. They can, if it's a mature guy, he kind of sees the writing on the wall. He understands that the market out there isn't going to be the same. Those guys tend to be, if it's a guy that doesn't think there's another huge payday in it for him, then it's a lot easier to pull off. But I like Rick Smith tried it with me, and I've heard Rick Smith cite and talk about the danger in offering a guy a pay cut before, and I think he's probably thinking about me as one of the lessons he learned. Mm-hmm. The problem was that when he did it with me, they had already, they had played some weird, stupid head games with me during training camp. Yeah. So it was like, they offered me the pay cut, and I was at the point, because of the crap they had pulled during training camp, where I was like, I said, I told my agent, tell them to go bleep themselves.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how he phrased it, but I refused the pay cut, because I was like, no, I'd rather you cut me. You guys are D-bags. The way it was a chicken bleep operation, the way they were handling it. Mm-hmm. They were trying to it was like they were trying to beat down my self-esteem and then offer me a pay cut.
He made you third string, right? They didn't.
What's that?
They bumped.
They had me running scout team. Yeah. I was in my 10th year in the NFL. They had me running scout team during training camp and stuff. It was all this stuff where I'm like, all right, guys, I see what you're doing. No, I'm not going to be your sucker.
Right.
Are you going to try to sell me a timeshare after this? So I knew that I knew full well that I would probably make less money than the pay cut they were offering me, but I was like, I don't need the money that much to be a party to all this crap.
Yes.
and then they didn't cut me.
Right.
So yeah, I was
won.
jaded after that because I was like, oh, you tried to play head games with me. You lost in the head games.
Yeah.
How little do you think of me in my brain that you tried to pull this crap with me?
Right.
So there's a way you got it. You got to. It's really hard to pull off.
Yeah.
And you can't do it. It was Rick Smith's first year as a GM.
Right.
Richard Smith was a defensive coordinator, the two dicks, as I like to call them.
Yes.
And they had no idea how to pull it off. They were idiots about it.
Man.
They were just Rick Smith. I give an excuse because it was his first year as a
Rookie
GM.
Yeah.
Richard Smith is just a bad person.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We had a would you for the Rockets last week, a trade. I think Seth and I were both in on that one. This one might require a little more personal bargaining. A would you mega trade for the Rockets? Would you do this one, Rocket fans? We'll talk about that coming up next.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I'm assuming we're on for the Cavaliers and the Rockets tonight over at Toyota Center. I'm assuming the airports are opening back up, that travel has been somewhat alleviated to the extent that we get NBA basketball. And the Cavaliers, this just in, are really, really good at professional basketball. This should be a fun night over at Toyota Center tonight. The NBA trade deadline, we're under a month, I believe, away from the NBA trade deadline. The Rockets, it seems like, Seth, in all these articles that talk about the trade deadline coming up, that talk about teams that were, probably viewed coming into the season as, if not like elite contenders, at least ones that were going to hang around because they got star players on the team. But we saw an article about Phoenix last week where, they're kind of hanging around the play-in right now. Could they blow it up in Phoenix if Kevin Durant does what he likes to do from time to time, which is agitate for a trade? The Golden State Warriors got beat by 40 on Monday, on MLK Day, in Boston. A 40-point loss. They got dominated wire to wire. Now, the Celtics are one of the best teams in basketball, but a 40-point loss is a 40-point loss. And Golden State right now is right where the Rockets finished last season, at 500 on the outside looking in of the play-in in a stacked Western Conference right now. So Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo has an article, and the title, the headline, "The Warriors need to blow it up!" ! Why it's time to trade Steph Curry and Draymond Green. And he explains, and I thought explained very well, like, speaking of Boston, like, this is kind of the stage the Celtics were at about 12 years ago, where they had Garnett and Paul Pierce, and, who were still good players at the time, but they were clearly descending. And they made a trade, Danny Ainge did, that was very controversial in Boston at the time, where they traded Garnett and Pierce for just a treasure trove of picks from the Brooklyn Nets. Yeah. And two of those picks became Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. And, and they've been a really good team. They're the defending champs, and they've been really good. They don't make that trade. These championship-level Celtics teams do not exist. So the gist of the article is encouraging Golden State to do the same with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. Yeah. And the Rockets are heavily involved in the fantasy trades that are being proposed here.
But you didn't lay out the trade.
I've not
right?
yet. No.
Okay.
I've not yet.
I'm all for making a move. I'm not exactly sure that this is the move that I've got an appetite for, and even before Sean presents it, it has zero to do with any kind of my historical animosity for the centerpiece of this trade.
Well, we should point out that both Steph Curry and Draymond Green are under contract this season, next season, and the following season. Steph Curry's 37 years old. He's going to be 40 when this contract's up. Draymond's 35. Like, that happened quick. These guys getting into their late 30s, and Steph Curry's scheduled to make $59 million next year and $62 million the following year. So these are things, they'll make the finances work. There's an individual trade for each, and then there's one mega trade that Kevin O'Connor proposes here. The individual trade for Draymond is Draymond Green and then Lindy Waters come into the Rockets for Cam Whitmore, Steven Adams, Jeff Green, and the 2027 unprotected Phoenix Suns pick and a couple of second-rounders.
Yeah, okay, this is the issue I have with this trade. It's that, and the reasoning is that, hey, the Rockets can remain elite defensively, even as Alperen Şengün is getting taxed more and more defensively with Jabari Smith Jr. out. Yep. So you bring Draymond Green in, and you'll remain elite defensively. I'm not worried about them remaining really, really good defensively. And Jabari Smith Jr. will probably be back sometime in early March. Mm-hmm. So if they're not, if they slip a little bit and they're not one of the high seeds, look, the NBA playoffs have changed a lot over the last. Just being in the tournament is what matters. I'm not worried about them remaining elite defensively. If they're trying to win a championship, I want them to be better shooters.
Yeah.
So this does very little for me. Okay. I don't. So Draymond Green, whatever issues we've had in the past, I wouldn't worry about that. It's just that I don't think that this isn't the one that does it for me in terms of trading away any young guys or offensive weaponry or anything else.
Doesn't put you over the top.
No.
Okay, how about this one? Speaking of shooting, the greatest shooter in the history of the game, Steph Curry. For Fred VanVleet, Reed Shepherd, Cocaine Curry to some, 3 firsts and 2 pick swaps. Doesn't specify if it's the Suns first. The Rockets have a lot of draft capital to use here. Their own, the Suns.
I'm giving up 3 first-round picks for old man Curry and getting rid of Cocaine Curry.
Well, you're gutting him. He becomes your point guard because you're trading Van Vliet in this deal too.
I know. But I'm just thinking about the future of Reed Shepherd.
For sure.
No, I don't want it. I don't want it. No way, no how. And not those draft, because if it's the Suns draft picks especially, no, I don't want it.
Well, if it's 3 firsts, there's definitely be a Suns pick in there for sure.
Yeah.
All right. So you're not in favor of either
Are
of
you
those?
in favor of that one?
The Steph Curry one I can see a little bit more than the Draymond Green one because they need shooting. You know, that fills a more acute need than the Draymond trade.
And I get that. And for a 1 year, let's do this. I'm very reluctant to give up Reed Shepherd. And I'm very reluctant to give up Reed Shepherd and 3 first-round picks.
The 3 first-round picks are big, not because I want them to necessarily use all those first-round picks, but that's money. That's currency.
It's currency that you can use on something that's maybe a trade that's a little bit more long view oriented.
Yeah, for someone who's not 37 years old with $150 million left on their contract. And I get it. It's Steph Curry, and if they got him, I would get excited about it. But neither of these individually. You and I are on the same page on both of these. All right, so Kevin O'Connor decides, all right, well, how about this mega trade for both of these guys? This is so much stuff I can't even process it. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Buddy Hield, and Lindy Waters. So it's basically Steph and Draymond.
Yeah.
The Warriors would get Reed Shepherd, Cam Whitmore, Fred VanVleet, Steven Adams, and Jayshawn Tate, which are, to the Warriors, those are just expiring contracts because they're not going to hang on to those guys after this year. 4 unprotected firsts, 1 from the Suns, 2 in 2029, and then the Rockets' own pick in 2031. 3 first-round pick swaps as well with the Suns, the Nets or Rockets, and then 1 with the Rockets in 2028. This is a lot.
That would give you a starting lineup of Steph Curry, Amin Thompson, Draymond Green, Alperen Şengün, and then Brooks and Jalen Green.
Yeah.
At the other guard. Boy. That looks really good. No, I'm keeping the long term in mind. This is the other issue I have with this, okay? Yes, that looks awesome on paper. But this is a mid-season trade.
Yeah.
I don't think it's just a given that all of a sudden you're going to get all of the chemistry and everything that you need to actually, because this is a move you make specifically to win a championship
100%.
This year.
Yes.
I still feel like am I too married to the guys on this squad that I'm shutting down all 3 of these trades? Am I a moron?
No. When you laid it out the way O'Connor does here in the piece about what the starting lineup would look like,
yeah, I
get way more enticed by that. But you got to keep in mind, the thing that doesn't get listed, when you look at the starting lineup, the thing you're not reminded of there is you are sending out a bleep ton. That is a lot of draft capital you're sending out.
Yeah.
And especially sending out your own picks in 2031 unprotected. We saw this. That's how Reed Shepherd wound up on the Rockets. They had an unprotected. They had an unprotected Brooklyn pick.
I feel like, I think says no to this more than anything are the GM and the head coach, just because this is the classic kind of move that gets you fired in 2027.
Yeah.
That it all comes tumbling down because you gave up the entire foundation and the future for this one stab at it. I can't. And you know what? I feel it feels ethically wrong. It feels that it almost feels like a broke down version of Kevin Durant going to the original Warriors squad. That you're like, all right, well, okay, we're bringing in these names, and I don't like it. None of it feels right. My gut tells me no on all of them.
Yeah, and yet we were both in favor of Kevin Durant coming here. I think I just like those. I think I just like the makeup of that trade better.
That trade was just less aggressive too, right?
Yeah.
It just made more sense on the sum total of it all.
Yep.
I can't remember what the pieces suggested were, but it didn't feel like you were giving up as much of your future.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Text in. What do you think? 713-572-4610. All right, earlier in the show, we had the 4 positive developments for the Texans in 2024. Now we got to flip to the other side. What have been the 4 negative developments for the Texans that they need to fix? One they might not be able to fix, but at least try to fix so they're not held back from getting to the AFC title game next year. We'll do that coming up next.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Seth was just talking about our neighbors on the 18th floor in our building.
The other day I was riding up in the elevator with a woman that had gotten something from the restaurant down in the lobby.
Yeah.
It smelled really good, so I started talking to her, and I saw that she was going to the 18th floor, one below us. And I asked, what do you guys do up there anyway? And it's one of those like WeWork type of places where you can rent individual office space.
Yeah.
So I went in and I did a little mini tour. Thinking about getting some office space down below. Yeah.
Oh, you could use that. You could do your YouTube stream from one of their little offices down there.
Or I could just work with privacy. Just that alone. Like without somebody ducking their head in every 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
You'll never find a stauncher opponent to open workspaces than me. Because even when I have workspace, like when I'm in the spare studios, if somebody ducks their head in to talk to me for 30 seconds, it ruins everything. I can't.
Noted.
It takes me like 2 hours to get back on track.
Now I'm thinking of all the times I poked my head in on Seth while he was working in the
It's
spare
not your
studio.
fault. It's a problem with me. It's too hard for me to get back on track, and I might go I'll dip into my own pocket to get myself a genuinely private office space.
I've never walked that 18th floor. I've only stopped there for people to get on the elevator. It's really nice. It's
That's what I was thinking.
Right.
Remember when Aaron Glenn was saying that that at one point in his life he wanted to be a fancy business person?
Right.
That's what I think I would feel like.
Going in there.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Look at me with my fancy office and everything.
For sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We did if you missed it earlier, if you want to rewind or go listen to the podcast, I believe it was at 7 o'clock. We did my list of the 4 most positive developments for the Texans this past season. But we got to look at the other side of the coin. We've got to look at the 4 negative developments that either need to get fixed or you need some sort of solution for. So I will start with what I think is probably at the top of most Texan fans' list, Seth, and that is just the regression offensively on the watch of Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
Bobby Slowick going from highly sought after offensive coordinator to become a head coach to basically kind of an afterthought in this hiring cycle. I think he interviewed with the Jets via Zoom the day before the divisional round, and that was it. Here was D'Amico Ryans on Monday when he was asked about Bobby Slowick's 2024 season.
I think overall with Bobby, I saw some growth, saw some improvement throughout the year.
Okay, that was the whole answer. Yes. That was the whole thing.
Saw some growth, saw some improvement, and that was it. That was the answer.
Can you imagine walking into your boss's office and you go, "How do you think I did this year?" And that was the answer. Like, I think you showed some growth and showed some improvement throughout the year. End of subject. Like hard stop right there.
I think that if we took that at face value, let's not read too far into it, because I do think that I think part of what D'Amico is that he understands his job as a coach is to do what's best for the team, and he has to set aside any personal loyalty or friendship he has with Bobby Slowick.
Yes.
It's a hard thing to do, but hey, that's football, baby. That I think maybe he's trying to take that approach as much as possible, and if he's going to do a genuine evaluation of everybody this week, that he's got to maintain that attitude. So I'm trying not to read too much into the brevity of his answer. But the growth and improvement, I agree with him there. I think that the problem is that it took way too long. I think going back to the very beginning of the season, it seemed like Bobby Slowick was almost caught by surprise that they were seeing as much cover 2 as they were.
Yes.
And they did not do any of the things that teams typically do to exploit cover 2. For one, run the ball. Should be easy. If you got any kind of a rushing offense and you're seeing cover 2, then run the hell out of the football. And then, tear people up apart underneath in the passing game. And they didn't do any of that. The quick game and the run game and any of that, really, it took until towards the end of the season in a lot of respects for some of that to show up.
Yep.
The run game didn't genuinely show up until the playoffs. And it's great that it showed up in the playoffs, but man, when you're a head coach and you're sitting there thinking about the fact that you guys you take that game against Kansas City and put it in NRG Stadium, and the Texans have a really good chance of winning that game.
Yep.
And you got to wonder, all right, I'll give you an E for effort on figuring some of these things out, but we can't wait 17 games to figure it out next year. Whatever the wrinkle is next year, it's going to be different than the wrinkle was this year.
Yeah.
Can I trust Bobby Slowick to actually get the job done, to make these adjustments?
Yeah, and the evidence, if we're just using the evidence from 2024, the answer skews more towards no than yes right now. So we'll see. We'll see if there was anything to read into that brief answer by D'Amico. He did say at the beginning of that press conference to not ask questions about staffing or players or, these are decisions that are going to get made throughout the week. It's Wednesday, so we'll see, see if anything happens here towards the end of the week with the staff. This we know, at least according to reports, Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach, will not be back. According to reports, he won't be back in 2025. I think that probably satisfies a portion of the fan base for sure. The offensive line was not good this year. All right, that was number one. Bobby Slowick going from a highly sought-after candidate to be a head coach to being just another OC in the regression of the Texans offensively. Number two, and nobody could control this one, but Tank Dell may never be the same again. There is that possibility that the Tank Dell that we saw in his rookie year, in flashes this season, particularly the actual game and play that he went out with the knee injury, we may never see that Tank again. That possibility exists. Here was D'Amico with his thoughts on Tank Dell.
We'll continue to assess Tank and see where he ends up. It's too early right now to put a timeline on it. We'll just give him time to heal and progress, see how the rehab goes.
All right. So, the ripple effects from that, not just in that game, obviously, but the emotional effect on C.J. Stroud, however you feel about that. The need that's now created at wide receiver without Tank. Like, Tank was very much a plus player for this team that did a lot of things that not a lot of humans can do, and now you got to fill that void somehow.
Right, and I think with Tank, we saw it in the first Chiefs game. Man, it looked like, oh, okay, they're starting to figure out exactly how to get the most out of Tank Dell.
Yep.
But again, it was too little, too late, and then ultimately it got cut short early in the third quarter. I don't think you can rationally expect Tank Dell to come out and be an awesome player this year. Like it was a multi-ligament bad knee injury for a guy whose calling card is his quickness, and it was late in the season. So you hope for it and it's possible, but you can't bank on it. So you gotta move on, almost like Tank Dell's not going to be available this year, and then it ends up being a bonus if he does come back. It makes me really nervous. And Sean, I think you were very good about this the entire offseason. After they traded for Stephon Diggs, you said, hey, look, you've got three guys there, but we're not sure if Tank Dell is going to be durable in the NFL. He's a smaller guy that's had multiple injuries, and Stephon Diggs is getting up there in years, and Nico Collins has his injury issues, pretty much every year. And that's the way it played out. It was rare that all three of those guys were available at the same time.
Yeah.
So especially this year, I don't think you can't look at Stephon Diggs at 31 years old coming off of an ACL or Tank Dell as guys that, even if they're on the team, that are going to be just like genuinely menacing threats.
Yeah.
You got to go out and try to find something different.
They wound up in the same spot they were in at the end of the season last year, which is Nico Collins, who is an elite receiver, and then a bunch of guys that really have a hard time getting open in the NFL.
Right. Yeah, and Robert Woods, again, was out there, one of the main options. And, somebody last week asked, sure, it would be nice to have Noah Brown this time of year. No, Noah Brown was injured, too. That was one of Noah Brown's issues, is he gets injured all the time. And he ended up injured this year. That's where youth – I am very much in the market for youth at wide receiver via the draft.
It makes sense.
At this point, my early handicapping would make wide receiver – a very, very heavy favorite to be taken with the 25th pick overall.
The mock drafts are going to be coming out soon. We'll see how many of the experts out there have if I had to guess, Seth, the experts, when it comes to the mock drafts coming out, are going to skew a lot like the poll that you and I put up today about what Texan fans. There's going to be a ton of offensive line. Whereas last year, when they were doing offensive line in the draft for the Texans, remember, we were canceling mock draft experts if they were putting tackle in there as an option.
Right, yeah. And now this year they'll probably not realize that Titus might actually be a guard.
And they'll,
it's going to be all flipped flopped.
Yep.
Speaking of experts,
Yeah.
it just occurred to me. I thought you said sexpert. And it feels like it's a weird thing. Doesn't it seem strange that sexpert used to be a thing, like Dr. Ruth?
Dr. Ruth,
and,
yeah.
And what's the name? The two guys that used to be on MTV. Dr. Drew and the other one.
Oh, I don't remember.
Oh, Adam Carolla. It was Adam Carolla and Dr. Drew,
yeah,
remember?
Okay. Yeah.
There were sexperts out there, but it feels like there would be. I guess there's just so many sexperts on social media.
Yeah.
That there's not like a prominent sexpert that I could think of.
Yeah, the internet's really created a lot of sexperts out there, I would say.
That's what we need to do. Is we need to start a separate sexpert podcast.
Okay,
You and me.
it's the strangest request I've ever had.
People will tune in, Sean. I guarantee.
No, they
it.
probably would. They probably would.
Call her daddy started off kind of in that vein, but she just turned into more of an all-around the podcaster.
Go where the money is, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, she's done. Yeah, she's like wildly successful.
Yes.
But she moved beyond just giving tips to the young ladies
All
on
right.
how to do things.
Oh, should Ben put that in the big book of
Big
twisted
book of
ideas?
business ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put Payne and Pendergast sexpert.
Sexpert podcast stream. Yes, thank you. All right, number 3. 4 negative developments for the Texans. Bobby Slowick regressing. Tank Dell getting injured. Dalton Schultz turning into a dud this season. And I know ultimately, like, the numbers, like the catch and yardage numbers don't, like, jump off his career page like, wow, he really wasn't that good this year. His numbers are actually fairly similar to last year's numbers in terms
As a receiver.
As a
yes.
receiver, yeah.
Yes.
But he was awful blocking this year, and it's not just that he was bad. Last year and coming into this year, Seth, a point that you had made many times when we're kind of doing the bargaining thing of having Dalton Schultz as a tight end for this team is, well, at least he's a willing blocker. He didn't even look like a willing blocker this year. He played pretty soft in that run game this season. And when it came time to protect at the worst possible times on Saturday. Now, some of that is, why do you have him in that position in the first place? That's a fair question. But the dude is getting paid $12 million a year. He needs to be a better blocker if this is what he's getting paid for.
Yeah, and it's in the run game as well. It's not just pass protection. It's fake swarm is what bothers me the most. Is that he'll mix it up with safeties and cornerbacks after they tackle him downfield. But when it comes to actually mixing it up with full-grown men,
real men,
guys his own size or bigger than him, there's just very little dog in there. I am banning any free agency acquisitions whose main leisure time activity is gaming. I don't. No offense to gamers or streamers or anything else like that. It's I don't care if I'm totally cool with guys being in their 40s and still big into gaming. I just don't want anybody that has to block anybody to be big into it.
Whatever.
It's not what I'm looking for.
Whatever filter they've been using to identify guys on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
Why is it so hard to replicate that on the offensive side of the ball?
Well, they did it with, they brought in Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon is swarm.
That's a good one. He's definitely swarm.
I think.
Yep.
I think Stephon Diggs is swarm.
I do too.
So some of the acquisitions they made were good. It's just the
line.
There's when it comes to the culture of the team, the defense is bought in hook, line, and sinker. On the offensive side of the ball, it feels much more like a hodgepodge of guys who are all in and some guys who are kind of like,
Yeah, we need less of those.
Porridge
guys.
is too cold.
This last one, number 4 on the list.
You can't eat cold porridge. You got no place on this team.
That's right, man. This last one, I think this might be the one that you and I might differ on the most. I think that I don't know that D'Amico took like a next step as a head coach in year 2. I thought the game management was shakier than it was. Man, that was one of the things that we were kind of marveling at his first year as a head coach. Is like, wow, this game management stuff seems very, very buttoned up. It seemed less buttoned up this year. The decision making seems shaky at times. I just know we criticized it a lot more.
You're just even getting the plays in on offense and all of that, and that's not directly D'Amico Ryans, but it's D'Amico Ryans is the head coach. You're not just in charge of the defense. There were operational issues on offense where it felt like they took a step backwards, and that ultimately falls on the head coach.
Yeah, this is like a meeting with the shareholders, hearing from the CEO. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like the CEO. Like, sure, the problem with the company was Jenkins over here in distribution. But you're not going to bring Jenkins into the shareholder meeting. It's the CEO that's there to answer for it.
The CEO isn't going to be like, well, hey, my forte is manufacturing and sales.
Right.
Like, distribution's not my area. No, that's your area.
You're in charge of the entire operation, and I thought game management was shakier.
Jenkins.
That's my go-to name for whatever reason. It's my go-to name for an employee that's screwing up. I don't know why.
He's a laggard, and he has been for years. I don't care who his uncle is. Get him out of here.
It's always Jenkins. I always use that for some reason. Game management shakier. They beat themselves in way too many games to my liking. They lost way too many games where no team has lost this game since 1970 when it happened like 3 or 4 times this year. And I just thought they were more mistake prone this year.
Yeah. We talked yesterday about whether they were undisciplined or not, and I guess I might be a little too sensitive because I feel like calling a team undisciplined is almost like calling them soft. But I thought about it, had some conversations with Brandy about it afterwards, and yeah, there were elements of this team that were too undisciplined, particularly on offense.
Yeah.
Now, some of that got better as the year went on. Laramie Tunsil stepped off of that path that he was on to like not just break but obliterate records for offensive penalties.
Right.
So they cleaned up some of the assignment errors on offense, but. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that they were way less disciplined than I expect DeMeco Ryan's coach team
That's
to be.
a good way to put it. Yeah, like it's just...
Which ends up being an indictment on, ultimately, DeMeco Ryan's.
Right. And this is not me saying that DeMeco Ryan... Like, I'm still very high on DeMeco. I'm much higher on DeMeco Ryan's than I am on Bobby Slowick right now as an OC. I think DeMeco is... I think he's a fantastic head coach. It's just, wow, the things that jumped out negatively really jumped off the page this year.
Right. And that's where it comes down to the head coaching side of it. Let's look at Washington, the Commanders. I think that Dan Quinn looked defensive-minded head coach. Cliff Kingsbury is his young not young. He just looks young. He's not young. He's the offensive coordinator. And I think Kingsbury is a perfect example of a guy that I think, and just from stories I heard out of Arizona, I think he needs to be an offensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. I don't think he has the ability to instill discipline on an entire team or even on his own offense when he's the head coach.
Yeah.
I think he might operate a lot differently as an offensive coordinator with Dan Quinn as his head coach. And that's where DeMeco needs to be that guy that can take a guy like Cliff Kingsbury or Bobby Slowick or whomever else and be the guy, the overseer that gets the most out of that guy. And right now, as a head coach, DeMeco didn't get that job done this year. He didn't get the most out of the offense.
Yep. All right. Speaking of head coaches, the favorite to get the Dallas job right now, is this just indicative of what it's going to be like for Cowboy fans as long as Jerry Jones is running the I couldn't believe that this was the new leader in the clubhouse for the Cowboys. I love it, being from Houston. We'll tell you who it is coming up next. But first, the Men's Tea Clinic is where I want to send you guys today.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Right, I got to be reading this. There's no way I'm reading this correctly. I'll get to this in a second. The news or the latest on the Dallas Cowboys coaching search. But we've got a bit of breaking news that does impact the Texans in that it's AFC South news.
Ooh.
Jacksonville. That's Seth trying out that's Seth workshopping our Sexpert podcast that we're going to have at some point.
Make her say, ooh, oh. Yeah. Then you know you're on the right track.
Get her as excited.
Don't switch up your technique.
Get her as excited as Seth is about Jacksonville head coaching news.
Oi!
The Jacksonville Jaguars will have to cross off the candidate that was the number one candidate, according to odds makers, for their head coaching vacancy. And that's Liam Cohen, the offensive coordinator for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, under whose watch Baker Mayfield threw 41 touchdown passes this year. Not sure if you've checked, but the Jacksonville Jaguars have a former number one overall pick, like Baker Mayfield, who did not have all that great a season, like Baker Mayfield kind of towards the end in Cleveland or in Carolina or whatever. Liam Cohen has taken his name out of the running, and I think that's good news for Texan fans.
Well, okay, so good news for Texans fans because of this. This is the story with Ben Johnson, as we, the Sexperts, will tell you. The problem with Ben Johnson, from the way the Jaguars would put it, is that he pulled out too early. And he did. He pulled out. And why? Because he didn't like Trent Baalke in the room watching him. He's like, oh, this is creepy and weird. I do not like your GM sitting over there lurking in the corner.
Right.
So Trent Baalke's the GM for the Jaguars, widely despised by the fan base, and I think people in the Jaguars organization perhaps as well, except that Trent Baalke has got the owner, Shad Khan, wrapped around his little dirty finger.
Yes.
His little shocker finger. And so the report was, this is Diana Rossini. The Jacksonville Jaguars were also interested in Ben Johnson, but I'm told the setup wasn't in line with what he was looking for in his first head coaching job. If the Jaguars wanted a serious shot at Johnson, they'd have to move on from, if they wanted to get the Johnson, they'd have to move on from or indicate a willingness to move on from Trent Baalke. They made their choice. The second part there was Michael Silver in a follow-up. So it was Michael Silver saying that Ben Johnson basically did not want Trent Baalke there. The Jaguars were not going to extricate themselves from Ben Johnson's dirty finger. Or, excuse me, from Trent Baalke's dirty finger.
That was a 90 seconds of radio right there, man. That was an impressive connecting of the dots.
So I think that people around the league are looking at Trent Baalke and his presence, and basically he's like the Pope Zaza of Jacksonville at this point. Feels like he can say and do whatever he wants with impunity,
right.
But to the point where coaches are stiff-arming the organization.
Yeah.
And the Jaguars are just there to take the stiff arm.
That's right. And I don't know if he's speaking in tongues like Pope Zaza was last Friday.
Yeah.
But so I think it's good news for the Texans. Liam Cohen, if I've said, Seth, this offseason, as far as the Texans getting threatened in the AFC South, like what's the biggest threat to the Texans? Because I think the Texans should have a stranglehold on this division for at least a couple more years here. Maybe things change a little bit when you got to pay CJ and you got to pay Will Anderson, and you're dealing with a lot of stuff a team like the Bengals is dealing with right now. All of a sudden, we can't just sign a bunch of guys like DJ Reader and et cetera over on defense. There's a balancing act going on. To me, the biggest threat to the Texans in the division is that Jacksonville finds a head coach that's able to unlock whatever they think Trevor Lawrence can be. Whatever he was at the end of the season, they actually made the playoffs with Trevor Lawrence. That was a good version of Trevor Lawrence for 7 games. So I think that's the biggest threat. The Cowboys' search for their next head coach has taken an interesting twist. We know they parted ways with Mike McCarthy. I'll be honest with you. When I saw Brian Schottenheimer's name pop up on my push notifications, this was one of the ones where I had to okay, is there a blue check mark next to this person? Oh, that's right. Anybody can get a blue check mark these days. So does it actually say Adam Schefter, or is it Adam Shuffler or something like that? Is it Brian Schottenheimer, who's been basically just he's the he's the son of Marty Schottenheimer, who was one of the best head coaches of his era. But Brian Schottenheimer's been kind of a middling offensive coordinator throughout his career.
It felt for a long time like, okay, this guy just seems to be getting jobs because his daddy is Marty Schottenheimer, and because he probably talks a good game.
Yeah.
I think he's probably the ultimate whiteboard warrior, where he's got a lot of good thoughts and ideas, but he has a hard time just getting them executed on the field. Yeah.
This is my favorite paragraph in the article in The Athletic about this development here. The Cowboys announced Tuesday night that Schottenheimer formally interviewed for the job Tuesday, and according to a team source, there's legitimate interest in Schottenheimer for the job. It is also believed that even if the head coaching job went to someone else, the Cowboys would consider Schottenheimer to continue as offensive coordinator. So he's in the building already. Yeah. Schottenheimer is. So that's why, if you're wondering, like, he's in the building already on the Cowboys staff. That, I don't know, man. Like, you're the Dallas Cowboys. That you're considering a candidate heavily who there's not enough interest around the league to extricate him from being the offensive coordinator of the Cowboys. You're not aiming high enough.
Right. No, and it's just the theme that The Athletic points out that you could kind of look at with Jerry Jones and how he's made his decisions at head coach over the years has been he just wants to go with something that's comfortable. I think he wants a good boy to be his head coach, and anytime he hasn't had a good boy like Bill Parcells, or I would put Wade Phillips in that boat, because I think Wade Phillips is very much his own man.
Yeah.
That I don't think Jerry gets comfortable when he doesn't have just a good lad that will do as he's told and just let Jerry do whatever he wants. So Brian Schottenheimer seems like a really, really comfortable, he'll be a good boy type of hire.
Nobody else is hiring him. You know what I mean? Like, nobody else is even interested in him as a head coach. So Schottenheimer would take the job just because, if for no other reason. I mean, I don't know how important money is to him. He probably has plenty of money, but it's a massive bump up in pay, and you are not getting one of those other 31 jobs around there, Brian Schottenheimer.
I think the thing with Kellen Moore would be the one that, I think a lot of people would be intrigued by, comfortable with. Dak Prescott played well under Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
Now, it took Mike McCarthy. When Mike McCarthy took over the play calling, that was when Dak Prescott really started looking better and like the best version of himself.
Yep.
So that again does feel a little bit more like a comfortable move. But also Kellen Moore is deeply wrapped up in trying to win a Super Bowl right now with the Eagles.
Yep. He's the OC for the Eagles. Yeah, Kellen Moore. I don't think Kellen Moore would be a bad hire. He was, like you said, he was with the Cowboys. He had to go to a couple other places to kind of reestablish himself. He knows what it's like to have gotten kind of knocked down a peg.
This is what annoys me about Jerry Jones, is that he continues to talk a big game about taking risks and how he changed the league and everything. It feels to me like Jerry Jones for a long time has been like a Hollywood beach movie Elvis. Elvis was rock and roll AF, early in his career, but then his manager got him to basically sucked into having to do all these stupid movies where he's singing pretending to surf and singing Christmas carols with a ukulele and everything because they were making money, and he lost a lot of respect and credibility as a musician because he was doing all this just stupid stuff. And kids, just go watch some Netflix documentaries. It's a tragedy what his manager did to him. But that's what Jerry Jones is now. He's not even Fat Elvis, because at least Fat Elvis had a little bit of an edge to him. Strung out on drugs,
right?
But it's castrated Elvis. That's what he is, and that's what Jerry Jones has been operating as a GM, like a eunuch for the past 20 or so years. It's sad and it's pathetic.
I
would say the people of Dallas deserve better, but they really don't.
No.
They got the leader they deserve.
Yeah, I'm not shedding any tears over the whole thing. Are we in for a period of Elvis analogies coming up here from you? Because I'm here for that. I'm an Elvis enthusiast.
There's a really good documentary. I think it's on Netflix right now. And one of the guys they interview in it is the one he made the movie from a few years ago about Elvis, like the docudrama about him. But they really lean into his manager, Colonel Tom Parker, and just how, in this documentary, they really put a lot more detail into it. Oh, it'll piss you off. because you're just like, you're seeing like, man, oh my God, what a waste of an incredible talent. And what they did to Elvis's career by kind of bamboozling him into these contracts that just turned him into, just like a nice fella who sings for a long time
just a
instead
shallow,
of doing like
musical puppet.
Yeah.
That's man. That's
sad.
That is going to.
It's a cool documentary though, because you see just what an incredible performer he was when he would go back to his roots and sing some of the more R&B and the gospel stuff. Because he got into gospel for a while. When he really explored the different genres, how incredible he was. It's just what a waste. Because ultimately, look, every man makes his own decisions, but like you could totally see like if Elvis had Taylor Swift's father as his guiding, as the mentor instead of Tom Parker, it would have gone completely different for him.
Yep. All right, final segment coming up, Payne and Pendergast. Executives weigh in on predictions for next season with ESPN. There's one that, if you're a Texan fan, you will not like this. I will tell you that, and that's coming up next.
Hey, the weather is,
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So Jeremy Fowler of ESPN.com, he's got a lot of contacts around the league, talks to a lot of executives, and he's able to get some of them to talk anonymously about predictions that they have for the upcoming offseason or next season in the case of this piece that's up on ESPN.com right now. He talks about several starting quarterbacks could be changing teams. The trade market could be robust again. And someone has to win the AFC South. Ha, 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 Jeremy Fowler. Very funny.
You dirty SOB.
Very funny, yeah.
You know what, Jeremy Fowler, I've got an issue with just going back to when one of the unnamed coaches or executives had once said, leading up to the draft a couple years ago, he said nobody knows what the Texans are doing. Yeah. And Fowler chose to take that in the snidest way possible, as like that guy was saying passive aggressively, like nobody knows what the hell the Texans are doing.
Right. That's how
take things. Part of that. He was part of that media fueled speculation that the Texans weren't going to draft a quarterback.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what it was. It was before the CJ draft. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. All right. That notwithstanding, he talked to some executives to make predictions here, and one of them has a high-ranking NFL official says that the Colts will end their 11-year AFC South title drought. They've not won the division since 2014. They haven't had a playoff win since 2014, they had one. It was against the Texans in 2018, just one. So I
know that because of the Pat McAfee show.
Right. So they've been in the middle of the pack for most of the last decade. They've had quarterback issues. We know that. Andrew Luck retiring that's a pretty stiff body blow right there. General Manager Chris Ballard has promised change, admitting the roster he built is, quote, not close, which is interesting because I think there are some people that think it's closer than just saying it's not close. But the Colts are always sort of close to a playoff berth. This is Fowler talking, which is the problem. They never seem to do enough to vault into a new tier, and simply running it back is not an option. Evaluators believe the Colts could become more aggressive in free agency this year, which is needed. Now, that's interesting because Ballard is not an aggressive free agency guy at all.
Yeah.
He's a build through the draft guy. Here's what the high-ranking NFL official said, and then I'll get your reaction, Seth. They've drafted pretty well, so the roster isn't barren. Adding a few more pieces and supporting Anthony Richardson could go a long way, and that division is very winnable, end quote. Bastard.
That's I know, and honestly, I'm not even just look at it objectively. It's all right, very winnable, I guess. If you think the Titans and the Jaguars are just forlorn messes, then yeah, that makes sense. I suppose that maybe you only have to beat really one contender at this point. There's only one team that you're vying to beat. But I do think it also, though, it's a little too generous an assessment of Anthony Richardson.
Yes.
I don't think there's anybody out there that thinks that Anthony Richardson right now looks like a guy who's the quarterback of the future for the Colts. If you are, you're really deluding yourself, or you just haven't watched Anthony Richardson play football. Or you just even looked at a box score.
Right.
I mean, when he looked good when he came back the second time, part of it was, they ran him more. They let him use his feet more. Guess what happened? His back seized up on him. He gets injured all the time.
Yeah.
Even if you could somehow find a way to make excuses for his sub 50% completion percentage, then you still have to accept the fact that, all right, he has to make up for that lack of throwing ability with his legs, and he is not built to do that. So I don't know why I'm even getting angry about it. I should be jubilant about it.
Yeah.
But it disgusts me that, you know what it is? It disgusts me because that's how many of these people aren't actually watching the AFC South at all, and they're weighing in on it. So, no, that guy can go die. I hope it's somebody I actually know, so I can say
high-ranking NFL official.
Yes.
I'm here to watch you at the Super Bowl walk around asking all the high-ranking NFL officials that we run into on Radio Row, are you the one?
Yeah, are you the guy that said that the AFC South was really winnable? Because I'd like you to go die.
That's right.
All right.
That's right. If I were a Colts fan, that back thing that popped up at the end of the year, that would scare the hell out of me. Well, I don't even scare the hell out of me. It would scare the hell out of me if I felt good about Anthony Richardson to begin with. There may be Colts fans that are hoping that that's an escape hatch so that the front office isn't relying on him, or the coaching staff is relying on him anymore to be the guy. But yeah, the next season it'll be interesting because the Colts, that's the only time that they've really been in position to get a quarterback in recent years. They've, to the point of this piece here, they tend to hover in that 7 and 8 win range, which is a tough spot to get your next guy.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the curse of being mediocre,
right,
is that it's whenever if there is a really good quarterback out there, you're gonna have to trade away the entire farm to get up there if it's a guy that's a genuine slam dunk of a choice.
My fear level of the Colts is not high. My fear level of the Titans right now, I'm more concerned that the Titans have the number 1 pick and that the Jacksonville might hire a guy that gets Trevor Lawrence squared away.
See, now I guess with the Colts, when you talk about fear level, I'll continue to say the same thing next year, which is I don't think Anthony Richardson is by a long shot the answer, and yet on any given Sunday, he terrifies me.
Yeah.
Because we've seen it. He's capable of making some incredible throws, and he's capable of breaking off some incredible runs. So on any given Sunday, he terrifies me. It's just that you can't have consistently winning football with a guy like that, the way he plays football. And any kind of a comparison to guys in the past is an extreme insult.
Mm-hmm.
Like to compare him to Mike Vick or somebody like that, like a young Mike Vick, it's such an insult because Vick was a much more consistent passer.
Yeah.
And especially in a different era where the expectations weren't as high. He can't consistently throw the football well. He can make some miracle circus throws, but it's like an employee who's really good at a normal job, who's really good at a presentation twice a year, but he shows up drunk the rest of the time.
Yes.
After a certain amount of time, you can't make money with that guy.
No. A couple of these are interesting as I'm just kind of scrolling down. Again, this is Jeremy Fowler getting predictions for next season from some executives around the league or high-ranking officials around the league. Jaden Daniels will make an MVP run. The Jaden Daniels, and granted, Jaden Daniels, he's still playing football, so he's got a chance to continue to make a statement in Philadelphia this coming Sunday. And I'm going to take the Eagles in that one, and I'm going to take them to cover the spread in that game. But the Jaden Daniels will make an MVP run prediction here in January, 9 months out or 8 months out from next year. This was the love CJ was getting last year. This was the same thing, like CJ Stroud. Now, Jaden Daniels has had a better rookie season than CJ did.
Yeah.
But CJ had a great rookie season. And, I think you could go back and find articles like this time a year ago, and it was CJ Stroud will make an MVP run. He was number 3 on the odds board coming into the year for the MVP. I will be very anxious to see what the adjustments are that the league makes on Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels next year.
Yeah, I think the thing that's interesting about the Commanders is that their offensive coordinator, Cliff Kingsbury, if he doesn't get a head coaching job, he's been in the NFL a lot longer as an offensive coordinator / head coach than Bobby Slowick was. And I really do think that I think Cliff Kingsbury ultimately he's going to be one of those guys that's like a Norv Turner, to go back into Washington lore. I think he's a guy who's much more of an impressive offensive coordinator than head coach. But he doesn't know that yet, and I don't know that, and other teams don't know it. But that's my suspicion. I think he's found his perfect wheelhouse right now in Washington and with that quarterback. If they retain Cliff Kingsbury, I'd be way more apt to lean into that, but I got to see who's the offensive coordinator next year.
It's so fun to watch the teams that are kind of in the muck right now point to Washington and see, look, all you got to do is ... No, they got new owners. It's funny to watch Cleveland. Hey, all you got to do is, and it's no, the Haslams are still going to own your team tomorrow. That's the new ownership there was a big deal. That was a big deal.
Yeah, and Deshaun Watson is still a huge drain on your salary cap. Maybe not. They might get some relief in that regard, but it's a bad situation in Cleveland.
You're not going to like this prediction, Seth.
Okay.
Bears will sign Trey Smith in free agency.
Oh, the guard from the Chiefs.
Apple of your eye.
My most coveted free agent.
That's right.
Yes.
Yep. To the Bears.
I wonder. So the Chiefs, the Chiefs, they've got salary cap constraints, and they've had to operate that way for a few years now. But they still do. They'll spring for a Chris Jones, and they retained Chris Jones. I wonder with the Chiefs, it's that you've got their tackle position has been a mess for years with the Chiefs. The point where this year, like Joe Thuney allowed those 2 sacks to Will Anderson. He's playing out of position at left tackle. He's a guard playing at left tackle. And I think ultimately that's one of the things that does them in versus the Bills. It's that, do you go into – I feel like they would want to try to bolster the offensive tackle position, and maybe they'll spend there and let Smith go. But I also feel like, man, they're probably going to be desperate to hold on to the good things they do have on the offensive line.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical that they're going to let him out of their grasp.
It'll be interesting to watch, man, for sure. Reggie Atatula is here. John Lopez has been fished out of the gully next to his house.
That's right.
Over in, which ward are you in?
First ward.
First ward, yeah. How are you feeling?
I am fine, thank you very much.
Did you drive here?
I did.
Okay, and you were able to make it up the hill.
All right, we're going to dig into this more, but it's been a wild reaction to me simply sliding near a ditch.
How so?
I'm half expecting to see some R.I.P. Lopez tweets.
Did you hear my theory?
What was that?
That you just pushed your truck into the gully because you just felt like taking a snow day.
I like Seth saying he can't manipulate Houston topography.
It's not like he's been here for 40 years, whatever.
I was afraid you were going to be one of those stories you hear about people stuck in their cars in a snowstorm and they freeze to death because they run out of gas.
Oh, I half expect to hear that anytime now. I've gotten texts. That's the thing. I've gotten texts. Man, you all right? I'm like, yes, I'm fine.
We probably made it sound yesterday a little more dramatic than it was. Like when the people are just hearing slide into a gully. Yeah. So,
but yeah, it depends. It's like if you're in one of those ditches in Pearland, I'd be petrified.
Yeah.
Those ditches in Pearland are scary as hell.
Yeah. Well, long story short, I just didn't want to kill a kid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because there was kids. I was going backwards, sliding down this little hill.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, let me just get it on some flat ground. And then I see some kids just choo 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 on the same hill sledding.
Sledding
on inner tubes and trash can lids. And
you were saving lives.
Because keep in mind, when I come to work was when it was snowing the most.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
it was. And so I was like, I don't know. Let me just slide right over here, and then I was.
All right, John. I'm going to call bogus on this.
Yeah.
Part of the story.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the way you said I didn't want to kill a kid.
Yeah.
You said it almost in a way that like you would never want to kill a kid, as if you didn't raise several children.
Oh no, I was in present tense. I wasn't in past tense. Past tense, I've absolutely wanted to kill several kids.
Go ahead and cut that up for me if you don't mind. Thank you.
Save that. Save that, please. Yeah. Hey, John. Before we pass the torch here, I brought you up earlier in the show because Billy Wagner went into the Hall of Fame or was voted in. What was the whole story around you putting Jim DeShays on your ballot back in the day? Didn't you vote?
Okay, so yes, and people gave me a hard time about that, and it was kind of a protest to voting and voters, because the most arrogant writers and beat people in sports are baseball writers. They are arrogant, conceited, protectors.
They'd kill a kid in a hearthrate.
That's right.
Protectors of the game. And
that's why they yanked your vote away from you.
No, I voted. I voted all the way until I think 3 years ago when I opted out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for the same reason.
Okay, but DeShay, sorry.
So anyway, I did my regular ballot, and I forget who was on it, but legitimate Hall of Famers.
Sure.
And then I put Jim DeShays on there and I put on there as a testament to the everyman that keeps baseball alive. So I actually had pure motives on it. But then, of course, they had me on CNN. I was on ESPN.
Oh, that's good.
It was great in terms of branding. But they're like lambasting me. I was like, no, you don't understand what I'm doing here. And I talked about all that. And
what you were doing was a bit.
No, it wasn't a bit.
I mean, you can moralize, but you were doing a bit.
That was back probably before people. It might have been before the internet.
92, 93?
Yeah, that was. So this is well before the internet. So this is before we all tried to make spectacles of ourselves.
But not before bits.
Oh, you've never.
I was like, oh man, he got theme music for the bit too.
Ready to go. I didn't even say anything to Figgy about this. He was ready to go.
Yeah, it was crazy.
So it was a protest against the conceit and the arrogance of baseball writers.
Yes.
Okay.
Did it work?
Well, no, because they're still out there, as we will talk about today.
This is the way Wikipedia describes it is.
There's a Wikipedia entry.
Deshaies ran a tongue-in-cheek campaign during the Baseball Writers Association of America voters to elect him to the Hall of Fame, knowing full well he would not qualify for the honor. Deshaies' goal of receiving one vote in the Hall of Fame election was achieved when Houston Chronicle writer John Lopez voted for him.
Damn right I
Deshaies
did.
remains the Cubs color commentator following the departure of Len Casper in December 2020.
Okay, so it was back in the early 90s then. Okay, so 'cause I was going to say if you did it now, like I think broadcaster-wise, Jim Deshaies is really, really good.
Oh, wow. You want me to vote again?
Yeah.
Ask for re-entry?
Yeah. Like, if you were voting for him as a broadcaster, I'd be like, hell yeah, I love Jim Deshaies. He's really good.
Some of my best friends, this is always going to be a backhanded compliment, but some of my best friends are baseball writers. They are the most conceited and arrogant people.
Oh, name names. Who?
Planet.
Like who?
Well, you know them.
I don't know you're not going to name names. I can guess. All right, Payne and Pendergast, we are done. I can't wait to listen to you talk about this and several other things as well, both you and Reggie.
No, it's 4 hours of
Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame.
That's correct. Yeah,
and I'm really excited for it. All right,
giving the people what they want.
By the way, I'm going to the Bear Bryant Awards tonight.
Nice.
Should I give Marcus Freeman? How should I approach Marcus Freeman? Do you think?
I feel like you should start by questioning his decision to kick a field goal to take a two-score lead to a two-score lead.
Not the foot I want to get off on.
Fair.
I want to be in our Christmas card this year.
True.
Yeah.
I think you
start there.
You need to give him a hug.
Start by like complimenting his hairline.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, that worked real well for James Franklin. Yeah. I'll do it ironically. You guys were no help at all.
I wasn't really trying to be completely honest, though. What I will say, though, is happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Yes. I appreciate that.
Oh, crap. Thanks a lot.
No. I signed the card that you sent for us. Wink.
Oh, yeah. Okay, good. I'm sorry, Sean.
That's all right.
Why didn't you bring it up?
I did during a commercial for Men's Tea Clinic. I did. You had stepped away. So, yeah. I didn't bring it up for the same reason you don't bring your birthday up. Like, I don't.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
You're not into it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm into it, but I don't.
At Sean Pendergast on X.
I don't like to be the center of attention.
That's the first thing I say about you.
Antibodies to everybody except baseball writers and children. I stand united with Lopez.
There it is. All right.
Death to the children.
And the baseball
Go die.
And if there's a baseball writer who's a child, oh man.
Double death.
Yeah. All right. We're done. Some elementary school writer is shaking in his boots right now. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2. Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
That's the kind of energy that you got to start on. It is indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
Writers and kids.
That's right. That's right. I'm pretty sure our audience is not comprised of writers and kids, and if it is, we might be in trouble. All right, let's get going on a Wednesday here in the loop. You got John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. The crew, the band's back together. Everybody doing all right. You made it out of your ditch. You made it out. You made it off the flu. We're all good. We're ready to do radio.
Yeah.
What a time,
man. We'll get into that. It was wild. 1220 confession. People thought I died.
But did you?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
All right. Cool. Perfectly.
Man, you all right? You all right? Everything okay?
I'm glad that we were able to keep you on your toes, though. We kept you working by calling and
I enjoyed
you answering
that.
the phone.
I really enjoyed that. Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
I'm glad.
I actually told my wife, I gotta put sound on my phone. That was good.
Yeah. Figgy didn't get the memo. Figgy was like,
I was the real person that should have been checked on.
Yeah.
No, you're right. And you know what? I would like to start the show by apologizing for not checking on you to make sure that the flu diagnosis did not take you out. But I'm glad to know that you're good and you're well and you're here with us. You, the dear listener, you are also here with us, and we appreciate it if you get involved with the program. The YouTube is on Sports Radio 610. Hop in the chat where I'm already seeing Michael and Turbo Duran. We got people in there as well. Hop in, talk to them. Twitch also up for you. And then, of course, the text line, 713-572-4610. And I want to circle back around to this as, look, man, as soon as we hit the offseason, it's like, what can we do to fix this Texans team?
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, there's plenty of time for all of it, but let's dip our toe into the water if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Because fixing this offense is, I think, point number one. Offense ended up being – actually, let me ask this as a question because sometimes making these declarative statements can get you in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Did you feel like this offense this year was a disappointment, or is that the way that you felt? Because at times, and I mean, for a large swath or portion of the season, it felt like a team that came in being described as a five-headed monster and all that did not at all live up to the hype that was given to it.
Easy answer, right? It was absolutely a disappointment. Absolutely a disappointment. I mean, you go back to the expectations and everything. The problem is, as it's a disappointment, and you know, nobody really cares anymore if they showed any semblance of improvement at the end. The problem is, where was the biggest fix? Where's the biggest fix need to be? Because is it the offensive line? You know, you got to start in the trenches. Is it the system? The system didn't work. Is it something else? Is it as simple as wide receivers? Is it the running game? I think ultimately what we're looking at right here, I'll put it this way. What DeMeco Ryans did Monday in his walkaway press conference, hey, we're going to take a week to make some decisions. Reggie, that's not a little thing. It takes 12 hours and sometimes less for these types of decisions to be made. So that should tell us they're trying to figure out what the best path is as well.
Sure.
You know?
Certainly.
And that's a big decision.
Absolutely. Let's work on some of those things. So you mentioned a couple of things. Change the system, change key players. Does it feel like that's a one or the other proposition, or that might be a holistic thing? Because, yeah, man.
Are you going to change offensive coordinator, offensive line coach, and 3 offensive linemen? You can do that?
It's possible. Well, I mean, here's the thing. You change offensive coordinator, you're basically changing you know, offensive line and everything, or line coach anyways, right? That ends up being a thing. If you get rid of the man at the top, the collateral damage on a move like that is all of the, other coaches that a new offensive coordinator is likely to kind of make their hires on, that those seats are not necessarily very comfortable at that point. But yeah, man, then you have to ask about the players, and it feels like that part you have to do some changes on. Like, it's been abundantly clear, no matter what you feel about Bobby Slowick, it has been clear that the offensive line, as they were constituted, did not get the job done. The thing that we talked about a little bit yesterday with Chris Partee sitting in for you was just how many of those need to shift. I think you had my guy Brandon Scott, who joined us on the phone, because there was all this snow or whatever. He's going 3.
I've said 3 all
You're
along.
going 3.
Yeah.
I was like, I wonder if you can get to 3, if 2. But in a vacuum, I probably go, yeah, you want to make these huge changes. The question that immediately comes up to me is how many of those are feasible to make, because you've got 3 dudes on 8-figure salaries. You know what I mean? And those, like, the contractual situation does not make it easy for those. So, like, how much can you even change in that regard if that's the way that you want to shift it?
Look, let's go back in time a little bit. Bobby Slowick comes in with his system, okay? We got to look at this logically. He comes in with his system. He inherited Laramie Tunsil. He inherited Titus Howard.
That's right.
And Shaq Mason, what was the situation there? I think he came in that year, I believe, the year that Bobby Slowick came in. And Shaq Mason was effective his first year. So if you inherited these things, it's kind of like what you're talking about with when you get a new offensive coordinator. By default, the collateral damage, as you put it, is you're going to get other coaches.
And you're right. Shaq Mason came to the Texans
the year
in 2023.
that Slowick did. So if he inherited these guys, you have to ask yourself, are they his guys in his perfect system? But then the counterpoint to that is, if you change 3 players on the offensive line that don't fit your system, isn't it easier to change the system?
Well, and this is one of the things that I found interesting yesterday. Just scrolling on X, as they call it. I'm just never gonna stop calling it Twitter. I do apologize. I understand, but just scrolling on Twitter yesterday, seeing our friend DJ Bijani covers the Texans for ESPN, and actually I will say that I think it was John Crumpler who actually was like posting the videos that ultimately DJ responded to, where it's like, hey man, you're seeing in the playoffs that this team running the football, that they wanted to be an outside zone team. They declared themselves an outside zone team. They're running gap scheme. They're running inside zone. Like, that is a clear deviation from what the hard-nosed run approach had been from Bobby Slowick and this team. And DJ added in that, it seems like players had been asking for such things. They've already made a change to the system when they got to the place where we need to go and make some things shake. So when you ask change the system, absolutely. Whether or not Bobby is here, which also then brings up the idea of, hey, this felt fundamental, not fundamental, felt. Actually, no need to soft pedal this. This was fundamental to Bobby Slowick's offense. The idea of we're running the football particularly in this way. This is how this system works. You run the football and you throw off of that. And they made a shift for the playoffs, in order to make the change in the system. It feels like that is inherently something that's going to be needed to be done, and that might also speak to a feasibility of Bobby Slowick not being the coordinator here.
Well, and what kind of power does he have if, let's say, let's say they ran that one series against the Titans because they wanted to see how things might look, with a different approach on the running game. Let's say that was the case.
Okay.
All right. That means that Bobby Slowick no longer was running his system.
That's right.
And then we go into the postseason, and the running game was decent, in the postseason. We talked about, what did Mixon have, 88 yards against the Chargers or something like that?
Yeah. And you do remember the weirdest stuff.
I remember the weirdest crap, and I can't tell you, stuff that happened this morning. But either way.
What did you eat for breakfast?
Oh, I didn't bring it. I ended up getting a granola bar.
Look at you.
It took me a while. But, okay, so if Bobby Slowick no longer
and it was 88 yards against the Chiefs.
It was, good Lord, I can't believe that. Anyway, so if Bobby Slowick changed the way they approach the run game in the most important games of the year, the last game of the season and going into the postseason, is he the guy? Are they tied up with him? And that's why I keep going back to this. They're trying to make that decision themselves. You don't take 5 days to make this decision. You just don't in the NFL. It's quick. And because, by the way, coaches that maybe you have your eye on are starting to go to other teams or whatever the case may be. So this is huge what they're trying to decide. Frankly, I would change the players, and here's why I would do it.
To make sure that Bobby remains, in that circumstance, or just entirely?
Not necessarily, because I love what Bobby has showed us, but Bobby hasn't showed us with his guys. And I think DeMeco Ryans loves Bobby Slowick.
I mean, we know.
Believes in the system.
That was the first call when DeMeco Ryans got the job. I think if you can extrapolate that fairly to understanding that he really likes that dude and appreciates that dude.
Yeah, and believes in the system because it has been his most successful offense to complement his defense since the San Francisco days.
Oh, okay, I was about to say, are we talking about the dude who's only been here 2 years?
No, I'm saying his defense is a great complement to what that offense kind of does. And then the last thing that I think is important here is, Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, and Shaq Mason. If I had to guess today, they're gone because they're going to try to get players on the offensive line that fit that system and can complement what the defense does. Not only that, you have a superstar quarterback, and you got to do everything you can to keep that consistency with that quarterback. He likes this offense, I believe, C.J. Stroud. It hadn't been successful because of the run game and protections. So you can't, it's not just Bobby Slowick you're making a decision on. It's C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, but this is where it comes back to how easy is this, and this is where I end up in the place where we start talking about salaries, right? Laramie Tunsil for next season, his cap hit is like $29 million, right? And I imagine. Yes, a lot of money, right? Base salary, $20 million. It's one of those things where you're going to need to do some negotiation there anyways, but an outright cut there, not going to be easy to deal with. Will you be able to find a trade partner? I don't know, right? Moving off of that particular player, going to be quite the undertaking. That is one individual player. You bring it back around to Titus Howard. You want to move off him? There maybe you can have a situation where you possibly you cut him outright. Maybe that one's a little bit more manageable, seeing as his cap number is $23 million, and you can maybe get yourself a cap saving or a cap savings of $14 million if he's a post June 1 cut or what have you. All right, Shaq Mason, another guy who cap hit, talking about $15 million. These are big numbers. These are all of these guys exist within the top 6 or 7 of the cap hits that you have on the books for next year. Those are not easy numbers to navigate. And so that's going to be quite the undertaking if you want to get rid of all of them. And if you once you do that, you don't immediately have a replacement for at least one of them. Like you don't have a replacement for one of them, and that's playing conservatively, saying that, hey, Blake Fisher's your new tackle, whichever one of those you ultimately change, and then you go, all right, we're just going to completely lean into the Juice Scruggs at guard or what have you, right? If you lean into one of those things, you still don't have a full accounting of what you're going to do going forward there. But I hear you though.
Yeah, but
if you are indeed changing the system, or if you honestly, even if you're not changing the system, it's been made abundantly clear. Those guys don't fit the run portion of this, right?
No.
The idea, because again, you got down to the most important games of this season, and you had to shift what you were doing, and that's when you saw a level of success.
And keep in mind, the players know this too. Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard and Shaq Mason, they talk to their agents every week, if not sometimes every day.
Yeah,
they know that this is not what I want to do, maybe, or what I can do. They're big dudes that can't get to the second level. They want to be in a system that is maybe more power and double teaming guards and tackles and all that other stuff. So a trade is not necessarily off the table for one or more of these guys, because the players, Laramie Tunsil knows he don't want to go to the second level. He don't want to, get an angle on somebody and then chase down an outside linebacker from the other side.
Yeah, I mean, that's been a long time.
What you trying to say, lazy or something?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
That's been a frequent thing that's been levied against Laramie in particular, is the idea of, you want to do the things.
That man got a family, man.
Yeah.
That is true. He does have a
Figgy
family.
wants to put words in my mouth, and I will take them.
Wow.
And I will take them. Titus Howard is a big dude that doesn't want to necessarily run 15 yards on every play.
And it's one of the ththings that really hurts, like the screenplays as they were designed with Bobby Slowick. There's many a times where you could recall a play where it's like, all right, here's you got your initial blocker in the wide receiver. We get out to Nico Collins, and what's supposed to happen is this left tackle's supposed to get out there and get some blocks out in space, and it just doesn't happen.
And they're going, nah, man. Nah, man, I ain't doing that. So they have a say in this. They might want to get traded. Their agents might be working things. Now, you're not going to necessarily fleece anybody, but at this point, it almost doesn't matter. You got to get the right guys in here, because I think D'Amico loves Bobby Slowick. I think he loves the system. I think C.J. Stroud respects and likes Bobby Slowick. I think he likes and respects Gerard Johnson. So C.J.'s a factor here. The relationship is a factor here. They go back a long way. Those three players, as crazy as it sounds, might be the smartest move.
And look, man, D'Amico Ryan's like, this is the point in time, and where you get to a place, and I think it was the Bill O'Brien quote. I think that John Harris was talking about the idea of, hey, man, when you're a coach, you really come into your own when you have to learn who you have to, which of your friends you ultimately have to fire you, right? And so this is going to be an interesting week. What D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio ultimately decide when it comes to this personnel is going to be interesting, because if you do bring Bobby Slowick back and you get a third year of a lack of progress, one, you will have, again, wasted is not the right word necessarily, because I have to be very careful about the way that you operate with.
But kind of wasted.
You will kind of wasted.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of wasted another year of cheap C.J. Stroud, which feels like the way that you win in this modern iteration of the NFL, where you get cheap quarterback play, especially if you get good quarterback play, and boom, here we go. We can make some things shake. You will have wasted that. And then two, you will have gotten to a place where now you have to there hasn't been heat on the D'Amico Ryans, and I don't think there should be. At that point, it's like, okay, are you making decisions that actively hurt your team while you're very rightfully saying, I want to take this team to levels that they haven't been before, and you've done a lot of the things right. To then have a major thing in a situation where on the offense he has a lot of leeway, Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
He would have to get it right if you did bring him back. And I'm not sure how many people are in that same boat as you, where they feel comfortable even if just getting the offensive line changed is the way that you go.
I think, the ultimate question as well, I go back to CJ, did he have confidence in this offensive line? He liked them, I'm sure. But he didn't have confidence in this line. We saw it. We saw it on the field.
Yeah,
we saw it on the field.
It was obvious in the way that he played.
Maybe he'll have more confidence with new guys and a better system run blocking.
There's there's gonna be a lot of time to talk about this offense and how they are constructed, but it's what's evident is that there are big shifts that are needed. particularly on the offensive line. We'll keep going with that here on Sports Radio 610. It is a Wednesday in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. We got a lot of things coming on the day, but Adam Spolane is supposed to join us at 10:40. So coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. Inspired by Marlon Humphrey, a man recently retired from the playoffs. What is your pure hater sports opinion? Like, you could just acknowledge.
Not just people.
No, I mean, just like, hey man, this is just pure hate. Like, I'm not necessarily coming with all facts here. This is inspired by hate. 713-572-4610. Your pure hater sports opinions. Next.
All right, look, if you're
game on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Peggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
You're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're having a good one on this Wednesday. And hit us up on the text line, 713-572-4610, as we do our question of the day. What is your pure hater sports opinion? Again, just based off of just hateration, maybe not even maybe acknowledging that, it might not be necessarily all based in facts. You might be having a little hate. There's a space for that right here in this segment, because Marlon Humphrey, you know him, he's a cornerback that plays for the Baltimore Ravens. They got knocked out in the divisional round this weekend, and
God bless Marlon Humphrey for what he said.
Yeah, God bless him. I feel like there's a lot of Texans fans that are rolling with Marlon Humphrey in this moment. Probably just a lot of football fans that are rolling with Marlon Humphrey, as the Chiefs have kind of become some level of like evil empire in some ways. We love the natural arc of build you up to become a dynasty and then tear you down because we believe that you win it too much. That is where the Chiefs are at some ways. And Marlon Humphrey got on Twitter yesterday at 1:57 p.m. and said, "I have no reason of saying this other than being a hater. The Bills or whatever NFC team has got to beat the Chiefs. We can't let them keep getting away with this." Just pure hateration. And he acknowledged it. He's like, "Look, man, I'm just being a hater. I acknowledge it.
Good for him, by the way.
One of these teams got to win." And it wasn't even like they will win. It wasn't like, I believe in the Bills. They look good this year. They're running the football well. They've got, the defense actually stepped up, stopping the run against the break. No, it wasn't none of that. It was just one of these other teams, one of these other three teams needs to win because I need these Chiefs to go down. Yeah. And so I was like, look, man, I appreciate the spirit of being a hater coming out. So let's all get into the spirit of being a hater real quick and get your hater opinions out.
First of all, God bless him, because I think he's speaking for the masses there. All-Star games. Every All-Star game now. It used to be just a couple here and there, or maybe one that you didn't like. I think every All-Star game, I just hate them. Just pick a sport outside of hockey. Because hockey, the thing with hockey is most people don't watch hockey across the country. I know certain areas it's rampant.
Yeah, it's very, very regional.
It's very regional.
Yeah.
So like hockey, when there's no defense played and they have all these skills competitions and stuff, and all this offense, you're like, hey, wow, look at the skills of these guys. So it actually helps hockey, to have that.
If you say so. It feels like they've been cycling.
Well, I'm saying All-Star. It's entertaining. It's good to watch on Twitter or whatever. But MLB, it's nonsense.
Are you one of those people that believed it was better when there were stakes on it?
No. Okay. But I think they played harder. And one thing I arbitrarily or irrationally, I should say, hate is that they don't use their team's uniform.
Yeah, I love it. I'm back.
I missed that.
I'm back in. I just hate that they come up with these uniforms. NBA, love the NBA. Your All-Star game is garbage.
Well, you got Mike Dagnall will be the Western Conference, coach, as the Oklahoma City Thunder have clinched that 1 seed
good for
in
him.
The West. So him and an assistant will coach two. Those two will coach two of the 4 teams in the little round robin tournament. I think the same thing will go.
And the NFL doesn't even care anymore. They just raised the white flag altogether. Screw it.
They're like, it's not even one game. We're just gonna put on some content for ESPN. They'll come watch.
It's ridiculous.
Figgy, I want to get to your hater opinion here. I realized as I was thinking about this, there's a few of them. But the one that I just kind of want to get off of my chest, and I realized this year especially because remember the AL Central was really good this year. Like it was really good. I don't give a damn about no Central teams. I don't know, I just don't, you couldn't get me to care about the Twins or the Guardians or the Royals. I just do not care.
White Sox.
And again, it is pure hateration because they were good this year. I mean, the Guardians were good. They were this year. I mean, 92-win team. I just couldn't care. I could not care any. I don't care about the Central divisions. And maybe that was built off of them being pretty mediocre for a decade. But I was just like, I don't give a damn about no Central division teams. AL or NL, to be completely honest. Actually, that's not true. There's a couple NL Central teams that I care about.
I hate the way the NBA pay some of these players that we have no idea who they are or how overrated they are, man. I'm going to bring it up. Tobias Harris.
Yeah.
I hate how much he makes. And look, it's not my money. Shout out to Spillane. Adam Spillane.
That's right.
It's not my money, but I hate the way they pay these players.
You're not
man.
wrong.
It's
Like there are guys that I'm like, who?
Yeah.
He got a 5-year, $80 million contract.
Yeah.
I'm like, who's
it's just like, man, like as much.
Everybody is Timothy Mozgov now.
Fam, as much as we've been talking about Tobias Harris, how he never show up in the playoffs. I think Kendrick Perkins said if you send them to Chipotle for some food, he'd come back with a bag full of napkins. This dude got $50 million a year this offseason, man.
You know who agrees with you on this take? Every football player.
Yes.
Like they are all like, hey man, how is it? And of course, there are reasons, right? There, like the economics make sense, and yet still nobody cares. Everybody's like, how the hell is Franz Wagner making $45 million a year?
And this is why I really hate it too, because I don't want to be that person that try to bring it to real life. But stuff been going up all around this country, and my paycheck ain't going up. Like so, the NBA.
But Rudy Gobert can make $41 million somehow.
Just because you get a new TV contract, now you got to get paid more.
You want to be sick? Tobias Harris career earnings. $273 million,
man.
$273.
He'll get you a solid 15 whenever you need.
$million.
That is ridiculous.
Also, when you need more, he'll get you 15.
Yeah.
Some other things that are coming on the text line. Shout out to Ocho coming up strong today with the hateration. And buddy, look. Ocho is going to make himself, if he was not already one, a villain on the text line. So 713-572-4610, where he started off the morning as tuning in as I explain why I think Billy Wagner is only a Hall of Famer relative to other undeserving Hall of Famers he's better than. Boy, really? That's where you come in with Billy Wagner is undeserved. That is pure hateration.
Ocho knows a lot.
There.
Ocho knows a lot of sports. He really does. He doesn't know squat on this. Squat.
That is real hateration.
Ocho, compare Billy Wagner's numbers to, I don't know, Mariano Rivera. Compare every number to that. Billy Wagner, long overdue. We're going to dig in on that.
Yeah, there's a lot of numbers, but one of the ones that I can give you just right off top, 2.31 career ERA is the lowest amongst left-handed pitchers in the live ball era. Like, of course, if you have 500 innings pitched, but what are we talking about if you don't have 500 innings pitched as a Hall of Fame candidate? Man, what are we talking about? What are you doing right now?
I respect the guy's a great fan, all that stuff. But doesn't know squat on this.
Wow, he said he had more confidence in Brad Lidge and Dotel than Billy Wagner. Wow, you being a real hater. That is real hater.
What'd he do to you, man?
Way to come with the energy here. That is crazy. From the 713, officiating motorsports stewards and the overhyping of overrated players like Lamar. Okay, this is real hateration. And the lack of calling out officiating that aid Patrick Mahomes. Okay, so you was just letting the chopper ring. The idea of the overrated players like Lamar Jackson, there you go. You got that. You got some hateration in there. But it's tough with Lamar now because Lamar's in this place where there's nothing that he can do as a player in the regular season. There's nothing he can do as a player in the early portions of the playoffs. It's just going to come down to, does he win a championship game? Does he win a Super Bowl? Like, that's all this is now. Because all the other criticism, he's not a good passer, right? All these other things. Can he
That's out the window.
Can he be consistent running the football, or can he be like what is sustainable running the football? Oh man, he's going to get hurt. He's been doing all of those things. It's just the cartoonish fumbles and turnovers and mistakes that end up keeping the Ravens out of the place that they absolutely should be.
But to be fair, that's a good reason to hate him.
No, it is.
And people are comparing him, I don't know if it's fair or not, actually. I was going to say unfairly, to James Harden. I mean, it is. It's fair.
It is.
It's fair.
Yeah, speaking of running the ball, I hate the way Patrick Mahomes run the ball, man. To me, it's not fair, and I feel like he gained in the system a little bit. Where he's really gaining the system, and it's impossible to hit him.
Yeah.
Like if you hit him any type of way, then that's a flag. And I feel like he just be out there cheating when he run, man.
Sideline interviews, hate him. I used to like him. I don't know why, and I guess there's still some guys that are better at them than others, but it's like, just what a complete waste of time. You just want to – the networks are just sort of flexing like, we can get the coach coming off the sideline. He doesn't say squat. The questions are cupcake, predetermined. It's silly.
What a hater. All right, some other ones that have come in on the text line. They said, bleat Dallas. The Cowboys, the Rangers, the Mavericks, the Stars, and this is where it really became hater opinions. And all their little league teams and high schools. Bleat Dallas. All right, yeah. I was like, the teams, I get it, right? It's the natural, it's just the city rival in Texas, right?
Yeah.
The Houston-Dallas thing. You got to the little league. What did the babies do to you? The little league teams?
Yeah.
He said, bleat their Pop Warners.
I like this one, Bills Mafia.
That is interesting, and we'll talk more about Bills Mafia, because Bills Mafia, I also have that hater rate. Like, and they don't do nothing but jump through tables and donate to people's charity. Yeah. And yet and still, they're annoying somehow. Yeah. They just are. I agree with you there. All right, keep those coming in on the text line, 713-572-4610. Your pure hater opinions. Salute to Marlon Humphrey just being a Chiefs hater. Like, I don't care. Bills, whoever. They just got to lose. All right, coming up next, let's welcome in our guy, Baseball Spo, to talk a little bit about, I guess, the interesting situation the Astros find themselves in, but obviously, more importantly, these Rockets as they head into a matchup against one of the best teams in the NBA, the Cavs. We'll do that next.
What is Coach D'Amico most...
qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo.
Yeah, man. He is here. Sporting a very nice it looks almost vintage Oakland A's jacket to know that he is indeed Baseball Spo. It's Adam Spillane. What's happening, my man?
It's always good to have friends who work for teams, and you can say when you get laid off, like, hey, send me some stuff.
That's right.
And they'll just go right into the clubhouse and send you some stuff.
Exactly.
How much you want for that jacket?
It's going to cost you a lot.
Think about that number. We'll circle back around at the end of the segment.
I had a good week on NFL, so I don't really need it right now.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Look at that.
You know that was my squad when I was a kid, man.
He said, if you catch me when maybe the parlay's not hit, and we can make a deal.
I've got a an honoring Ray Fosse patch that I can give you. I got a bunch of those.
Oh, that was my guy.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Deals being made. Yeah. You love to see it. All right, speaking of deals being made or the potential of deals being made, I didn't realize that Joe Espada would be talking to anybody in this time, but apparently there was a little bit of audio of Joe Espada, and I think this came through on Monday, and I just was fascinated to hear this. This is Joe Espada talking about Alex Bregman.
Well, he has not signed with anyone, right? So we here still, open. Our arms are still open. The door's still open. There's always a chance, right? But right now, we are still in conversations with not only him, but with other free agent players. So we'll see. We'll see.
I mean...
No, you're not.
Are we for real in the place where the Astros would still have any ability or even willingness to sign Alex Bregman at this point?
I mean, they have the ability. It's just that they're not going to, and it's fine. And it's just Joe being diplomatic, and that's what Joe is. Joe is a diplomatic person. He's not going to shut. I mean, he was the one who was really. I mean, him and Altuve were at the forefront of how much they needed him, how much they needed to bring him back, how much he meant to the club over these last however many years. But yeah, it is known that it's not going to happen. They made their offer. Bregman turned it down, and they moved on quickly. That's the one thing that you kind of learn about Dana Brown is that he moves quick. And you saw it last year with Hader when, all right, Kendall Graveman out for the year. 3 days later, whatever, they sign Hader. This year, all right, Bregman turns down the offer. And then they go out and they make the Tucker trade, and they think they have the Arenado trade done. Arenado says no. They pivoted real quick and made the move to go get Christian Walker. So they don't waste a lot of time, and obviously that's why Bregman isn't coming back. That's among the reasons why Bregman isn't coming back. But no, there's zero chance.
Sounds like D'Amico Ryan saying, "Yeah, I got J.J. Watt's number."
Yeah,
that's exactly what it is.
That's a good way to put it. They are, I think it's they're within $4 million of the CBT. They don't want to go over the CBT again.
$4 million deal, then average annual value.
Come on, man.
I don't think Bregman's going to go for that. I don't think Boris will allow him to go for that. I don't know if the union will allow him to go for that. But yeah, it's a nice thought, but there's no place on the field for him now, just because of the moves that they have made. So yeah, it is Joe being very diplomatic.
Real quick, and this does not have to be in depth because it feels like, but just we're still in this holding pattern for outfielder. Like, does it feel like that is entirely dependent on a Ryan Presley trade?
I mean, that impacts how much you have to spend.
Okay.
Just because, again, if they're $4 million below the CBT, I think it's somewhere around $4 million below the CBT, and Presley counts for 14. Your options are pretty slim for what you can get for $4 million, especially if you want to have a little bit of room to add or subtract, to add guys once the season starts. So I do think that they would like to get Presley off their books one way or another. It's going to be hard, though, just because the money that he makes and the fact that he can veto any trade. And they're probably going to have to take on some of that money, too.
But they have to, don't they?
What?
Well, because Presley...
yeah, but it takes two to tango.
I know, but...
Three to tango in this instance.
But you have to make it an incentive-type deal.
What, for Presley?
For Presley.
I mean... You can tell Presley, hey, you're going to get to close again. Maybe that's all the incentive that he needs. Or, Presley, and this is why you have the no trade, and this is why you have the ability to veto a trade, is that you can say, hey, okay, I'll take the trade, but you got to add another 14 to the contract. You got to give me another year. And whether there's an option to it or something, you've got to give me something in order to waive the no trade. and that's why you have those rights.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the player gets those rights, is that they have the ability to dictate where they play, and it allows them to have some control in the situation where most of the time you don't have a lot of control. There's not a lot out there. I know I've seen Jurickson Profar linked to them, who's great when he's coming up with the Rangers. So it's an interesting guy, and again, great clubhouse guy, which I think with the Astros matters, especially when you're kind of looking to kind of fill in the blank spots of your roster. Like, you're not looking for stars at this point. You're just looking for guys to fill out your roster. I think that's a good guy to go get.
How concerning for you, pivoting to the Rockets, was that loss on Monday? Day game, 1 p.m. start against a team that is not as bad as we have gotten used to them being, the Detroit Pistons, but also should not compare with this Rockets team. How concerning for you was the start for that game and ultimately a loss against that team?
It didn't really matter to me.
Okay.
I think that you look at they kind of and they sleptwalked for at least the first quarter of that game, and it's an early start. And plus, they flew from Portland on Monday, or they flew back from Portland on Sunday. So that's a long flight back from Portland. You know, it's a long road trip, a long flight back. You're going to be a little tired in that sort of
no shoot around.
Nothing at all. I thought they played really well in the second quarter. Now, why they fell out, why they fell flat in the second half, that's another story. And that's something that's, the fact that you had Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün both play really poor games and both only play 30 minutes in that game, which was not the plan going in, but it's because of how poorly they played. I think that's maybe a little bit concerning, but it's one. It's 1 out of 82, and games like that will happen. You also, though, you saw how good Cade Cunningham is.
Yeah.
And that was just a masterclass. That third quarter, 19-point third quarter. I mean, most of that is on Dylan Brooks and Amen Thompson, two of the better defenders, two of the best defenders in the entire league. And, he did everything right there. So, he's coming into his own, and I think that's the one thing that you take away from that game is Cade Cunningham is that guy.
Yeah. Now you got the Cavaliers coming in with offense.
Yeah. It's a tough
defense. They got both.
Well, they're like top 10 in defense, but they are an offensive team with a lot of ways to get you. And that's the proverbial get right game if they can do something.
It's funny what coaching can do. Because you look like what the Rockets, and I shouldn't put the Rockets totally in this category because they actually started winning last year. They tried to win last year as opposed to the years before. But when you completely change your culture and change out a lot of things, you look at Detroit last year, Monty Williams, they win 14 games. Now all of a sudden they bring in JB Bickerstaff and they might be a playoff team.
Right.
Cleveland, they have JB Bickerstaff. He gets them to the second round. They bring in Kenny Atkinson, and all of a sudden, he completely turns something on with that offense to make them a viable title contender. It reminds you a little bit of, remember Mark Jackson and Steve Kerr in Golden State?
Absolutely.
Where Mark Jackson kind of gave them that foundation, that defensive foundation, but it was Kerr who really unlocked their offense. That's kind of what you're seeing now with Cleveland. But that's a really good team. That's a good team that has some. I mean, Donovan Mitchell's playing at an incredibly high level. He's figured out how to play with Darius Garland,
right?
And Evan Mobley. This is the 2021 draft where it's Cade Cunningham number 1, Jalen Green number 2, Evan Mobley number 3, and really all three of those guys have come into their own this year. But you look at the schedule coming up. It's Cleveland tonight. Then you have another Cleveland game coming up on Saturday. There's a Boston game in there. There's an Atlanta game in there. This is not an easy stretch for the Rockets. I think they go to Minneapolis at one point on this trip. So it's a good thing that they have the cushion that they have right now.
Yeah, and you talked about a lot there, and I feel like it's all interesting, and I want to be able to talk about all of it. Unfortunately, we don't have quite that time, but the game against the Pistons, Alperen Şengün was not playing all that well, and that is not an anomaly necessarily. It feels like at the very least he hasn't been finishing well. Yeah. If there's one thing that you can point to with him, what have you seen from Alperen this year? Is there anything that you have insight wise as to why it hasn't quite looked the same as years past or even earlier in the season?
I thought it might be health, and I've had some people tell me that he hasn't been totally healthy, but then I ask him and he says he's completely healthy. He's 100%, and that hasn't been an issue. The finishing, though, the shots at the rim that was something that he was at 40% on shots in the restricted area at the start of the year, which was 82nd out of 83 who had 10 attempts at that point. He's gotten better, but it's not necessarily the finishing, it's the starts. The way that he is starting games has been a real issue to the point I think he was 2 of 10 maybe to start the game against Detroit the other day. He got completely worked by Jalen Duren.
Yes, he did.
Really that entire day. And one of the things that he said is he's got to wake up. Like, that's on him. It's to, like, start games better. Like, he can't sleepwalk through these games. And a lot of times it's Fred VanVleet, like, essentially, quote unquote, waking him
slapping
up
him around a little
like
bit.
Saying, hey, you got to get going because we need you. We can't win these games without you.
Well, keep in mind, Ime was not exactly high on him to start the year either.
Well, it's an interesting kind of relationship just because he's not necessarily the type of big that I think Ime loves.
No.
Because Ime wants the athletes. Ime wants the defensive guys. But I do think that you give Şengün credit for improving the defense. Like, he's been a very good defensive player this season. And the other thing that he's really improved is the rebounding. And so while Ime might not love certain aspects of Şengün's game, Ime loves the offensive rebounding, and Şengün's been really good on the offensive glass this season. And he's also been much better on the defensive glass as well. So he's got to get better with the finishing stuff. It is hard for me to think that you can have a center who is going to be less than 60% from the restricted area. Like, that's something that can't happen just because when you miss shots on that area of the floor, you make things a lot tougher on your defense.
Yep.
Yeah, and it was interesting because Sam Amick wrote a really interesting it was like a little bit of a Q&A kind of meets profile. Interesting thing for The Athletic. We'll maybe highlight some of the things that we drew from it later in the show. But he gave a lot of praise to Ime on, why he's developed, the trust that Ime has put in him, and honestly, him becoming more of a first and second option rather than a fourth, fifth option that he had been early on. So I'm interested to see like how much that continues to grow. But I guess we'll see what that looks like tonight versus the Cleveland Cavaliers. What are you most looking forward, or what are your eyes going to be trained on in this game?
I'm kind of curious just in Cleveland more than anything.
Okay.
Because, I want to see Evan Mobley. I want to see this version of Evan Mobley with Kenny Atkinson just to see how different it looks. And then you do want to see Şengün against the shot blockers, because I think that's where he struggled a little bit this season, is just having to deal with the length of guys and finishing over them. You've got Jared Allen on that team. You've got Evan Mobley on that team that he's going to have to deal with. So how does because there have been times where, like last year, he was really physical. Like, he was really physical with Wembanyama, and he had that 41-point game. So he was able to use his physicality against Victor. Can he use his physicality against the two centers for the Cavs tonight?
All right. We always appreciate you, Adam Spillane, baseball, basketball, Spo. I know you'll be at Toyota Center tonight, taking that one in, and look forward to talking to you soon again about both of these instances. Hopefully, some Astros movement will happen so that we'll have some happy stuff.
We have Fan Fest this weekend.
We do have a Fan Fest. That's right.
We'll actually get to talk to Joe Espada and ask him more about
Bregman.
The open door for Alex.
That's right. When will Alex Bregman be back and playing left field? All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let us go around the NFL where Bills Mafia, you might have some irrational hate for them, but they keep doing this type of good stuff. We'll talk about that and more next.
Yeah, right now, D&M Auto Leasing and getting your vehicle that you've been dreaming about for how
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let us go around the NFL on this Wednesday in the loop, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Last minute change of plans and you can't use your tickets? Download Quick Assist from your from your app store today. They'll take care of the process for you and find the best price on the market. That's QUICKASYST, Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. And I did mention this, the Bills Mafia, they've done it again. They can be annoying sometimes. They do the weird thing where they jump into tables for no good reason. All sorts of odd things, but this is a thing that they frequently do that makes you go, oh, okay. And there might not be that bad. You recall this weekend that the Bills got a huge victory over the Baltimore Ravens, and it came at the expense of one of the really good Ravens, a dude who will probably have his number in their ring of honor or some point. I guess this weekend makes it a little tough. But Mark Andrews had a real tough fourth quarter. He fumbled. He missed what should have been an easy catch, reeling in for a 2-point conversion that would have tied the game very late to the end. And, when things go wrong for other teams or when things ultimately really help the Bills Mafia decide that they are going to not necessarily mock, although I imagine they do that some. They decide that they're going to donate, and they did that again. Apparently, a group of the Bills Mafia caught wind of negativity that was going towards Mark Andrews, including like death threats. Why do y'all jokers do that? And not you in particular, but just generally. Why do fans, ostensibly fans, I guess, do that where they go, oh man, I'm going to threaten this person's life? It ain't that deep. It's never that deep. But yeah, death threats and all sorts of things. And Bills Mafia said, we would like to counter that negativity with positivity. They raised money for Breakthrough T1D, which is a nonprofit that funds research towards therapies and treatments for type 1 diabetes. And Andrews, who is a type 1 diabetic, has supported the charity in the past. Apparently, as of yesterday, probably about midday, I don't know what the numbers are now, but the fundraiser had raised, I think, they tried to raise $5,000. They raised up to $20,000.
They are up to $60,000.
They are up to $60,000.
According to Adam Schefter 2 hours ago, up to $60,000 that they've raised.
$69,000 is the up-to-date number. $69,008 is what they have raised because the Bills Mafia, while they are some weirdos, they also just love putting money down and raising money for causes of the athletes that have helped their team out. Which, I mean, if you're going to take your kind of sports fandom and channel it for good, this is what it looks like, right?
This one feels a little different, doesn't it? Like,
really?
It really, it's almost, look, good for...
what, you mean pity donation? You don't like pity donation?
Kind of a mocking donation this time. Usually they have,
oh, look at you doing charity for bad reasons.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. The good news is they're raising money.
That's right.
So good. That's awesome. Breakthrough, what is it, Breakthrough TD or something like that?
Yeah. T1D.
T1D for type 1 diabetes.
Correct.
That's the good news. Just the whole feel of this feels like they're kind of going, ha ha, we'll throw you some money. We'll throw you a couple of bucks here and there.
That's right.
Appreciate the effort.
But ain't it better than just ha ha?
Yeah, no, it is.
There you go.
Like I said, ultimately it is, but it just feels a little different.
This reminds me of the time, oh man, I always forget the year, and it should be easy for me to go back and find it, but the year that they were on the brink of making the playoffs, and Tyrod Taylor went ahead and got them a win in the final week of the season, and then they were waiting on, was it Andy Dalton, and was it the Bengals?
Might have been.
Try and get them over, and Andy Dalton he came up, played pretty well, and the team that they needed.
See, that one felt different than this one, right?
They were like, yo, hey, Andy Dalton, here's all this money for your charity. We love you, Andy. We appreciate you getting the Bills in. You. And I was like, where's all that money for Tyrod Taylor? Yeah. Tyrod Taylor got y'all to the playoffs.
Yeah, but that's a great illustration of what I'm talking about. Like, that one is like, hey, man, atta baby, we're here for you. This one is like, ha ha, here's some money.
Well, I mean, again,
the money's there.
To be fair, if they had tied the game up, the Bills probably still win that game.
Well, there would have had to have been a lot that happened.
I think the Bills still probably win that game, and maybe that's just too much opinion there. There's still a likelihood or a possibility that the Bills win that football game.
Yeah.
But dropping that football made it abundantly, made it very much the case that the Bills won. So hey, man, it's still the same.
Yeah,
it's still the same.
Not
All right,
quite. But
some other things around. Some other things around the NFL. Shout out to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Boy,
who. If down bad was an NFL franchise, yeah, and I'm not donating to no charities.
Yeah.
If down bad was indeed an NFL franchise, it would be located in Jacksonville, play at Everbank Stadium, and be named the Jaguars. The Jacksonville Jaguars exist as the down baddest of down bads. As Liam Cohen, who is the offense coordinator for the Buccaneers, he's done a great job, helped in. I don't want to say necessarily the resurgence of Baker Mayfield, but in this really great offense that they've had and the opportunity, they were putting up points this year.
Yeah, they were.
And Liam Cohen was one of those. I mean, he basically is the Ben Johnson of last year, is he not? Where people were looking for him. He has withdrawn his candidacy for the Jaguars head coaching job, and I believe he will remain with the Buccaneers as offensive coordinator. And it seems like some of this was due in part
seems like
to the like he said he will return the Buccaneers on a new contract, and he just did not want to deal with the situation that the Jaguars have. And when I say the situation, I mean Trent Baalke.
Yeah, Trent Baalke is Jack Easterby.
He is ruining things for them.
No, we experienced that here. Oh, is Jackson going to stay there? I'm out. No,
but at least it was like 2 years of that.
Yeah.
Man, they going on. How long he been there, man? He been there for a minute now.
Yeah, but
and I am amazed that he survived Herb. He brought Herb in there, and like Herb did all the things to make them look like not even just like a bad team, like a dysfunctional team. And he was just like, "Don't worry, I'll hire someone else."
Yeah,
and he was still there. You get to stay after making that type of mistake.
No, the word is out. Like no, we're good now. There are reports that Robert Saleh is going into Jacksonville for a meeting with Shad Khan and Trent Baalke. I wouldn't be surprised if Saleh says,
Saleh's like, nah, I'll go back to San Francisco and be a D coordinator. Don't worry about it.
I'm all right. I can wait. I can wait. They're still paying me.
And here's the thing, right? They'll still get a coach and probably one of a moderately decent repute just because there's only 32 of these. Right? There's not enough of these where everybody can turn it down. However,
but he did.
A lot of people are.
But he did.
A lot of people are. And so wow, Jacksonville. You got it. At what point, how many times being turned down do you then go, all right, I feel like we should make a change because the market is telling us something about the way that we've operated.
That's my thing. If I was the owner, I'd be like, man, what is wrong? Like, you know what? Let's make a change because what we've been doing the past couple years ain't working.
The point has passed us already.
Are you not embarrassed?
Yeah.
That's the question that I'm ultimately
It's on Shad now.
Like, bro, what is wrong with you?
Yeah.
They're in the division. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
So hey, man, we'll see if that keeps going. I asked Chris this yesterday, but Lou Anarumo hired as the defensive coordinator of the Colts. Does that at all? I don't know. Is that something that you're concerned about or whatever? I keep using the word concerns. But
moderately, right?
Just
moderately.
He was in charge of a defense that wasn't very good last year, but he has been one of those guys that is well respected as a D coordinator.
I think that's the key.
Okay.
Like he's been a guy that's been around, done it, had success, but moderately only because this division is garbage outside of the Texans. And nothing really scares me on this.
Yeah, especially the quarterback position.
Yeah.
Some other things around the NFL, coaching hires that are going on that could possibly, maybe affect the Texans in some ways.
I think a couple are.
The Patriots are going for their third stint with Josh McDaniels as an offensive coordinator. They will hire him for the OC to be under Mike Vrabel here. And this is one of the places where you're looking at, Could they see staff siphoned?
I think two openings right now will directly affect the Houston Texans. Not could, I think will, because the first one is this one with what Vrabel is doing. Brought in Josh McDaniels. If you look at the Texans staff, and I haven't done it recently, but it hasn't changed yet.
Wait a minute, what was that?
If you look at the Texans coaching and scouting staff and pro football staff. Like the coaching staff is kind of heavy Niners, connection.
Sure, and that makes sense. The head coach was with the Niners, and then the offensive
but
coordinator
not completely.
Was with the Niners.
It's heavy Niners connection. The scouting staff is heavy heavy Patriots.
Again, that makes sense with the connection that Nick Casario coming from there.
Heavy Patriots. If you go through it and you're killing some time, look at the track record of some of the NFL personnel on this staff. It stands to reason that Vrabel and McDaniels are going to cherry pick some of those guys.
It's possible.
Yeah,
for opportunities to advance. So that's going to be something to watch. Another one that's possible to watch is a man who played here, Aaron Glenn. It seems like he is getting closer and closer to possibly being the Jets head coach. I know that yesterday was reported that he flew back to Detroit on Woody Johnson, wrong owner. Woody Johnson's plane with no deal done, but it seems like there's generally just a feeling that he is moving in that direction. Could that be one in your estimation that also possibly affects this Texans
absolutely
front office, or coach staff?
Absolutely. Aaron Glenn he lived in this city for a long time, connected to the Texans, including D'Amico Ryans and people that D'Amico Ryans knows for a long time. Hell, remember, figure you might not have even been here. He used to be a regular guest on this show. Like, he was just killing time, before he even went to New Orleans, and he would come in and we'd talk football, chop it up with Aaron Glenn. He is deeply entrenched in the Houston area, including coaches on the current staff, including some other NFL personnel on this staff. I think Aaron Glenn could maybe cherry pick a couple of people off of this organization as well.
And that would really hurt if they go the way that you've kind of felt, which is, hey man, kind of keep the staff, figure out the offensive line.
Yeah.
But if you have this staff also picked at, that'd be a little disappointing, wouldn't it?
Oh, for sure, because there may be, and I can't name names. I just know that Aaron Glenn knows a lot of the guys here, respects a lot of the guys here. May well have been, that might be something he's doing right now. He's trying to decide for sure on the contract and all that, but make sure he's got his guys lined up as well.
Okay. That's going to really hurt for the Lions. We knew that they were going to have that kind of, pick over. Ben Johnson has gone over to the Bears. Aaron Glenn is going to get a job, whether it's the Jets or otherwise, which, fair enough, here on the 713 said, Godspeed, Aaron Glenn. Right? Like, that is quite the undertaking if you do want to go and work under Woody Johnson with the things that we've heard recently. But apparently there's also something to be to pay attention to. It looks like defensive coordinator, one of their
defensive line coach.
Yeah, defensive line coach is going to be the defensive coordinator elsewhere. And I believe that was Terrell Williams was also poached by Mike Vrabel to go. So, man, they're losing some staff, plus Ben Johnson will pick over. How likely does it feel like the Lions are going to be to keep this thing rolling?
I think it's something that the Lions have to ask themselves. Well, actually, they're not going to ask themselves. Dan Campbell's going to be confident, try to get his guys. But maybe we should ask the question, this is how fast it changes in the NFL. Could the Lions already sort of be transitioning into something that they're not right now? Ben Johnson gone. Aaron Glenn all but gone. Terrell Williams gone. Their offensive line coach, Hank Fraley, and that is a hell of an offensive line, reportedly headed to Chicago. That's 4 of the highest position coaches and coordinators in any organization. 4 gone. Then you got to ask yourself, what does Jared Goff have left? What exactly does Jared Goff have left? Could the Lions already be going a step backwards?
I'm kind of curious what offensive scheme they going to move towards. Like, if they just going to bring the hottest OC or former head coach that used to be OC back in there, or I wonder what they're going to do.
This is man. It comes at you fast in the NFL.
It sure does, right? And this is why you got to strike while the iron's hot. And when you have opportunities, that's the frustration that exists when you have like a situation where you're a team that has the possibility, and then you lose like they did to the Commanders, an up-and-coming team. Which, by the way, Vic Fangio apparently talking about Jaden Daniels ahead of the matchup in the NFC Championship game this weekend, said he's a young quarterback by birth certificate, but not by tape. That is high praise.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you look at his number. You look at that number and you think he's a young quarterback if you want to. I've seen him play. That's a problem, is what that guy's saying. So, looking forward to that weekend. We'll talk more about those games as we continue head to the weekend. But that's around the NFL in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about a Houston Astro going into the Hall of Fame. That's right. One of the 3 guys that were inducted into the Hall of Fame yesterday, Billy Wagner, goes in. Let's talk about that and more next.
How close are the Texans to reaching the next level? Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Finally happened. Only took 10 tries.
Man.
But on that final 10th try, we found out that William Edward Wagner, also known as Billy Wagner, the 5'9" left-handed closer for your Houston Astros, is going into the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. He will be going in with a pretty solid class. CC Sabathia, Ichiro Suzuki, they'll join the guys who were on the classic era, the Dave Parker and Dick Allen. That'll be the 2025 class that gets inducted July 27th into that Hall of Fame. And, man, what an incredible day for Houston Astros fan and, of course, more importantly, for Billy Wagner and his family.
Billy Wagner was, first of all, it's silly, and we'll get into it a little more here, that it took 10 years, for him to get in. He was a
take that, Ocho.
He was a no-brainer. Like, he was electrifying. And I think, people talk about the system, and like I said, we're going to get into it. But I think one of the true determinants in whether a guy is a Hall of Famer was he the absolute best at what he did for an extended period of time. Billy Wagner was. I mean, there's you can talk about Hoffman, you can talk about others, and I was at that stadium damn near 70% of the time, for that era, because I was at the Chronicle writing, and he was electrifying. He was clearly the best closer in the National League for an extended period of time. You could argue in baseball, and it's just it was one of those moments where I kept refreshing and looking to see if there were any reports. If he finally got in, and then there were, and then they had the announcement, and we saw the video of him crying.
Yeah, I wanted to pull audio, but there's not really
no audio. It's just him sobbing.
It's just him sobbing, which, by the way, I wish that this was a video medium so I could show you what I'm talking about. But if you watch the video, one, you're moved by clearly how much it means to him, and two, I don't know why I went here. I was like, hey, man, he still got the bass. I feel like if you get him up on the mound, if you get him up on the mound, I feel like he can still find the power within that bass to hit 100 if he wants to.
You would go into that stadium, and after he threw a pitch, all eyes would immediately go to the, how fast was it? I mean, he would hit 102. I remember I saw him hit 103. Left-hander, which the ball, as everybody will tell you, automatically moves anyway. He didn't really have to throw any other pitch. Left-hander fastball has an incredible movement on it. He was a no-brainer Hall of Famer, which leads to the question of what took so long. It's just silly.
Yeah, before I get there, I do want to make sure that one of the things I love about baseball is that the numbers do not deviate too far from like the play, right? There's these other sports, it's tough, man. Football, it's an easy, you can easily see a player where it's like, yeah, but you got to be there to understand it, right? Yeah. Basketball, there's some of those guys where you go, yeah, the numbers are there, but you got to be there to understand it. The numbers in baseball are going to give you a good indication. And I was alluding to some of this, right? Some of the things, he's now the 9th pitcher in the Hall of Fame who is primarily a reliever. So we're seeing relievers get their due here, which I appreciate when it comes to trends. And we'll talk some of the trends that it feels like this induction class might be pointing to. 225 of his career, 422 saves were in his 9 seasons with Houston. A 2.31 career ERA.
Think about that.
And a 1.00 whip. Those are the lowest amongst retired lefties in the live ball era. So, boom, that is huge, right? You go to some other ones. His 187 opponent average and his 588 opponent OPS are the lowest since the year 1900.
Yeah.
And then also 11.9 strikeouts per 9 innings is the best in MLB history. These are things that are undeniable for him. As a left-handed pitcher and now one of only 9 relievers in the Hall of Fame.
And if you want to do a little personal homework assignment, just Mariano Rivera. People say greatest closer of all time, right?
Yeah, 2019 inductee.
Compare Billy Wagner's numbers to his. Not only are they comparable, they're better in a lot of cases. So it was kind of silly. I was kidding around earlier with with you guys. Did you know that his first ballot, his first year on the ballot, he only got 10% of the votes? 10%. And now what it was, 84, 80 something, to finally get in and get past that 75% through. He didn't have more saves from the first year on the ballot to the save. He didn't play any games. Like, it's just silly that you can't. They have this standard, and baseball writers are, as I mentioned earlier, just conceited, and they think they're the keepers of the game, and does he deserve it, and all this other stuff, and he has to wait, and no, he has to wait. That's silly. You're either a Hall of Famer or you're not.
Well, I feel like yes, but then also, the fact that people try and create
they punish him. He's got to wait.
Is weird.
Why does he have to wait?
But I also think that inherently, because of the way that the system works, that I don't necessarily put as much into it took a certain amount of time for people to get in.
But Billy Wagner, this is where I would argue with you on
that. He's good enough that.
This is where I would argue with that point. And I get your point, and I've heard it a million times, whatever. He was this close to not being a Hall of Famer. And as I just mentioned, he compares extremely favorably to Mariano Rivera.
Sure.
So he to have a chance, that's why he was weeping. This was it.
Yeah.
If he didn't get in, that's it.
It was going to be it. Eventually, you can maybe end up in the classic era, but that's much delayed.
That's criminal.
And I really hate, I hate that dudes have to end up on the classic era, because a lot of times, there's dudes who they don't get a chance to get their flowers when they should. And that's what the Hall of Fame, I think, largely is. I understand it's a keeping of the game and telling of the stories that made the game into what it is. But I think there's also an appreciation for, man, you giving these dudes their flowers.
Yeah.
Right? And I guess being considered amongst the Hall of Famers matters in a large degree, too. I was watching MLB Network yesterday just because, you're in that space.
Yeah.
And you talk about just the number of kids that play baseball in this game, in this nation. And you pare that down to the people that can actually play in college at a high level, and the people that will play in the minors, or the people that will be drafted, and then the people that will be MLB star, make it to the bigs,
sustain it,
and the people that will sustain it, and then the people that will ultimately be considered for the Hall of Fame. That pool gets so much smaller. So even just being considered, but now he gets to be one of the few that were in there. He goes in with Ichiro Suzuki, who gets 393 of 394 votes. So he falls one short of being unanimous. He joins, Derek Jeter in that honor of falling one short of unanimity. And the only one who has been unanimous to this point is Mariano Rivera. How does that hit you? Because I feel like everybody immediately jumped on the witch hunt of who did it.
Yeah, well,
who did it?
Well, it hits me like this. First of all, those ballots can be anonymous. I've been a baseball Hall of Fame voter.
That's right.
I stopped voting about 3 years ago, kind of because I hate the process and I hate the silliness of it all. So I begged out. And what they do is there's on the form. It used to be a handwritten form. Now it's electronic.
Is it electronic now? I thought they still do it handwritten.
Well, I'm assuming. Maybe that's a big assumption.
I'm pretty sure they still do it handwritten.
It used to, because I've seen the pictures of the handwritten, but I thought that was just for whatever.
I think they still do it handwritten. Okay, maybe baseball, man. We're going to be real traditional about this.
There's a box at the bottom of the ballot that says, would you want your ballot to be made public? And you can click yes or no. A lot of people can click no or check no. That's dumb. That's dumb. Because that's just another part of the process that's just, it's incredible. For Ichiro Suzuki, you talk about numbers. For Ichiro Suzuki to not be unanimous, that is, and I'm not trying to be dramatic here, that's like Hank Aaron or Babe Ruth not being unanimous. Oh, by the way, they weren't.
Yeah.
Just imagine somebody saying, nah.
Not Babe Ruth.
Nah.
Literally, the only one who has been unanimous is Mariano Rivera, Rivera. Now, you talk about kind of the ridiculous, portion of this. One of the things that I've been strong on, and I know there's going to be maybe more traditionalists that are like, no, they feel strongly about it, is like the steroid era and the ways that they have been blackballed in some ways, or seemingly blackballed, but not exclusively, because there's dudes that have been in that era that have made it through, that have also had like suspicions at the very least that have gone in. It feels like it's, do you like this player or not? But still, does it feel like we might be having a shift there? Because Carlos Beltran fell 19 votes short of induction with a 70.3%. And then also Andrew Jones. Well, Andrew Jones doesn't fall in, but also Andy Pettitte had a big rise as well. in voting. Now, of course, he didn't immediately get to a place where he was like really, really close, but he did have a big jump. Does it feel like you're getting a new pool of voters in that are maybe less inclined to do the blackballing on the steroids era, and maybe we'll see some guys get in?
100%. It's almost like they say, and this goes back to the conceit of some of the old voters and maybe some of the new voters saying, I don't care. I think it's a combination of that. I think some of the conceit of the old voters is he's done his time. I'll start voting for him now. He hasn't thrown another pitch. He has not thrown another pitch.
I just don't understand that, man.
Yes. It's
like, this ain't the Supreme Court, man, where he's like, all right, he did his time, so we get vote for him now.
Yeah.
He still got the same career.
And he still was implicated in the Mitchell report and all that stuff.
It's all, nothing changed.
Nothing has changed, but, oh, yeah, we showed him, and now we'll vote for him. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, and even if that person do make the Hall of Fame, it's still the same thing.
Everything is the same.
Like, it's nothing tainted.
Everything is the same. It drives me nuts. And actually, we're talking about on the question of the day, that what really is your kind of
sports hate?
Man, your hater opinion, sports hater opinion.
I almost put this, but I don't think it's just hater. I think it's legitimate. Like, you should hate the way they do things.
Yeah. And so, I would like to see some of those get in, although I will say, in looking at the tracker again, of the voters' ballots that we know, which again, this is just percentages. You had Andy Pettit ended up with 32% of the vote, so he still got some distance here. But supposedly the 2026 ballot, you're not, one of the things that makes it tough, and again, this is where the process matters, is who are the people that are coming in that are going to immediately command ballots that are going to maybe make it so that these other guys that are already on the ballot are going to be pushed down. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a strong new class of guys on the Hall of Fame ballot. So maybe maybe you get to a point where you'll add some of these guys in, and even the likes of maybe Carlos Beltran will be able to get over the top. Will you see something grow from Alex Rodriguez? Maybe Andy Pettit.
Probably Alex Rodriguez, right?
I don't know. I feel like people don't like him. Don't like him.
Yeah,
like that is less about him as a player. That is just we do not like him.
He was a good player, man.
No, but that's another aspect of the whole process.
Best shortstop on that team.
Is he the best or not? Forget how you feel about him.
Yeah.
Forget how you feel about him.
But all these people be in their feelings, man. They don't even think about that part. They just think what type of person he is.
And by the way, like, shout out to CC Sabathia getting in, because that's also another one where it feels like we're getting a little bit of a shift in thought process, because that is, you've heard the phrase Hall of Very Good. Yeah. CC Sabathia feels like one of those guys that if you are a Hall of Very Good person, you would go, oh, there he is. And yet he goes in swimmingly 342 of 394 votes. I feel like we might be getting to a place where we're a little bit more permissive in enjoying the guys that gave us joy. In this
I didn't want to say that out loud, but I'm like, dang, is he a Hall of Famer?
Like, he sure is. He really is.
He is now.
He was always good. But
Big Boy was real good and gave us a great time.
I never
Welcome to the Hall season.
I never looked at him and said, man, that is a Hall of Famer right there. Like, during his career, he was always good.
I get it.
Wow, I thought the sports hater opinions was earlier. Thinking you just gonna bring out some haters.
I remember watching Billy Wagner, trying to be as objective as possible because you're writing a column, and multiple times where I was like, this dude, he's the best in the game.
I do appreciate
he's the best in the game.
Was CC ever the best in the game?
That's what I'm saying. That's what made me think about that again. Like, I never really
I love CC. Yeah. It was one of my favorite players growing up. Right. I never looked at him as the best in the game.
Yeah.
One of the things I loved is, we're running up against it, but one of the things I loved is, like, also just circling back on Billy Wagner's story.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, D3 guy, dude who was like 5'5", pitching, and like he fell and broke his arm, his right arm, which is technically his dominant arm, and that's ultimately why he ended up being a lefty on the baseball. Like, just a phenomenal story, and it reads like a lot of sports stories, just like this improbable situation. And with all of that improbability and reaching the final time on the ballot that you can make it in, congratulations, Billy Wagner. You are a Hall of Famer. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including trade in basketball. That I'm wondering, does this change at all, like, the perspective for the Rockets? I'll tell you what I mean next.
Billy the Kid.
every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Let's get into What's Poppin' here on a Wednesday in the Loop. Where do we start here? Let's start with a little bit of hoops. Your Rockets still in town. I was about to say back in town, but they were home on Monday as well, on MLK Day. But they're home facing off against the Cavs. I was doing that thing where I was constantly watching, trying to make sure that the winter weather, this kind of storm that came through, was not going to change anything, and it didn't. 7 p.m. is the tip for your Rockets versus the really good Cleveland Cavaliers. A little bit of a benefit here, though, seeing that, the Cavs, who, again, only have 6 losses at all in the season thus far, it looks like they might be without some of the guys that could give you problems. If this is correct, what I'm seeing currently in front of me, Isaac Okoro, Evan Mobley, Luke Travers, who doesn't matter, but those two guys, don't worry about that. But Isaac Okoro and Evan Mobley, two dudes that are deeply in the rotation. Evan Mobley is a starter and one of those bigs that we were talking about with Spillane that could possibly give a little bit of an interesting test or challenge maybe with Alperen Şengün. Those guys are supposedly out for this game. So that could be really interesting.
Mini confession: I didn't see that. I didn't know. You just told me. I saw that they were, there was
day to day
or whatever. But we'll see.
So we'll see what that looks like. But that could be a real boon for the Rockets in this one. But who need to bounce back after a really frustrating loss where they kind of sleepwalked against the Detroit Pistons, and the Detroit Pistons really just out-efforted a team that has made their money this year on being a high-effort and energy team. This Rockets,
a big-time test, back-to-back, right? Don't they go Cavaliers and then Cavaliers again in Cleveland?
Yeah, they get the little mini, well, not baseball series because they're going back over there, but it'll be that these teams back to back.
So tough stretch of the schedule, incredibly tough team. Cavaliers, if you haven't had a chance to catch some, it's
been fun watching them, man. They've been playing some really fun basketball.
Really good.
And some of that is because of Evan Mobley finding the way to,
that would be a big hit.
They've been using Evan Mobley kind of how Golden State used Draymond Green.
Yes. He's been a really good hub and facilitator.
Just imagine him bringing the ball down court.
Yeah.
It could kind of make some things tough.
Yeah. Getting that ball in the middle of the floor as well. Amen Thompson should be obviously good for this one. So will be a good one to watch tonight. Interestingly enough, looking on ESPN, and, these are not the exact necessarily. Apparently, you get tickets as low as $4. And I was like, oh, okay, so y'all scared of the cold too, huh? Y'all not trying to be outside here, are you?
But that's pretty good. I would highly recommend.
Yeah, this is going to be a big time.
Highly recommend.
Big time matchup of the top teams in the league. So that one's happening tonight. A game that isn't happening tonight. The Pelicans, they have had their game postponed. Pelicans Bucks in New Orleans. And the only reason I mentioned that, not like anybody is particularly concerned about that game exactly, but that game is postponed because New Orleans has had a crazy amount of snow. I thought at one point yesterday they had gotten 10.5 inches of snow. 10 inches, which smashed an all-time record of 8.2 inches in 1895. Why is there so much snow down here?
Who measured
Florida
that?
got snow.
Who measured the 8.2 in 1895?
I mean, they had rulers.
How did that
They
get
had rulers. But you ain't think they had rulers back then?
That looks about 8.2 to me. This is incredible. I mean, Florida.
Did y'all see the pictures of Bourbon Street?
Bourbon Street.
Yes, and they were having a snow fight. Yeah. And, I think someone on social media put this perfectly right. If I get hit with a snowball from Bourbon Street, just cut my whole face off. Do you know how nasty the actual Bourbon Street itself is? It is a phenomenal place. Don't get me. I enjoyed the hell out of it.
Throw up, all type of.
Oh God!
You picking up stuff off the floor on Bourbon?
Why is that snow not white
on Bourbon Street? And then you're throwing at people?
Yeah,
that's grounds for a fight.
My favorite is Louisiana Cajuns doing Louisiana Cajun thing. I saw some dude in an airboat over the snow, just doing spins. I saw someone trying to hit a golf ball on the frozen ice, and they're going to be some crazy.
I saw somebody. I think it was like a LSU Tigers fan or fan account. They tweeted a picture of. I want to say. I think it was Missouri. their field was filled with snow, and they said whatever team has a field full of snow shouldn't be in the SEC. And then they tweeted their
LSU,
they
Tiger
said, "Well,
Stadium.
this is embarrassing."
Yeah, it's been a very odd day. Thankfully, around Houston, man, it's things have melted. Seems like the plows that apparently we
Melting
have and
as
the
we speak.
salt trucks that we apparently have that I've learned about.
I went
over the
past
last
some
day.
salt trucks.
Yeah, I was like, I did
I'm
not
like, this
realize
is
we
weird.
had that.
All right,
Man.
let's be honest here. Salt trucks and salt, I don't mind. I mean, it freezes here. Pretty much every year we'll get a freeze or two.
Yeah.
Snow plows in Houston?
Did not. Well, I'm glad to.
Well, you needed it the past couple days.
Okay, how many years has it been since you needed it before?
Well,
hey, it's a new day and age, man.
and it's becoming a lot fewer and further between, man. So I am
that expenditure?
I am happy that they are here, and I'm happy that they get in these streets together so that we can move around.
Yeah.
Although I might not be happy when, I don't know, in years coming, if it's like, oh, well, no, the street plows get it. You better take your ass to work. Like, no, I was hoping for a snow day.
Oh, no, wait till that salt start eating up your car.
Ooh.
Start getting rusty.
Yeah, that's true.
That's one thing I do not
dirty,
miss.
man.
Oh, man, you should have seen
dirty.
You should have seen the car I left up there before I moved down here.
Yeah.
Man, that bad boy was rusty.
That reminds me, I need to go wash my car, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for that public service announcement.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I don't know that there's a lot of salt out there for like
I've
everybody.
seen some.
Okay.
That I don't mind.
When I was driving, you could kind of hear the salt in the tires a little bit. Yeah.
So yeah, that's a public service announcement from Figgy Fig here in the loop. All right, real quick. We mentioned this a little bit with Spillane at Spo at 1040, but it's worth circling back around to. Apparently, according to Mark Feinsand of MLB Network, there is a rumor that Houston is interested in signing free agent outfielder Jurickson Profar, soon to be 32 years old. And I mean, he had probably the best season of his career last year. He really has found his level. He's been a good addition, and I'd be interested in this greatly. Jurickson Profar
upgrade. I mean, absolute upgrade. No matter what you think about his career,
459 slugging, 839 OPS last season.
Yeah,
OPS plus 134. Like that's you just need something in the outfield. I was looking at it earlier. Chas McCormick, like, hey man, if you just go ahead and wash the 2024 season, if he can somehow like find a level, even if it's not quite the 23 season that you had, but if you could find a level that's somewhat near that, I'm okay with him being an everyday player. Now, of course, coming in with him as an everyday player, I have some concern.
You're on an island there, I think.
If he finds to come back like that, I'd be okay with that. If you have Jurickson Profar, you can cobble together.
I mean, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, but we'll see if they're able to get that done. That's, of course, just a rumor that's out there that is coming around. This was an interesting thing that I saw around the world of sports that I guess could have a tie to Houston teams, specifically the Rockets. So apparently there's a little bit of buzz building around a potential Jimmy Butler trade framework that could include the Heat, the Suns, and the Bucks. And the reason why this popped up is because the Utah Jazz and the Suns did a deal, I believe it was yesterday, where the Suns traded a future first-round pick, I believe it was 31, for multiple first-round picks from the Utah Jazz. Now, they're not the most advantageous. They're like the least beneficial of like pick swaps type things, but at least they sent one in, they get three back. Nominal first-round picks. They're not the best first-round picks. They're not their own first-round picks, which the Rockets are holding on to, or the grip of those. However, this is a number of first-round picks that maybe can allow them to make a move to make them better, like this one that Evan Siddery has, I believe I said his name correctly, I'm not sure. Apologies to Evan if that's wrong. But that has been proposed that would send Jimmy Butler to the Suns to join Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. And then that would send Bradley Beal to Milwaukee, where he has said, or the report is that he would be willing to waive his no-trade clause, the thing that makes this really tough, to go there. And then Chris Middleton would go from Milwaukee to Miami, and they would take some salary, it would take some deal, but that would be the framework of the deal. And the reason why this could be interesting for the Rockets are holding on to those Suns picks, and they're valuable if the Suns are not good and they want to go, all right, we're ready to tank. Can you give us our picks back?
That's the key part, right? They're not ready to tank.
It doesn't seem like it.
That's the most key part.
Yeah, they still trying to win.
They are still trying to win, and I don't know. I'll ask you guys, do you think that Jimmy Butler added to the Suns, it feels like a real boomer bust play, but it feels like it has a possibility of really helping them out and getting out of the doldrums that they've been in.
I think it's exactly what we just talked about. I think they're not ready to tank. I think Jimmy Butler, I mean, he's so done.
Tom Ball's own.
Yeah, but he's so done with Miami. I think it would energize him. Playing with those other guys would absolutely be a threat. No, I think it would help them. I don't know how much it would help them, but I think it would.
I think they could get in the playoffs and maybe make some noise. I don't know if they're going to reach the finals, which I think they're trying to do, but I don't think they're going to reach the finals, but I think they could kind of give some teams some problems in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that this absolutely could take them to a better place, and I was really hoping, and maybe this is the hater situation, I was really hoping that they would just get to a place where they fell behind, they kept losing ground, and looked up and went, hey,
now or never.
This thing is just not going to come together.
Yeah,
let's blow this thing up and get those first round.
Oh, you're
picks
hoping
back.
for the opposite.
Oh yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm trying to feast off of the corpse that is the Phoenix Suns. Right. That is why you go and you get their first round picks. You are hedging, or you're betting against their success, and you're betting that they will go to a downward place where those first round picks become even more valuable. And you can extract that value from them. Seems like they might be moving away from that. The deal isn't done, but it looks like things are being put in place for them to try and go get Jimmy Butler. Now, the funny thing about that, though, Jimmy Butler, now he has like the option for the $50+ million next year, which I imagine he would opt into. But what happens if they trade for him and it goes awry, as it can be sometimes with Jimmy Butler? Now we back in business.
Yeah, well, you are.
Now we back in business on this being in a bad place that you can use those first.
Yeah, it might be a little bit too late though in the game, because they're going to let this run. They're going to see what they can do.
Who, the Rockets?
No, the Suns, with Jimmy Butler if he's there.
But they can still. I mean, I think it's still a chance they could be a bad team.
That's what we're doing.
Where they probably is in the play-in. Whatever tournament or whatever.
Like the Rockets, you just hold on to those draft picks and see what happens, right? Because there's still that possibility. But I'm talking about from the Suns' perspective, they're not going to blow it up anytime soon.
Nah, they're not blowing. Not this year.
Yeah,
not this year. And the thing I still hope for, maybe next offseason. Yeah, talk to me in the offseason, see what we can make happen there.
Yeah.
But I found that to be an interesting thing that's happening there. And that's what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I do want to remind you that coming up in this next hour, in the noon o'clock hour, you'll have a chance to win 4 tickets to the Houston Automotive Show, which is happening January 29th through February 2nd at NRG Center. I was about to say NRG Stadium, but at the NRG Center. So keep it locked here. We'll be giving away those tickets all week long, but of course in the next hour as well. And shout out to the 832 who said, hey, remember that the city of Houston borrowed those snow plows from our neighbors to the north. We saw this coming.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Well, you just don't want to have the down payment.
Why?
You don't want to have the plow note.
Hey, they could just buy like 10 of them and just keep them around.
Why?
Because it be happening.
Yeah. Once every 20 years.
You don't got to get ready to stay ready, Lopez. That's a principle.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's revisit the Texans season this way. What were the moments that defined this Texans season? 713-572-4610. Let's revisit the season through specific moments. We'll do it next.
What is Coach D'Amico most proud? HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're having a happy Wednesday right now. Of course, his text line is 713-572-4610. And I'll just ask you, right, because y'all Texas fans, y'all probably on social media following your favorite Texans. And if you are following one Joe_Maine Mixon, he is Joseph Mixon, the running back for this Texas team. He's going up right now on Twitter, and he is not happy with the National Football League, saying that I'm getting fined by the NFL for what someone else said. What's next? I get fined by them for Connor McDavid cross-checking an opponent on an NHL game, and he does the face palm emoji. And I'm going to be honest, I have not fully grasped what he is exactly
talking about. No, we've been kicking it around during the break because it just happened a couple of minutes ago.
I mean, prior to that, he had put out a tweet that said, at NFL, y'all wild, face palm emoji, with a gif of one Shaggy. Saying it wasn't me, not Shaggy the cartoon character. I feel like that might be one of those two eras moment where if you're of a certain age,
Americas,
you went. No, I don't even know if that's two Americas. I feel like it's just if you're a little bit older, you might go right to Scooby Doo. If you're a little bit younger, you might. Well, I don't know how much younger because if you get too young, people are like, "What is shit? What are you talking about?" It wasn't me.
Yeah.
But yes, that's we'll keep digging on that, and I want to see if I figure out what's happening there. But what we will do here is talk about this Texans season through moments. What were the moments that defined this Texans season? Good, bad, otherwise. What were the moments that mattered in a big way in the season and the arc that was crafted by these Texans?
I'm going through some things in my mind here, like because we talked about this 2 hours ago, almost to the minute. Like this was not a good offensive team. We can talk about some of the things that they showed, late or whatever, but it just wasn't. So really, kind of what defined it for me were some of the personnel decisions. Forget before we get to what they did on the field. You could argue Cam Akers letting him go or moving on from him instead of Dameon Pierce.
That happened
right before the season.
No, remember
right at the beginning of the season.
Because Cam Akers ran the ball in the time period where Joe Mixon was injured.
Yeah, right at the beginning of the season.
I think did he get traded after they played the Vikings or before?
Oh, it was definitely after.
Yeah, it was after.
Okay.
It was after. That to me was kind of defined what they were going to do, at least in
Cam Akers got traded in September.
Yeah. But at least what they were going to do offensively, running the ball, and that was a bad decision. I mean, you can argue it. It was a bad decision, though, to me. I mean, Dameon Pierce did nothing.
The thing
he had one game when it didn't matter, and then did nothing.
The thing is, I felt like they wouldn't even play Akers like that.
That was my thing.
Yeah, because they ran Joe Mixon like a madman.
But he would have been a better option.
Yeah, but if you have a better option and you don't use it regardless.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying better option than Dameon Pierce.
That's my thing. I feel like they wouldn't even, let's say they did let go of Pierce. I don't know if they would have played Akers like that. I think they just used
I
Joe
think
Mixon.
when they played him, he would have had more success. And maybe giving you some better options.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Maybe. And we get a text that comes in that says, Slowick failed DP. I mean, in a way, like just schematically, we knew that this was not the scheme for Dameon Pierce, and we saw that when it seems like he came on and had better instances of running the football when it feels like the offensive kind of run scheme at the very least changed to more inside zone, more gap scheme, especially in the playoffs. So maybe you put it that way, but it's a tacit. I mean, I feel like that's a tacit acknowledgement, or at least we can come back around in hindsight and look up and go, yeah, you probably could have run the football better with Dameon Pierce in a system that fits him. But, yeah, there's very clearly a mismatched personnel. And I don't know if that's the one that I feel strongest about when it comes to their personnel decision. The one, and, of course, hindsight is indeed 20/20, or 50/50, as Cam Newton once said, when you look at this wide receiver core, right? This was a defining moment. We had the conversations when they were cutting down, roster cut down earlier in the season or before the season, when they had an abundance of wide receivers, and you had to decide which way you would go with them.
Yeah.
And they went philosophically, it seems, with the younger up-and-comers, right, or the guys that you imagine had some level of runway of development, and that was Mechie and Hutchinson. And those are the two guys that, unfortunately, just dealing with poor luck of injuries, they were guys that were needed desperately when you get to the divisional round and were guys that were not able to give you great play when you absolutely needed them. Hutch gave you some catches once it got going, but there was a couple of instances where you could have moved the chains and kept some possessions going if you could catch the football. One of those, to be fair to Hutchinson, was a ball that it felt like CJ was putting behind him intentionally to kind of keep him from, moving into a safety that was there. But it was one of those where if you get your head around, you maybe have an opportunity to get your hands on it and bring it down.
Sure.
But ultimately, those feel like some plays that maybe Noah Brown makes, right? Maybe
Noah Brown. That was an early decision.
But those were the decisions that you made. You went away from some guys that you knew could give you some level of consistent play, although injuries were issues with those guys, with Noah Brown and the like, right? But you decided to go with the Mechie and a Hutchinson, and I don't know that you were fully rewarded for those decisions because neither of those guys, I don't think, came up really big for you this season.
Yes, and also with and look, we're not saying they should have kept him. It just sort of defined the season is what we're talking about here. You can say, well, Noah Brown, this or that, he's more of a blocker or whatever.
Only played 11 games as well.
Only played in 11 games, and actually in just 11 games had more catches than the guys that you just mentioned. The John Mechie had 11 more catches than him. Xavier Hutchinson had 20-something more catches than him, and was a big body that could block. You're talking about wide receiver screens and stuff like that.
Yep. He came up huge when he needed to last season. So I think, if you would have ran it back, I think he would have been okay, especially since you needed some receivers at some point this year.
Right. But as far as defining what this season was, and I don't even know if we've even talked about this. Was this season a disappointment or what?
That's a great. Let's go there. Was the season a success? Because ultimately, you end the season in some ways in the same place that you did the season prior. You lose in the divisional round. Now you're a lot more competitive, right? You're competitive for 3 quarters compared to that. That Ravens game. Once you got past half, it was it was a written story.
Yeah.
And so but you're in the same place at least when it comes to just the actual round. Was this successful for you?
I think the answer is no, because we know there's going to be more changes. There's going to be some changes here. If this were last year, and I know CJ had a better regular season, but if this were last year going in, you beat Cleveland. All right, this year you beat the Chargers. You lose to the Ravens. All right, this year you lost to the Chiefs in a very bitter, referee contended game and all that. So maybe if he had the regular season, you could maybe say, it was kind of neither. It still showed some promise for the future. But if you're looking at the entirety of the season and the fact that you're going to have some changes coming out of it, I think it was more of a disappointment.
Yeah.
Slightly more of a disappointment.
It's tough because it feels like you have to split the baby in half.
Yeah,
the defense was clearly
awesome.
Clearly incredible, and all of the moves that, and maybe this is something that I wanted to talk about, and maybe we get to this later in the show or another time, just breaking down the moves that the Texans made specifically and how they actually played out and panned out, because there's a lot of these free agent moves that landed exactly and squarely how you wanted them, right? You got a lot of guys added in that played very well. Obviously, you talk about Azeez, you talk about even Danico Autry. I had to make sure I said the right one because you got Nico and Danico, and you got all these guys that have similar sounding names. But Danico Autry was an incredible ad for you. Folu Fatukasi was a very good ad for you. So many of these guys played incredibly well and helped you elevate the defense in exactly the way that you wanted and needed it to. So, successful in that way. But it definitely does not feel successful offensively because, again, this was a promising offense. And the idea was, okay, now you build on that.
Yeah.
There's not building upon. There's foundational issues, in fact.
Yes.
And so now you're going backwards and having to refigure the foundation so that you can build upon it, which, again, feels like a waste of a year for the quarterback that you have on the rookie deal and all of these things. I feel like there was growth and development, but even for him, he had the sophomore slump because of issues with the actual offensive line and elsewhere. So, yeah, man, it's tough. It's really hard, but I find it hard to make it an out-and-out success. I don't want to go all the way to disappointment, but it feels like it leans heavier there.
Right, I totally agree. So that's the takeaway from the season. Now, defining the season. We were kicking this around off air as well, and we're bringing it on air right now. I kind of changed my mind on what really defined the season for me. Figgy, what did you say earlier?
To me, I said that Titans loss at home really deflated the season for me personally.
Good answer. and I was kind of with you. What would you say, like, defined this season, what it was and where we are in terms of disappointment or success?
Oh, man, I don't know if I put a single one, but one of the ones that definitely felt like was the Jets loss Thursday night, right? You're getting into the primetime games. I think one of the ways that it defines it is, hey, this is no longer a 12 p.m. every Sunday proposition. You are trying to be a team that plays in those Thursdays and those Sunday nights and those Mondays. That means that you're a good team that people want to put on national television.
Yeah.
And in one of the earlier instances of having that, I guess maybe not the earliest because on week 2 you were on Sunday night, but one of the earlier instances of that happening, you went out and laid a stinker on the road, and in that game, that's the game that you have Kenyon Green get injured. And it's not the Green injury itself, but I think what it also implied was that he didn't lose that position until he got injured.
Yeah.
And I think that that's going to be something that we're looking at into this offseason as well, as how and it was a thing that we talked about soon thereafter, is just how loyal are they going to be to certain things, or to just even some of their thoughts that they went in to their to their priors, right?
Yeah.
We prior thought Kenyon Green would be able to come in, but it was evident after a couple of weeks that this is an issue at left guard, to the point where people are attacking that spot, and they still stayed with him before, we need to find an answer and find a way to make this go. And that, I think, is some of the question that, has come up just generally, but also is going to be a question specifically over this week. And until we have some level of clarity with coordinator or what have you, is how willing are you to, iterate on what feels like it might not be working to the perfect level, or to the level that feels sustainable or satisfactory is the word I was looking for.
All right, so that's another good answer, and
thanks, man.
And to me,
I appreciate it.
We'll see what the listeners have to say.
Texans 713-572-4610. Was it a good answer?
You know what kind of did
immediately everybody's like, no, it's a terrible.
No, it was horrible, awful. I went back and started looking at all the games here that I keep in front of me. And, like, all the way until the Detroit game, we were kind of going back and forth. Maybe, maybe they can get there from here. They beat Buffalo, and you're like, all right.
Yeah,
maybe.
That's a defining moment of the game of the season, too. Like, I don't want to make this entirely negative.
Then they work New England, and you're like, okay. So maybe they are going to, sort of figuring things out. But the moment where I said, yeah, it ain't going to happen, was really the Detroit game. Because they
5 picks, text line just sent that in as well. 5 interceptions.
Yeah, because they lose to Green Bay, and you're like, well, that was awful. Kenyon Green starts getting just destroyed, and you're like, well, that's bad. But you still kind of feel like, all right, maybe not. Still week 8, week 9. When I left the stadium against Detroit on Sunday Night Football, and I just told myself, it ain't gonna happen. They can't get there from here.
Really?
So that kind of defined it, because they had everything going their way. They were playing good football.
Yeah.
The defense was doing what the defense ended up doing all year long, and they still lost and were getting worked on the offensive line and couldn't figure things out. And I think if I had to pick one, it would be the Detroit game. Like I walked away going, nah, it ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, the Detroit game.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think at that point, that's when I kind of lost faith in the offense.
Yes.
Where I'm like, man, like the defense doing their thing right now, and the offense ain't getting nothing clicked. At that point, I looked at this team as a defensive team.
Yes.
I won't say I lost faith in the offense because, you heard us. There was times where, there's a possibility. There's still an opportunity. There's still a path. And maybe that was, not maybe, that was definitely hopeful thinking, right? But I think when it comes to, like, the moment, I still will come back to that Jets loss. And again, I wasn't trying to find just a fulcrum when the season turned, just what were those moments that made huge impacts on the overall arc of the season. But that one looms large for me because it felt like that was when I went, oh, okay.
Yeah.
The notion of incremental growth, right? Because early on, I think you'll recall this, I was not immediately like, oh, wow, everything's all great. I was like, yeah, but they still left something to be desired. And it was like, oh, well, no style points. Style points don't matter. And I was like, I'm not talking about style points. I'm talking about what can be sustainable for this offense. And I was like, there's still meat on the bone. You're still leaving stuff on the cutting room floor here. And I feel like that was when I was like, okay. Or no, not before that, but D'Amico kind of preached this idea of, okay, just get the win and we can find incremental progress to our ultimate goal.
Yeah.
And I think it was around that time with the Jets game, I was like, no, ain't no incremental process. You got to put it on. You got to put it on tape.
Yeah.
And we didn't see them put it on tape damn near all the way through the season. And I felt like that was about when I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know that you can go with increment, or even if you can, in theory, go with incremental progress. I don't know that this team is going to operate in that way, and ultimately, it didn't feel like they did.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of answers. It's up to you individually, but I was holding out hope, like CJ and the defense and all that. I'm like, if they can't overcome 5 turnovers and they lose like that at home, it ain't going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, obvious ones, the Diggs and Tank injury show up as moments that define the season, especially because it felt like if you were going to put, and I know the offensive line would be the obvious one, but if you're going to put one or two things that made it, that really showed up in that Chiefs game, was the idea of not having that type of, those types of pass catchers to be able to attack that Spagnuolo defense. That, because can you imagine that game with one or the other or both? I mean, and of course, butterfly effect, not everything plays out exactly the same, but if you somehow could just drop those guys into the game that we saw, they have a really good chance of getting a victory there as well. But yeah, keep those coming in. What were the moments that you showed up? Yeah, injured key players. And injuries are going to happen in football, but it felt like you missed some big ones. And maybe I focused on the offensive ones. Maybe you talk about the defensive ones, and it's a credit to the defense that they were able to still be as salty as they were, but losing Petrie and then losing Ward, who also came in and played well in that position, definitely did not help this. But yeah, let us know. Someone said they are who we thought they were. Shout out to Dennis Green. The top 8 in the AFC, but in that 7 or 8 spot. And somebody said, I need the Texans to find a way to pay for T. Higgins and then draft Matthew Golden to replace Tank, and I'll be over the moon. Okay, all right.
It's crazy. I never would have thought we needed a receiver. With the way the season, now that's like the number one need.
We were like, you got too many wide receivers. What are you gonna do with all these wide receivers? Yeah, man. Okay. A lot of work to be done there off Kirby. We'll keep talking about that all through the offseason here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we've reached that time where we get into our lunchtime confessions. You'll hear that next on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with of the big game on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, boys.
What up?
I want everybody to know I'm fine. I've never not been fine in the last 2 days.
Sure about that?
How are those 6 screws that you got in your ankle?
I got 6 screws in my ankle.
And you get in a car accident?
Drove my truck into a ditch.
I heard you flip 3 times.
Sure. So yesterday, for those who don't know, and I'm sure you shared some of the story. I know the morning guys shared some of the story.
People had a snow day. Not everybody
so
was
they might not have been listening.
locked in. I understand.
So yesterday, we do our regular deal. I like to get a lot of my prep done at home. Then I drive over to the office. All good, right? Well, it was snowing like crazy when I left about, I don't know, whatever. It was between 8:30 and 9, something like that, whenever I texted you. And I back up my truck. Now, every truck I've ever gotten has 4-wheel drive, but I loved this truck, from D&M Leasing, by the way.
Ka-ching.
And the only thing it didn't have was 4-wheel drive, and I said, no big deal.
What you need that for?
I'll use it.
Though.
I'll use it on the beach, or I'll use it here and there. But I'm like, how much do I really use it?
Well, that's the point of having a truck, though.
No, it's a powerful truck. It just doesn't have 4-wheel drive. So I back up. All right. And as I back up, my wheels just start spinning when I put it in drive, because I'm like right on the edge. And by the way, this is when it's snowing the most, so it's just catching snow and no 4-wheel drive. I'm like, oh crap. Let me just try to manipulate. So I tried to manipulate it for a while. Didn't work. And as I'm doing this, I live on a very slight hill. There's no big hills in Houston, but I live on a very slight hill, and I'm kind of on the angle upward, and it's spinning, all right? And as I'm doing this, all the kids on the block, well, all of them were doing it ultimately, but there was like 4 or 5 at the time, on inner tubes, on trash can lids, they start sledding down the same hill that my truck is
Which
on.
they're supposed to do. That's exactly what you're supposed to do on a day like this.
They were having, it was snowing, it was fun, they were having a blast. So I put it in reverse. I said, you know what? I'm going to back all the way down, turn around and go around the block the other way. Maybe I'll have some momentum and the hill's not as steep or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I put it in reverse, and my truck just immediately starts sliding and fishtailing, and I'm trying to turn the wheel. So I stop again, ultimately just slide all the way back down the hill, and I have to park it by this ditch with 2 wheels like near the ditch so it's not in the road and all that stuff. Well, that turned into, hey, look, you hear Lopez fell into a ditch?
You did. You fell into a ditch. Technically correct.
I got a text. So I ended up not coming into work. Y'all were hitting me up here and there yesterday.
That's right. We couldn't let you have an off.
Well, it was fine. It was fun. I actually enjoyed that. And the kid, but here's the thing. As I'm sliding down, I see kids whizzing by me on their I could have run over a kid if I didn't want to kill a kid.
You typically don't want to. That's an ill-advised.
So
I think that's a good idea.
That's great.
So I'm getting texts from people here at the office, including Big Boss, like, man, are you all right? I'm like, I'm fine. Didn't say it wasn't as bad as it sounded, or they made it sound.
Hey, what hospital room you in?
That's right. R.I.P. Lopez. I'm like, I appreciate the concern. That's very, very touching. But I'm like, basically, my truck slid down a hill. It was snowing like crazy. It was by this time, it was already pushing 9:30. So there's no way I was going to get in. I called you guys, and Parker pretty much says, don't worry about it. And that's that. But no, I ended up getting the truck yesterday afternoon once it started heating up. And I got it, but I'm humbled and honored, but also it wasn't that much. It wasn't what people thought it was.
All I'm hearing is you could have came into work.
Hey, man, you all right? Hey, man, you all right? Could have walked. Might have taken a while.
These are my confessions.
I got to admit, I'm actually not mad about the Hall of Fame voter that didn't put Ichiro on his ballot, his or her ballot, to ultimately make him a unanimous inductee into the Hall of Fame.
Why?
But only for one reason.
Yeah.
If they were trying to game the system, right? Understanding that you only get, 10 votes per ballot, right?
I think it's 10, if I remember
correctly. So obviously there is a large contingent of guys on the ballot that you have to vote for, and you only have 10 that you can account for. And so sometimes you're like, I would probably vote for 12 people or whatever. But
I think that should be the case.
You only have 10, right? It's not just vote for everybody that you want. You only get 10, and then those valid votes are counted. Well, Ichiro was an inevitable lock. Like, everybody knew it. Now, it gets dangerous if you start playing this game, if everybody starts playing this game. But you know that for the most part, people don't start playing this game. And if that one person was like, I know he's going in, and because he's a lock, I'm going to use this to get that one person in. Now, unfortunately, I can't tell because that ballot was not unanimous.
Yeah.
Now, if we find out that person who voted left Ichiro off and didn't use all 10,
exactly,
and was just trying to be a jerk, then that buddy's a hater. Buddy's a hater if that's the case. But otherwise, I'm actually not upset. Like, the idea of being unanimous, it's cool, but it's a novelty. I think more important, he is a first ballot Hall of Famer. He is overwhelmingly so. Everybody respects him now as the first Japanese born player in the Hall of Fame. I feel like that's cool. Like, the novelty of being the unanimous one, like, it's a cool trivia question, but it's not something that I think is different in ultimately all of this. Everybody knows Ichiro is a legend in this game, and I don't think that one vote changed.
Yeah, I didn't really look at it that way. I was just kind of curious, like, I want to hear your reason why you felt like you shouldn't have voted for him. Like, I just kind of want to know the reason. Like, do you feel like he's not worthy of a first ballot, or
that person would be an idiot in that point?
Yeah, exactly. I just kind of want to hear the reasoning why he didn't vote for him.
Yeah,
not necessarily him being anonymous.
Yeah, I think they were trying to get that vote to. So I'm okay if that person was just like, I would like to get that vote to someone else, especially because you also have to remember that's
a big if though.
This is all really this is all really gamified. Because remember, if you don't get 5% of the vote, they take you smooth off the ballot.
Exactly.
So sometimes you might just be like, let me throw one of these votes over here to maybe see if we can keep somebody on the ballot longer or what have you. Like, I don't know, but like
I get that.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that if that's the case, and of course you're right, it is an if. But if that's the case, I'm really not tripping.
I kind of do that around here because sometimes we have a little ballot thing to vote for the rock star and all that stuff.
Right.
And sometimes I'm like, I know this person probably gonna win, so
let's spread the love.
let me spread to somebody who ain't probably not gonna win, but at least let me show them some love. Or something.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So John Lopez was off of work yesterday. I was off of work yesterday as well as Monday, Friday. And this is why. So I've been having a cough for a long time. I felt like it been months of me having this strong cough. So I decided to make a doctor's appointment, which was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So they ain't had
just to get a check.
Yeah, let me try to get this straight now because I'm tired of coughing.
Yeah.
And little did I know I was going to be off for the next 5 days because I tested positive for the flu.
Yeah.
Not COVID, but the flu. And so I was really confused because I'm like, man, like I feel fine. Like I'm good.
Just that cough.
Yeah. So apparently because I didn't have a fever, I probably should have lied and said I did. But apparently I didn't have a fever. So that required me from not even a company policy, but I guess just the doctor policy where I had to be at home for the next 5 days. I'm like, man, my confession is I probably shouldn't have went to the doctor, man.
No, that can't be the takeaway.
No, this is why.
I said that yesterday.
That can't be the takeaway.
No,
I said that's what he gets for going to the doctor, which I go to the doctor. I'm just kidding.
But see, this is why, though, because I still got that cough. Like the cough didn't leave.
And you've been out 5 days.
Yeah, I've been out.
What did they give you?
They gave me an antibiotic. They gave me some. They tried to give me some coughing pearls, which do not work. So she was about to prescribe it for me. I'm like, is those the coughing pearls? I'm like, that do not work. So she's like, all right, let me give you some of this coughing medicine or like a syrup.
Yeah.
She was like, here, get you some tussin.
Yeah, that still didn't work. So I still got the cough. I feel like I'm just got to live with the cough.
So you got that syrup.
Yeah, I don't think it's that syrup.
I see what you're putting down.
Hey,
I got that syrup. Though.
Hey, I don't
Anybody got some lemon
What
lime?
do they call it? It's like there's a slang term for shoes. What is it?
Scissor.
Yeah, is that it?
Or lean?
What was he about to say?
Yeah, no.
That was what got me. What you?
No, I think you said it. What do they call it?
Scissor.
Yeah.
Or lean?
No, scissor.
Nah,
I've heard that.
I haven't heard that the way you said it.
Yeah, well, we need to dump that.
Shout out to 3 6 Mile.
Right, yeah, sipping on some scissor. Wow. I did not imagine that we would have a promethazine reference on this show, but it is very uniquely Houston.
These are my confessions.
Finally happened, and I'm ashamed of myself. I looked at 3 mock drafts.
I
looked at 3.
Damn you, Houston Texans.
Oh, you Houston Texans.
You're supposed to extend the season,
you
man.
You did it to me again. You did it to me far too early to look at these mock drafts, but I did. In fact, I think I even called one up earlier, and just for the sake of to share.
Who they got the Texans taking at 25?
Some offensive tackle. I mean,
they from the trench.
Offensive tackle out of Ohio State. I need to get on my grind looking at this.
I shouldn't be. Don't do it yet.
It's funny, after the national championship game, I felt like everybody just like, oh, they need to get this player from Ohio State. Yeah. They got to get that player from Ohio State.
Well, it's not like Ohio State is devoid of talent. They got a whole bunch of boys out there between recruiting them as Ohio State and then giving them all this money.
Yeah.
Of course.
I haven't heard any of that before, though.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh, yeah, we need to draft the whole damn team at this point.
Oh my God. And people are trying to take the coordinator, too.
Yes.
That's what's happening over there, yeah.
These are my confessions.
So which one should I go with here? All right, I'll go here. Bobby Hurley, who is the head coach at UConn. You make that noise because he was being petulant is a word that I love. But he was being petulant yesterday. He berated a ref.
Yeah.
And you could see him mouth the words, "I'm the best coach in the sport."
God.
Right? And then he went further. Well, actually, I should clarify.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the best coach in the effing sport was actually the words. And afterwards, he said, when he was talking about the TV cameras focused on him in that moment, he said, quote, "I just wish they put the cameras on the other coach more. I just wish they would show these other coaches losing their minds at the officials and other Big East games. But the camera, obviously, I've created this for myself. I'm not the victim." Yeah. And he is being purely petulant. And I'm also here to say, I think that this is kind of what's necessary for him to be the next face of the sport. Because that's one of the things about college basketball.
That's not a bad point.
Where are the faces?
Because now he's hateable.
Yeah. Where are the characters?
Yeah, because ain't no more Coach K.
That's actually a very good point.
Yeah.
I was kind of going the other way, but you're right.
Like, where are the characters? And I do hate that, like, a lot of the characters were built through being, like, strongmen, being, like, borderline, if not straight up, abusive to their players. Not all of them, because some of them, like Big John Thompson at Georgetown, was just like a great coach to his guys, and that was not built off of, him being a jerk or whatever. But at the very least, because the players cycle through it, especially cycle through more now, the coaches have to be the identities of these teams. Yeah. And we've gotten a lot of just kind of milquetoast coaching.
Because now you hate him, and that's good.
Yep.
It make you feel something.
So you can kind of put him in there with Tom Izzo.
Or even Coach K.
But that's the thing is, you look at that class, Tom Izzo is the last of those guys that are still here. And I've asked this before, who are the guys who have taken up the mantle as the faces of the sport? And maybe you can go Cal now at Arkansas. Yeah. Like, there's not a lot of those guys. Mick Cronin is popping up a little bit more recently at UCLA, but there's not a lot of those guys that show up for you. I think Bobby Hurley, he sure does. And he's vocal about it in front of the media, but I feel like these are instances, as much as I hate them, and maybe it's just that college basketball is not as prominent as it used to be. And so maybe you're never going to get to that point.
You know what?
But I feel like Bobby Hurley being this, or is it Danny? No, I think it's Bobby.
What?
Hurley.
Dan Hurley.
It is Dan Hurley. I've been saying Bobby the whole time.
Man, I didn't even realize it.
Him and his brother, Danny Hurley. Thank you. Goodness gracious. But yes, Danny Hurley's necessary. And apparently maybe it doesn't work because I keep saying the wrong name. Maybe I'm just wrong.
You'll learn it. You'll know it.
I will get it right. I do that every time. It's Dan Hurley and I say Bobby every time. Damn.
You look like a Bobby.
My bad, Dan. Although not my bad.
Hey, call him Bobby.
He was out here being a jerk. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Those are our lunchtime confessions here on a Wednesday. Coming up next, we were talking about this tweet that we saw. We've gotten more insight, and I think that there's a question that needs to be asked. Are the Texans fully in their bad boy era? We'll talk about it next.
How close are the Texans to
Happy 50th.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, there is some NFL kind of breaking news, I guess. You don't have to hit no sounders. Aaron Glenn is indeed going to be signed on to be the head coach of the New York Jets. I find that interesting, man. They go from defensive head coach to another defensive head coach. It feels like we've fully broken the trend of, I don't know how long it was a trend, but it felt like there was a time period where you went from offensive-minded head coach to defensive-minded head coach to offense. You know, you kind of
there's been
have they have an offensive-minded head coach at some point, like recently?
The Jets? When they hired Adam Gase, which that was funny.
Yeah.
Because remember, he was the offense coordinator in Miami prior to that. And
because I know they had Todd Bowles, and then they went to, did they go to Robert Saleh after that?
From Bowles? Oh, I'm going to have to pull it up. But that sounds.
Man, they sticking with the defense.
They have been on the defense a lot recently. But yeah, Aaron Glenn, we were talking about it earlier. Like, that's a dude who has some ties around these parts. It'll be interesting to see as he builds his staff if he'll try and pluck from what you have here.
Aaron Glenn, keep it moving, man. Don't look over here.
Yeah,
man.
I think he is.
Unless you want to take Bobby
For your sake, man.
Unless you want to take Bobby Slowick.
I don't think that's going to happen. No, I think there's. I think there's going to be some coaches, maybe some scouting personnel that he's going to at least interview from the Texans. But Aaron Glenn, the interesting thing about defensive coach to defensive coach, and people have already started talking about that. I think Aaron Glenn, for one, knows that if he controls the defense and gets the right guy, he did it in New Orleans, he did it in Detroit, and he wasn't the head coach, but he's like, he has a preferred style of offense and says, kind of like what D'Amico did, at least to start here, like, you do you. You got offense, I got defense. I don't think he's like one of these guys that's like, we have to run the ball, not 27 times a game or else.
I don't think that Robert Saleh was either.
Yeah, but
they just happened to hitch their wagon to Zach. What's that? Zach
Wilson.
Wilson. I was like, that's not his name, right? But for some reason, Wilson sounded wrong. Zach Wilson, the MILF hunter, and then they tried to go for the big swing with Aaron Rodgers, and big swing and a miss. But yes, they went Rex Ryan to Todd Bowles to Adam Gase to Robert Saleh. So they did a little ping pong back and forth a little bit there.
And he's the favorite son. I mean, he drafted by the Jets, played for the Jets, all pro with the Jets, obviously Pro Bowler here. It's a mess up there, but I would trust Aaron Glenn before a lot of other people.
It seemed like it's kind of shaping up as like the Houston Texans story of, D'Amico, he played here and was a all-pro here.
You can't say that,
they could be trying to look at the Houston Texans
100%
and model what they're doing.
No, the Texans are one of the models around the league now because you're seeing this era of former players going back home. As you can always go back home. You're seeing some of that pop up, and D'Amico Ryans and his early success is absolutely a part of that. I'm certain of that.
Yeah,
he's also I'm sorry, Figgy, but he's also the just beloved. He's a hell of a person. Like
Aaron or D'Amico or both.
Like D'Amico. That's what I'm saying. Like D'Amico. He's one of those guys that people just gravitate to and just like.
Yeah. I was looking. I was like, why would he want to coach there? Like, they don't have a quarterback or anything, but it makes sense if he was drafted there and they have a good relationship with him. So kind of makes sense. But just keep it moving. Don't look over here.
Good luck with that part, Figgy.
Gerard Johnson, change your number, man. Hey, don't answer that call. Don't answer that New York number. Yeah, don't answer his call, man.
Man, all right. So there's that just came over the wire. Something else that came over the wire like maybe 30 minutes ago or so was Joe Mixon. At Joe_Main Mixon on Twitter or X, I guess. And yes, shout out to the Nimitz Cougars because obviously Aaron Glenn is one. But Joe Mixon on Twitter, he started breaking bad a little bit today on Twitter. He started with a tweet that said, "At NFL y'all wow," with a face palm emoji and a gift of Shaggy singing "It Wasn't Me." And then he followed up with, "I'm getting fined by the NFL for what someone else said. What's next? I get fined by them for what Connor McDavid cross-checking an opponent in an NHL game?" Again, facepalm emoji, and then he followed that up with, "and really tried to find me for the max. That's mind-blowing, SMH." And what is he talking about at this point? Well, we've gotten a little bit of insight. Pro Football Talk has alluded to the fact that the NFL apparently is indeed fining Joe Mixon and I believe that they have fined him for supposedly saying, why play the game if every 50-50 call goes to the Chiefs? These officials are trash and biased. But apparently Joe Mixon didn't say that. That tweet is included in an SI.com story regarding Joe Mixon's actual comments, where Mixon said, everybody know how it's playing up there. Everybody know how it is playing up here. You can never leave it into the ref's hands.
There's nothing wrong with that.
The whole world sees, man.
There's never don't leave it up to the refs. Is basically what he said.
Which again, that is what every youth coach will
wrong
preach.
with that.
I'm about to say, what's wrong with that?
Tell me how sensitive you are, NFL. You just did. This is the league. Oh, they think we're doing it for Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs and Taylor Swift and Caitlin Clark and all that going on. Well, they're so hypersensitive about it that now they're fining people for things they did not say.
$25,000, mind you.
He didn't say it.
And so this is ridiculous. Is this just them being touchy about this Chiefs thing because it's gotten so big? Or can I pause it to you? Remember, you're coming off a season where it felt like you got pretty harshly dealt. You had a whole situation where the damn general manager was out here cussing at the media behind a particular, what felt like a letter that was really patronizing towards Azeez Al-Shaair. People are wondering, and I mean, with this now, are the Texans kind of the bad boys in some ways? And in that, like, it feels like the NFL seems to have a quick trigger or short leash with them. Not necessarily that, and maybe it does rise to that level where, and I don't know, this is just kind of talking off the top of my head in this moment, but where maybe it rises to the point where this ends up being like, a butting of heads or so. But I mean, it felt like D'Amico Ryans talked about afterwards with the Azeez thing and the GM, Nick
Caserio.
I got names flying around. As soon as I said Nico, I wanted to say Collins the whole time. But Nick Caserio, said that, they smoothed things out with the NFL. There was an agreement. Azeez went and talked to the NFL. But still, something like this comes down, and it just feels like, man, are the Texans going to have this situation where they're going to have to be concerned with any time that there's a possibility of a fine or something with the NFL, that they're going to get the harsh end of this?
I don't think so. I think what this is, I think the fact that the Texans are perceived by whomever as some sort of bad boys or whatever, I still think it comes back to the NFL being so hypersensitive, like overly sensitive. Because I think they're like, Nick Caserio criticized the league, Al-Shaair criticized the league. This is kind of like, well, I'll show you. Joe Mixon didn't even say something and we're going to fine him. I think it's just pettiness. It's pettiness. It's sensitivity. It's the NFL, being called out on something that I think a lot of people would say is real.
Oh, it's gotten loud. It's gotten real loud after that game.
Yeah. Like a lot of people say, oh, yeah. Yeah. Did you see Cam Newton? Cam Newton talking about it?
Did you see Ocho Cinco?
Yeah.
Chad Johnson was talking about it on their Nightcap thing. Man, like, this is not to say, I didn't want to be disrespectful. Their Nightcap podcast. Your little podcast thing. No, but on the Nightcap podcast, this is getting a lot of national attention.
And so the NFL being sensitive little Amy Adams's.
Okay. Woo! I didn't realize that her name is now.
A little drive-by there.
Wow.
A little drive-by right there. They're just being petty about it all. I think this is absolutely what the case is here.
I wonder if it really has something to do with earlier with the Azeez thing, where they kind of looking at the Houston Texans as like, I don't want to call them whining or complaining, like complain to the ref type of team all the time. I wonder if now that's on their radar, where they just nitpicking on every single thing they do now.
Yeah, maybe, but I
think the whole organization kind of been very vocal about issues with the refs, even with Azeez and the league and all that stuff. So I wonder if that has something to do with it.
But it's not just the Texans. I think the Texans happen to be the ones that are in the kind of crosshairs right now. Because the Texans were in that game against the Chiefs. The Texans did have that horrendous calls, and now the entire league is all about it. So the Texans happen to be that team. Could have been the Bengals. TJ Houshmandzadeh actually is the one who said that quote.
TJ Houshmandzadeh.
Yeah, he's the one that actually said that quote that Joe Mixon is getting fined for.
And here's the thing that I find to be interesting about it. This feels like it's counterproductive from the NFL.
Absolutely.
Like, I understand that inherently, you levy fines in these situations, and just generally if something bad happens and it's really bad for them, that this is not like a misattributed quote. So they're definitely going to need to rescind it. But regardless, they look petty and they look like they're hiding, and especially in an instance where at the very best you were dealing with bad calls.
Yeah.
And the only seeming punishment that we get publicly is people talking about it as opposed to the officials or what have you. And I understand it's not as easy a situation dealing with the refs as we talk about. We're like, oh, they're employees, but they've got their union and all that stuff as well, and there's probably protocols in how they handle it.
Yeah.
However, it's a terrible PR look, and it only serves to make bigger this thought that, hey, man, the NFL has a conspiracy, and it all benefits their golden goose at this moment in the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes.
It actually feeds the conspiracy narrative. It makes it look stronger. You know, like, what, now they're fighting this team because they're so sensitive about Patrick Mahomes and everything that they're going to find the Texans and Mixon for something that he didn't say? It makes it feeds the conspiracy even more.
Do you think they eventually find, like, DeMeco Ryans for his comments? Because I know he exactly didn't just call out the refs.
Everybody.
He just said, he said it that way, where I wouldn't be surprised if they try to be petty with that.
I feel like they need something explicit, because then it's really bad. But nah, man, this is a real nasty spot, and I do wonder, like, this is going to be something that we have to watch, because I think you're right. This is probably more about the Chiefs thing itself, that and the refs, which again, that's always been not that specifically, but refs in general, and trying to find a way where it feels neutral, not just it is neutral. It needs to also have that, like, you know, perception is reality in some way. So you need to make sure that it's abundantly neutral. But then I'm also going to keep an eye on this. Like, if this ends up being an issue where this is still a thing that the Texans are going to have to deal with in the next season, where you're going to have that perception as a team that is now not just one of the 32, but one that is going to be perceivable on the national stage, is this going to be one of those adverse things? Because we know that even if we don't want, like, bias in reffing, or even if it's not a conspiracy, it can still lean to a way where you're not getting you're ending up in a disadvantageous place in certain places if you are disliked, or if there's a perception of your team or of your player, and it seems like they might be getting to that.
I want to get a live reaction from Nick Caserio. Let's get a little live feed of Nick Caserio responding to
No, I might have to dump some stuff if we do that.
It's just so silly. I mean, we all see it. Everybody knows it. You know, that there's some level of conscious or subconscious, you know, biases and praise and benefits for the Chiefs and Taylor Swift, et cetera. And they're just like, no, we'll show you. We're going to find you.
And it's making it worse too.
Exactly.
Because now we back talking about it.
On the text line, what is done with the money collected from players for fines? I believe that goes to charity. So at the very least, don't think that that's just like being pocketed. That's the operation there. And shout out to Show, who said we being silly. You know that why they're doing this. I'm not saying that this is inherently, oh man, this is like proof positive, but it doesn't help. It doesn't help the situation at all. And sincerely, the question I ask is, I wonder if this is like, if there is any way where the officials are going to have a negative connotation of this team, and if that ends up being at all adverse.
And I think that type of stuff is true. I think you do have referees that feel a certain type of way about certain organizations because of the criticism.
Yeah.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, what exactly does growth look like for C.J. Stroud? What should it look like as well? We'll talk about that next.
We're bringing the FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. It's my time to talk. It's In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I didn't forget that I was doing work. You forgot you were doing work. All right. What exactly is growth for C.J. Stroud, and what should it look like? That's what we're talking about here. Is we're kind of doing, in some ways, a little bit of the postmortem on the season after the Texans fell this weekend. And C.J. is clearly at the center of a lot of things. It kind of is funny that we put this off till Wednesday because, I mean, there
were some extenuating circumstances.
Like what? Name one. Is it the time that you rolled over your truck 5 times?
And hit 3 kids?
That's right. Clearly.
You just got out of the hospital, man. That's right.
I know, right? Yeah. So that's why we're taking it slow with you. But no, C.J. Stroud, I mean, he's the face of the franchise. Like that's you found yourself the thing that matters. In fact, you talk about this a lot. You have the pillars. You got yourself a head coach. You got yourself the quarterback. Is there a third one in there?
Well, yeah, there is, and I can't remember what it is.
Very good. We got the 2 important ones.
Hey, he's still trying to get used to being out of the hospital.
Yes, that's right. That's
defense.
Right. Got that concussion from that accident.
That's right. You did have the. I told you to walk around with your Guardian cap. But no, yeah, that you have these things, and C.J. Stroud is at the center of it. And what was frustrating this year was seeing the way that there was some levels of. I don't even know if you want to go as far as regression, but there was it wasn't continued progress that you were hoping. This year. And so what does growth look like for C.J. Stroud, and what should it look like?
Looking at this and thinking about this, I kind of got a little bit maybe sad. Maybe sad is the word.
Sad?
Because I think it's fair, and we all recognize, I mean, he didn't play better this year than last year. That's the obvious.
No.
He just didn't. But it's one thing to not play better. But the reason we talk about growth is, did he do more in terms of, between the years? And I'm not saying he's smart or dumb. What I'm saying is, did they give him more of the team? Did they allow him to have a bigger say in things, to influence game plans more, to maybe have some decision-making power on the field? And it kind of makes me sad. I don't think they gave him any more this year on his plate, mentally and strategically, than they did when he was a rookie. And that's not growth. That's going the opposite way, actually. He should have been given more. He's smart. You know what he is as a player, and he's a smart player. And if he's still out there and they're telling him, oh, just do this, and we'll cover the rest. Or, no, don't change this coverage. Leave it to us in the offensive line. Don't leave the pocket in this instance. I'm presuming that. But, if they're not letting him grow as a field general, to use the cliche.
Yes.
Then it's regression.
That's an interesting way of putting it. And that matters, right? Like that's the idea. Is he clearly has the base, the base things that you need to be really good at quarterback. He's got the accuracy. I mean, now we see he got the mobility as well. Well, we knew that he had the mobility, but the willingness to use that mobility is there. Like there are those things. And now the addition and the NFL level of getting better at the game is learning the game of football. I remember Patrick Mahomes himself, who again somehow has become persona non grata. But Patrick Mahomes had talked about it like, I think it might have been his second or third year. I don't recall exactly, but oh man, I'm now reading defenses at a higher level. Right? It's the mental aspect of the game. I think it might be Kurt Bendeker, I believe is his name is correctly, and I'm sure I'm absolutely Banker. There we go. He is a dude who played in the league, and I use played a little lightly, but I mean he was in the league. He was a backup of sorts. He played at Virginia in college and went undrafted in 2018. Right? He kind of was in that space. But one of the things he talked about was just like, oh, I learned how to play the quarterback position in the NFL. Where you start getting more of the insights of what the depths of this are, and the best of these quarterbacks not only do that, but play this at a high level to where they can play the game on the field. And some of them end up akin to, Aaron Rodgers or Philip Rivers. Yeah, probably Philip Rivers, but Peyton Manning end up in a place where they can almost be their own offense coordinator because they have that to that level. Not saying that year 2 CJ absolutely needs to be in that spot, But that was one of the things that I thought in this year where he had some struggles is we see those levels of quarterbacks, having to find their way through that moment of, okay, I'm playing the game not just with my arm but with my brain, and learning those levels of how to work through that and getting the knocks of those moments. And so it would be really disappointing if you did not give him the opportunity to work through some of those. And this was just him fighting through bad offensive line and having to be, kind of constrained by system instead of, he's finding and flowering into that quarterback that has an opportunity to not just beat you with his arm, beat you with his mind, because that's the thing about Tom Brady.
Or have control. To me,
have control, really.
To me, it's either you're not letting him have control or you want to be in control. It's kind of like whether when you were a kid, teenager, or as a parent and you had teenagers, and you have a great kid, or you were a great kid. Like Reggie, I'm sure, was a great kid. You can tell he was raised right, all right? So you're a great kid.
That's disrespectful.
All right?
Well, you don't think I was out here in these streets making or causing havoc?
He wants to have more cred.
They causing havoc with those big-ass words you
got no cred, buddy. All the things that you do right, you got no street cred.
That's crazy, bro.
But, all right, so let's say you were Reggie's mom, all right? And he's a great kid, good student, learns how to drive, okay?
I did that.
And then mom wants to drive with you everywhere you want to go for 2 years? No, man. At some point, you got to trust them. And that's what this is. I could be wrong, but I don't think I saw CJ ever taking control, having an impact on, who knows about game plans, but, but certainly in-game moments, calling coverages and blocking schemes.
Well,
and
the blocking
plays.
scheme is the pass protection is really the big thing. Like,
yeah.
Having that level of,
they never let him. It's yours now, buddy. They never tossed him the keys.
And I feel like that's where it'd be really important, especially when you know, like, it's one thing if you have a center that has played 8 years in the league and it's, hey, young man, I got you, right? Yeah. You focus on doing the quarterbacking things. I will take that responsibility. Mm-hmm. You don't. You've got rookies as well, or second-year guys as well. As the centers that are also calling pass protection. So at the very least, you would want both of them to be involved there, and it did not feel like you had all of that. Because, and if you did, man, there's been a lot of layers of failure on that because pass protection was simply not good enough. Yeah. Whether setting pass protection in a lot of those instances and then actually executing pass protection and not falling for stunts and those types of things once the protection was set. Like, those were things that clearly were issues, and that is one of the places for growth for C.J. Stroud. I think you are right, having him be able to – I would love to see that portion of it, and then also be able to, at the very least, have some more opportunities to change what's happening on the field, because there's not a better perspective of what's happening with the defense than right there behind the center getting the football. Like, those are the instances where you have the best
he's a franchise. Vision. He's a great quarterback. If you're not going to trust C.J. Stroud, no, do it this way, no, don't change that. If you're not going to trust C.J. Stroud, who are you going to trust? Who are you going to trust to run this team? If I were him, and I don't know if he's frustrated or not, but if he were frustrated, I'd be like, you should be.
Okay, so but outside of that, so the question is, what should
that's the main growth.
What should growth look like for C.J. Stroud elsewhere? This is C.J. Stroud himself talking about what he wants year 3 of C.J. Stroud to look like.
Just me. Yeah, I just want it to look like whatever the Lord wants it to. If it's in my control, I'm gonna mess it up. I'm hands off, but of course, I got to put in action, of course, and put in the work, and I'll do that. And but for me, I just want to see growth in ball and life and every aspect. I just want to see growth and learn from my mistakes, and not harp on the past and just learn from them and learn from my mistakes and everything like that. So that's what I feel like year 3 would be for me.
And that's obviously a CJ answer, through and through. But I think if you pulled him aside, he would want to go down on his terms. If you're going to lose on his terms, or at least with an influence. I'm not saying he's going to be offensive coordinator. I mean, obviously he respects Bobby Slowick and the offensive staff. But I think he wants.
No, that's the way. Just give him the job there too. So,
no, not that.
Just C.J. Stroud, quarterback / offensive coordinator.
And I'm not as tactful as C.J. Stroud. I would be up there saying, "It's my butt out there." I would love to have a little better say in protecting my own backside.
And it seems like he wants a little bit of say in a lot of things. And of course, he is a deeply humble young man. It's I feel weird calling somebody a young man. I'm sorry, I couldn't do it.
Welcome to the club.
Well,
I call them kids.
I feel like I'm not in the same club as you, Lopez. I feel like I got to be careful there. I'm definitely not in that same club.
If you got bills like me, I ain't calling you kids. Young man.
Well, I don't think he got bills like me. I feel like that paycheck stretches a lot further than mine does. That's all beside the point, right? But C.J. Stroud, deeply humble dude. But when he was talking about the idea of like off-season stuff, he was like, if asked for opinion, I will give my opinion, and that felt like the C.J. Stroud way of saying, like, I would like to be able to impact some of these things. I think that you do get a little bit of an impression of that. So, being able to have this be, don't Lil Bro him. I definitely don't want to do that to him at all. But being able to impact and really put the C.J. Stroud imprint on this offense, on this team in full, because he is the franchise player. He's demonstrated himself capable of being that in various fashions. And so, like, fully equipping him to be that would be one level of growth. I think another one, which is a lot simpler, a lot easier, and he's talked about this. The book is out that he can run. Utilize all your tools. Like I was giving you hell on the design runs, at least in the playoffs. I think now you get to a place where, again, I don't want to see very many of them, but utilize those threats, like all of the threats that he has available to him. Let's paint with all the colors in the toolbox.
No, that is absolutely another place you would like to see what growth is. He talked about it. You just heard it. And I think, being able to be more willing to run would be one. Maybe, have more say, be the actual field general. I also think, like, growth for CJ.
Getting the ball out, probably. Like, being comfortable with taking those checkdowns, because we know him to be a dude who wants to take those deep shots, and especially last year. This year, you could see some of those moments where he was wanting to hold it. Hey, man, be willing to get the ball out to your guys and let them go and do what they do, because when he did that, you produced some really good plays, but there was times where it felt like, and maybe this ties in, felt like he wanted to play hero ball because he needed to be back there. And I think just give yourself the opportunity to play within the means of the rest of your guys as well, and trust them.
Yeah, you don't want to undercut him, because his accuracy and confidence is something that has made him. But I do agree with that. Like, be able to understand, it can be 1,000 cuts. It doesn't have to be a 75-yarder to Nico every time.
And for a lot of these defenses are now trying to actively force you to be in that place, and that's the place to be.
Yeah.
On the text line, somebody said maybe he can't call it, and that's why they have the center doing it. You'd have bigger questions. I think you have bigger problems in that instance if you feel like he cannot call protections and set protections.
He absolutely can, 100%. And I think he's probably willing to. But no, otherwise he's not the guy. He's not the guy.
Or we probably would have seen it last year, right?
Yeah.
Also, I appreciate the text line that said, Reggie and I are sons of strict immigrants. The streets was not a choice. That's fair.
Yeah.
Streets absolutely wasn't a choice for me. But yeah,
how long did your mom have to drive with you when you got your license?
Man, the statute of limitations is gone, right? I was driving before I got my license.
Oh, I did too. Yeah,
man.
But a different time.
Yeah, well, it was a different,
way different time.
I know when I got my license, my mother wasn't riding with me, but she told me not to ride on the freeway.
Yeah.
So at first I was taking the street. I'm like, why the hell am I taking this street? Like, what? I could drive on the freeway. So I ended up driving on the freeway.
And then you were white-knuckling it the whole time.
Yeah, and I guess I learned very quickly that, hey, man, ain't no white-knuckle in this. As soon as I got my license, or no, I think it might have been my permit, that got that day one, she put me in rush hour traffic.
Oh, wow.
Immediately. She was like, you drive. Man, we got to that last stop, and I was like, you take it home. And I'm done.
See, my mother was not like that, man. Word. She told me, if you get your temps, I'll let you start driving. Got my temp, she would not let me drive.
The best thing about being the youngest in my family is my parents didn't even care about that stuff by the time they got to me. I used to drive 2 driver's ed.
They were doing the Ivan Drago, if he dies, he dies?
Yeah, they just like, go ahead, take David's car. So I would take my brother's car, 2 driver's ed.
Man, my mother was not down for that, man. She told me if I get my license, then I could drive her car. I get my license. She said, oh, you got to get your own car because of the insurance. So I had to get my own car before I started driving on my own.
Yeah, no, what happened is I started becoming the chauffeur. I was the gopher. Like, oh, run the HEB right quick and go get there. All right, cool. Like, now that you can drive. The active attempt was to make me sick of driving instead of that. Like, oh, you want to drive so bad? Okay.
Oh, you can drive. We'll let you drive.
Go ahead and drive. Yeah, so, let CJ drive fully. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is about the time where we hand it off to the man Figgy Fig for the mixtape, and thankfully, Figgy Fig is here.
Yeah, baby. It was some drama on the timeline between Sexy Red and Martin Luther King's daughter. I'll let you know what happened with that. And plus, imagine walking into a gym and you see Hakeem the Dream and The Undertaker playing basketball.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
The mixtape in full effect. Next.
All right, Low T Center right now.
sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Interlude Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. Hopefully everyone is safe. Out in the city of Houston, it's pretty cold out there. Got some black ice out there. And I got to say real quick, talk about the weather. I wasn't going to talk about this, but I kind of enjoy seeing people post their pictures in the snow and all that.
It was fun. Yeah, it was fun.
It was cool because me personally, I didn't care about that at all, man. I went outside just to take the dogs out, and that was it. I had my fair share of
I just like seeing the kids.
Snow. Yeah, especially in Houston where you really don't get that type of snow barely.
Yeah.
So it was good.
It's just fun seeing the kids out there. Not the ones I almost ran over, but the other kids.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. No, it's great for a little bit, and then for me, we were talking about it yesterday. Great snow day activities. It's just like, hey man, go ahead and cuddle up under that blanket.
Yeah.
Put you on something to watch. Get you something like some chili or some soup or something.
Yeah.
Just cool out.
Yeah, so salute to everybody out there having fun. I seen Clint Stoerner had a good time.
Clint Stoerner looked like a big old kid.
Yeah,
man. He was flying down that hill.
Yeah, man. It looked like him and his kids having a good time.
The kids and Clint.
Yeah. But I don't know if you guys are. I know Reggie's familiar with. Speaking of Clint Stoerner, this is not Clint Stoerner, but Sexy Red.
That's right.
One time I tweeted about Sexy Red. And
I like that you had to make the distinction.
One time I tweeted about the rapper Sexy Red.
Yeah.
And Clint said, "Hey man, what you talking about me for?"
Oh gosh.
So let me be clear.
That's what they used to call me back in the day. You know what I'm saying?
So it's a rapper by the name of Sexy Red, and she tweeted a Photoshop picture of her and Martin Luther King on MLK Day, and it's a picture where they holding hands and she like glazing into each other's eyes.
Yeah.
And this picture been kind of going around for a few years now.
It is not a straight photograph. It is clearly like a Photoshop situation or whatever because they did not live at the same time.
Exactly. So apparently Martin Luther King's daughter, Bernice King, didn't really appreciate her tweeting this picture out. So she retweeted the picture with this response. She said, "This is intentionally distasteful, dishonoring, deplorable, and disrespectful to my family and my father."
Got all 4 Ds.
The alliteration.
I know.
Right.
She got all 4 Ds.
I know, man. I feel like Reggie wrote this out right here.
It's currently getting a thumbs up from me over here, I'll say.
And she said, "Who is not here to respond to himself because he was assassinated for working for your civil and human rights to end war and poverty. Please delete." So Sexy Red actually responded to this, and I'm glad she responded with this because I thought it was going to get a little ugly, which it did from other people.
Correct.
But she responded and said, "You ain't wrong. Never meant to disrespect your family. My apologies. Just reposted something I saw that I thought was innocent." So I'm glad they kind of straightened it out. I think Bernice King responded to that, pretty much said it's all love and all that. But
you love when like an internet interaction actually ends.
It worked.
Amicably.
Yeah. Sometimes it get ugly, man.
A lot of times, way too often for my liking. It just feels like everybody comes to these things with a level of hostility that means that there's never going to be a good ending, that it's always going to end in a nasty way.
I think right now as we speak, I think Ryan Clark and Marcellus Wiley is going back and forth now as we speak.
Look. Let me see what the message, because this is the problem,
But
right?
people immediately start bristling and putting their bow up and all that.
Yeah.
And as much as I could say it's sad that it happens, I will be the person who will go look the mess, though. I will watch the car crash.
Yeah, but the reason I brought this up, because I felt like that wasn't the worst disrespect I seen on the timeline when it comes to Martin Luther King. So, hear me out on this. So this is what came across my timeline. Who would be the better tipper in the club, Martin Luther King or Malcolm X?
My goodness.
And this was a real conversation. I actually have audio of this.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay.
So we got some ladies.
We got to outlaw.
They're breaking it down.
We got to outlaw podcast microphones, man. This is problematic.
So it was a lady on the scene. I don't know if she was at a club or what, but here's some ladies giving their opinion on who will be a better tipper, Martin Luther King or Malcolm X. And this is better tipper at a club, not just a restaurant, but at a club.
Mm-hmm. Who do you think would have tipped better, Malcolm X or Martin Luther King?
Malcolm. He was a street like.
But Martin loved them hoes. You ain't know that?
I ain't gonna lie, Malcolm probably would have been spending them racks. Malcolm, he probably been, hey, baby girl.
I don't know. I feel like Martin Luther King, they were locked in. Him and his wife, they don't know. Martin loved them women. I'll just say that. Martin loved them women. I say Martin Luther King because a lot of people don't know Martin loved them hoes. Okay, he really did.
MLK, I think Martin. Why? Because Martin was about peace. He was about equality. MLK, if I really was to, press him about my money, he gonna be like, okay, how much do you think I need? He seemed like he'll better be a better simp.
What is happening right there?
Martin would be a better simp.
That is insane.
Please tell me this conversation didn't go on very long.
That was a cut up. That was a super cut.
Yeah, I cut it up a little bit.
They actually made this a topic.
Yeah, it's a video floating around there.
We're
in the club.
We are a cooked product. But I will say, Bernice probably should have said something about this over the sexy red picture. I mean, I feel like Bernice is looking at this like, what am I supposed to say?
Yeah.
I will say, as the littlest a bit of credit that I can maybe give out here is at least it seemed like they had some knowledge of these gentlemen's histories. Now the problem is like Malcolm Little, who then became Malcolm X, right? You could say that about his street days when he was Boston Red or whatever. Detroit Red, rather. He's in Boston and New York. But as a reformed Muslim, you wouldn't have caught him anywhere near that. So they must have been talking about him in his street days.
Probably so.
And him as a leader of men, right? Nah, you're not getting anywhere near that.
They probably seen the Malcolm X movie with Denzel and probably like, oh, yeah, he'll probably be spending
any chance that they read the book or read more pages than LeBron James?
Nah, they ain't read that book, man.
All right, so I mean, they asked.
Yeah, that's that. No, don't. I was about to say, don't say you're about to give an answer. I swear to God, Lopez.
Yeah.
I swear to God, if you say something stupid.
All right, I'm gonna send this to Bernice King.
Yeah, we go more than Bernice King will be on you. We'll get all sorts of people on you.
I mean, they did ask.
So who you got?
No.
I will move on. So it was some NBA games on MLK Day, which is it's a tradition in the NBA.
Oh yeah,
play on Martin Luther King Day. And Norman Powell, who played for the Clippers, this is what he had to say before the game. Sometimes I think most of the teams they bring somebody out there to speak to the speak to the crowd and say, we celebrating the life of Martin Luther King and all that stuff. So here is Norman Powell, who said he wanted to thank the crowd for celebrating the life of Martin Luther. Who?
Yeah. I want to thank everybody for coming out and celebrating the life of Martin Luther King. He was a great man.
If you guys didn't hear that, he said Martin Luther Cream.
That's like the Philly mayor trying to spell out Eagles.
Yeah. What was the reference to that? Because did that show up in that was like in a song or something? Or was it not? Or am I bugging? Was that just them?
I'm not sure, but I know Martin Luther Cream was trending. So you look at that on your own time. Don't look at it on the work computer.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
So he was a big tipper.
And yes, 713, it is true that Martin Luther King was a serious philanderer. He was not a perfect human being. I don't think that anybody would claim that.
Yeah.
But it's still that line of questioning that they ran with, I feel like it was a little tough. That is a terrible faux pas by Norman Powell, because you can't clean that one up.
Yeah.
You can't fix that.
I mean, everybody was like, I know he did not just say Martin Luther King.
Well, he did.
That is.
Yeah, so hopefully Bernice don't come after him.
Bernice, this is the problem. Bernice has got way too many things to try and cut. You remember that one year that Florida State put out the graphic? Because this is another thing. Everybody puts out a graphic on MLK. They were trying to be, heady or witty or something, where they put out the Martin Luther King as he's like reaching out towards a crowd. And they, instead of like his normal hand, they photoshopped on like a Florida State wide receiver glove on there. And it's like, yeah, man, there's the MLK Day holiday is just rife for opportunities for you to do something that is stupid,
that is dumb,
and insensitive.
It's nothing you could do. Man, I done seen club flyers with Martin Luther King with gold grills
just
on.
Shameless.
Gold grills on?
With a gold grill on. Oh, 100%, man.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
I think Bernice did the national championship game. Didn't they kind of have her up?
Yeah, she did. In Washington.
Yeah.
Or wasn't it? It wasn't in
Atlanta.
Washington. It was in Atlanta?
Yeah, the national championship.
Oh, yeah, no, she was. Yeah, that's right. But, Yeah, man. Just everybody just stay out of trouble. So speaking of dream, I ain't gonna say that quote because I get in trouble.
Yeah.
But Hakeem the Dream.
That's right.
So the
62 yesterday.
Yeah, happy belated birthday.
Happy belated birthday.
Yeah.
So it was an interview with the Undertaker, the WWE Hall of Famer,
Houston native.
Yeah, Houston native. The Undertaker. Did you know they played basketball together at one point?
Together, like on a team, or
they had some pickup basketball.
Okay,
it was on the same team at one point.
I know the Undertaker played basketball at Waltrip.
Oh, okay, so that's probably where this comes from.
Yeah, no, he was a basketball player in high school.
I mean, he's big as hell. I would hope so.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
If you get over
I think it was Waltrip.
If you get over like 6'4", like you need to hoop in some way, shape.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you got to go pro, but I need to see you with the basketball in your hand at some point. And obviously,
So he was a player in high school.
He was, and one thing, if you're not familiar, these pros, man, they go and they get into all sorts of different runs where different people will filter in, usually of college, high school level. Like that's why you see guys make it to college or you make it to pros, and there's a level of familiarity because these guys are hoopers. It's one of the things I say is hoopers are going to hoop. Like it's not the same as football players in the offseason. Like why were you doing this thing? Basketball players in the offseason, they're going to get into runs and play basketball. It's just how these things go, and apparently you had one of those moments here.
Yeah, so Hakeem was hooping. I don't know if it's like a gym or just
I'm sure it was a gym.
It's something like that. But the Undertaker came in, and this is his story on playing basketball with Hakeem Olajuwon.
I'm in high school still, and so I'm playing with all these guys. There's Clyde Drexler's there, Larry Michal. I'm on Hakeem's team, right? Mm-hmm. And so I'm bringing the ball up the left side. He's running on the other side. He's wanting me to throw him an alley-oop. I just crossed midcourt, and he's already on the end, and he's pointing for an alley-oop. And I'm like, oh, crap. But I let it loose, man, and I threw it. The ball, I was like, oh, dang. Right, and I threw it. The ball was way above the box, and I'm thinking, crap! I just threw that away, and no, he caught the ball on the run above the box, dunked on this dude, man, and he kind of gives me a little nice pass, man.
That had to have been at Fondy, right? Did he say where it was? That had to be back in the glory days of Fondy Rec
I believe
Center.
so.
Probably so.
Yeah. Undertaker 6. Oh, he was billed to 6'10". I mean, I don't think he's actually all the way 6'10", but he's got to be at least 6'6".
I think in the clip he might have said he was like 6'4",
but he was younger.
This was
and he
at
was
high
a center,
school.
right? He was a center, so that's why he was throwing up that alley-oop.
And they said that they had him play point guard. I guess in this game.
Well, he threw a good alley.
Yeah.
Well, he threw an alley that
was good.
Hakeem made it good.
Hence, good alley.
Hey, Hakeem said, nice pass, man. So I thought that was cool, man. I would love to see Undertaker and Hakeem play on the same court.
How great is it to have a story with Hakeem where it can be kind of positive as opposed to like Hakeem took my lunch and Hakeem dunked on my head top or whatever. Like that must be awesome.
Yeah.
He had
6'8" is what we're getting on the text line.
Had been a dang good player
6'8"
too,
in high school
to get in that group.
Yeah, because
they don't let anybody just join in.
It's not just you play. No, you have to be good. Yeah, he had to be good, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Undertaker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Salute to him, man, and happy belated birthday to the Dream.
Always. That's right.
By the way, Figgy, remember what I said about Aaron Glenn?
Yeah.
It's happening?
Oh, man. Hey, who he got, man?
Well, we'll tell you what Albert says.
Oh, okay. So that's what we call a tease. You're in the loop right here on
Gerard,
Sports Radio
change the
6,
number, man. Don't answer the number, man.
Yeah.
How do you know it's him?
That does sound like an NBA Jam cheat code.
Unless it's Bobby Slowitt. If it's Bobby Slowitt, man, let's get the limo going.
Right.
Send them over there to New York.
Mm-hmm. Right. Olajuwon and Undertaker does sound like something where you put in a code and it switches the Houston situation where now you get the Undertaker in there as like a secret character on NBA Jam. That absolutely feels like that. But yeah, that was Figgy's mixtape. You get it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, yes, for the third time, Godspeed Aaron Glenn. Apparently Aaron Glenn is also getting a little too close to Houston in a various way. I'll let Lopez tell you about that next.
What is Coach D'Amico most proud of coming out of the 2024 season?
The resilience. A lot of ups and downs throughout the year, but I feel like our foundation.
Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Y'all been great listeners today. How about we give something away? Let's go ahead and give away 4 tickets to the Houston Automotive Show that's happening January 29th to February 2nd at NRG Center. Caller number 10. Caller number 4?
Yeah, let's do caller number 4.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah,
damn.
man.
Caller number 4 then. 713-572-4610. Go quick. Go fast. You'll win those 4 tickets. All right. Here in a little bit, we'll hand it off to the fellas of The Drive. They're actually broadcasting live from the Bear Bryant Awards that'll be happening tonight. I believe that all right, so this is something that I'm a little confused about because the Bear Bryant Awards website says that that'll be broadcast on CBS Sports Network, but it also says that will be broadcast at like 11:30 tonight on CBS Sports Network. But then also it says that there will be a live stream. I think Sean was saying there'll be a live stream at 8:30. I don't know exactly how that works. But there are various ways to possibly see what's happening there, and salutes to the 8 college football coaches that are up for that particular award this year, including
Mike Elko.
Is Mike Elko? No. I was about to say, I don't think I saw that name. I was like, did I miss something? I sincerely thought that, like, wow.
Gotcha.
I missed something. You see, look at you, a Texas Aggie, always taking an award that you didn't actually win. Y'all gonna hang that one at Kyle Field too?
Sure, we'll do that too.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, that one is happening, and I think Sean said that he'll be out there as well. But no, I know Marcus Freeman is one of the guys. Shane Beamer is a candidate. Kurt Signetti, of course, with the fantastic season at Indiana. Kenny Dillingham, who's been incredible at Arizona State. I mentioned Marcus Freeman. Rhett Lashley is SMU, which is a name that still feels very much like a wrestler name more than anything. Jeff Monken at Army. They were incredible this year. And then Steve Sarkisian, of course, a man who has brought Texas back.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
this time they really mean it.
That's right, for sure. So that'll be an interesting award situation. And, of course, those fellas are out there broadcasting live from there. So we'll get a accounting of what the sights and sounds are out that way. But you mentioned Aaron Glenn. The big news on the day is that he is officially going to be the head coach of the New York Jets. That vacancy will be filled, and there's more vacancies to fill when it comes to who his staff will be. Albert Breer, the Monday Morning Quarterback, has kind of begun doing some reporting in this way, and he says that he expects that the offensive coordinator mix for Aaron Glenn's staff, Rams pass game coordinator Nick Caley, Vikings quarterback coach Josh McCown, and Texans quarterback coach Gerard Johnson.
Yeah, that's what we talked about. I mean, his connections here are very deep and widespread. Certainly it stands to reason that Gerard, who was a hot commodity, which was kind of a surprise, it was a little bit of a surprise last year. He was getting coordinator interviews like crazy last year, of course, on the heels of Slowick getting head coaching interviews. He actually got a couple of head coach discussions, questions or whatever. So clearly Gerard is making a name as a quarterback's coach, as a communicator. And I'm not going to – I don't think you can predict anything here.
Sure.
But it stood to reason that he would be at least one that would chat with Aaron Glenn.
Right, and of course this is just a preliminary 3 that's kind of hypothesized by a reporter, which I imagine he's got some sources or at least some inclinations to that end. Albert Breer does, and one of the things that's interesting is Josh McCown's name comes up there. Obviously, we're familiar with that that gentleman. He's been the quarterback coach in Minnesota, and I think he told Adam Schefter that he would only leave that position that he's currently in for a head coaching job. Which
good for you.
Best of luck in that endeavor. Yeah. However, if he meant that really and truly, and if he holds up to that leaves 2 guys as the presumptive favorites for that. Again, Nick Caley, the pass game coordinator in L.A., and Gerard Johnson. So that's interesting.
If it is just those, if it is those guys,
and you're already in a place where people around this city, hell, myself, are looking at Bobby Slowick like, I don't know if he ends up being or should be the coordinator next year, but if he remains, that's an important part of the staff because C.J. Stroud seems to really enjoy having Gerard Johnson there. And again, we talk about C.J. Stroud. That is the franchise. That is the franchise.
I think it's safe to say C.J. Stroud communicates best and of course this is from the outside looking in, but I think he communicates best and has the best relationship just in terms of forget football with Gerard Johnson. He knew him when he was in high school. Gerard coached him in 11-on-11 at those camps and stuff, and obviously stayed in touch, et cetera. And I think they probably speak with each other more than anybody else on the staff, maybe except for Bobby Slowick. But even at that, how many times have you seen
that? Except for Bobby Slowick is huge, though. Right?
Well, no,
if he does remain, like making sure that. Because it would be really problematic if that ends up being like the connective tissue with the staff and the quarterback, and then that connective tissue is off to New York.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is Bobby Slowick speaks with CJ a lot. But how many times have you seen CJ go to the bench between series and he's sitting next to one guy?
Yeah,
and
which of course that's
right.
To be
stands
expected.
to reason.
Yeah, it stands to reason as the quarterback coach.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's interesting. That's out there. Somebody on the text line said Gerard is gone. Why would he stay stuck behind Bobby Slowick? I mean, I don't know if that's exactly how you would view it. And of course, the relationships go two ways. It seems like that relationship is pretty strong. It would stand to reason that maybe that could flourish into something further. But yeah, man, in the NFL, this game is, and really just in employment in the modern era of America. Hey man, job hopping is necessary for advancement. It's not the same world that we lived in where you clock in a GM in the janitor closet, and then 20 years later you were retiring with a gold watch or something, right? Like it is a hop around world, and so in order to find advancement, this seems like the type of thing where you would find advancement. So yeah, you could stand to lose the quarterback coach, assuming that you weren't going to lose him anyways with
that's
with the change in the staff.
That's what I was going to say. The texter saying that he's gone. I don't know if that's necessarily a done deal by any stretch. I think he's probably like the rest of us. If he doesn't know already, kind of waiting to see what they do here. If they do make a change of coordinator, then it is a done deal. However, they may want him here.
Yeah,
they may want him here.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think that kind of roll into the decision what the Texans do with Bobby Slowick? If they really like Gerard Johnson,
I don't think.
Do you think they will let him go to keep Gerard?
I don't think they will react that way. But if they are thinking about moving on from Bobby Slowick, well, hell, Gerard's from here. He knows CJ. He's got a franchise quarterback here where it's just a promise on a draft pick in New York. No, I don't think it's any sort of done deal. Now, if Bobby Slowick is absolutely positively staying, it might make it a little more attractive, but I still don't think it's a done deal.
But I wonder if Bobby is absolutely staying though. Because
we're all wondering.
That's right. That's why I wonder if this put the pressure on them a little more to make a decision. Because the worst thing possible is to lose both of them.
Yeah.
If you lose both of them.
Yeah, and I think that it's a fair point to bring up. Yesterday we played some audio from Peyton Manning talking about how he hates, the rampant turnover of coordinators with young quarterbacks, right, and having to change, systems and such. And so his optimum situation is if you are in a must-change situation, that you have somebody that maybe has still been in the room and had some of that connective tissue so that you keep things going, which in this instance, if you were to apply it to the Texans and C.J. Stroud, would probably be someone like Gerard Johnson. Some of the issues, and maybe these are just personal issues and ones that are not held elsewhere, but I'll vocalize them anyways to see if they land, right? It feels like with Bobby Slowick there's a level of inexperience that seems to show through in instances. You would not be answering that question. You would not be, speaking to that in then appointing Gerard Johnson, who is a man who hasn't had those offensive coordinator reps either.
Not necessarily automatically, but I don't think it necessarily disqualifies him by any stretch either.
I hear you, but I feel like if you are moving away from Bobby Slowick, you have to have somebody who definitely has answers, by the way, who might also bring like a different system, because I think
that's the reason I don't think it's automatic, because
you don't know that Gerard Johnson would bring the same.
I'm sure Gerard would, he's a good soldier and does what Bobby Slowick. But once you become the guy, you want to put your own stuff. You want to implement some of your own things. So it's not necessarily a done deal either way.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how that ultimately shakes out. As again, D'Amico gave us kind of a week, right, and we are halfway through there. In trying to see like what this team ultimately looks like going forward, at least from the offensive standpoint. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, Aaron Glenn has a job with the Jets, and Gerard Johnson's name has come up in some early reporting by Albert Breer on who could possibly be offensive coordinator under Aaron Glenn in New York. All right, let's turn it to the Bear Bryant Awards ceremony, where the Drive will be broadcasting live today. It is Clint. It is Show. Fellas, what's it looking like?
Well, hey, a beautiful spot, as always. I ain't gonna lie to you. Sometimes I feel a little bad, man. Rolling through here and getting that valet with that Toyota Camry that's been ran through hell in the snow. As I pulled up behind somebody in a serious Benz, and I'm like, well, hey fellas, y'all got to take this one. Y'all better treat her with care, baby.
Hey, man.
I feel that. I remember I went to an event that I had to valet maybe about 5-6 months ago, and I had this is the point where the splash guard under the front of your car, it had been hanging down, and I hadn't gotten around to fixing it. You pull up to that valet with a part of your car hanging off, woo, it really makes you feel different, right? Hopping out the car. You might have a nice suit on, but they know. They see it. They know exactly what's happening.
I think the snow, driving in the snow helped me a little bit because it didn't. I don't know.
It leveled the playing field a little bit.
Yeah, everybody's looking kind of rough.
Yeah.
Hey, Reg, I was going to say, man, I did some of my best work pulling up in a lesser than vehicle back in the day in Dallas. Now
you also play football, man. Like that's
I'm with you. But I was going to draw the line at pieces hanging off that rig. Now you got to get that. I can't. I was going to say, Reg, you're pretty butt. You walk in there, you ain't got no problems. You just ease on in.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
I can't go that long with just stuff hanging off. I think that's.
Hey, sometimes you got to get the finances right first, man.
And now Lopez, you might look up there and be like, "Dang, that dude's a couple of weeks away from getting that oil changed." But it ain't nothing hanging off that piece.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Oh man! All right, so we've had a day of course, saluting Billy Wagner going into the Hall of Fame, all sorts of things. But one of the things. Earlier we were talking about our question of the day because Marlon Humphrey got out here just sports hate, like it was just an opinion, and he recognized he's like, I'm being a hater, but somebody got to beat these Chiefs. And I know, Sho, you're not necessarily going to be down with that, but that's fine. It's not necessarily about that specifically. Do you have just an opinion that is not even really like all that based on the fact you just being a sports hater, but you still hold the opinion anyways?
Oh,
I said all All-Star games, hate them.
Every last one of them.
Professional. Every last one of them.
Oh, so you down for the college All-Star game?
Yeah, I don't even know if there is one. The Shrine Bowl?
Yeah, I got hate kind of the way that Marlon Humphrey has. Like I'm out on Aaron Rodgers. I want him to lose every single game. I don't want him to lose like at life or nothing. I don't want nobody to be bad like that. But I want him to lose all of his games. I think I'm in that space that Marlon Humphrey is with the Chiefs and much of America, who I believe the Chiefs have become the most hated team since the Miami Heat. For me it's Aaron. I'm good on Aaron.
That's a good one. I think a lot of people are with you.
I don't know if I got one, fellas.
Fair. I expected that. I was like, man, Red is in a good place, man. Yeah, no, man. He seemed like he just happy-go-lucky. You see him sliding down that hill with a Coors Light, floaty. I was like, that's a happy man.
Yeah. Keeping Texas chill, boys. No, I think I would probably there's a little bit there with the Yankees and the Dodgers, if I'm being honest, from a sports perspective.
Yeah.
That those two, and it's not as much like hate. I just don't get the I know there's a lot of history with both of them. I get it, but it does nothing for me. None of that stuff turns me on. Nothing about the Yankees or the Dodgers turns me on at all.
Right. I respect it. All right. No sports hate here. The fellas take you home on this Wednesday, live from the Bear Bryant Awards. You want to keep it locked right here on KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. It is Sports Radio 610. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we are live here from the Post Oak Hotel, getting you ready for the Bear Bryant Awards. And we've got a hang on to your hats, because we got Tyler's favorite day as a producer. I'm certain.
Love this event, man. Beautiful time here on The Drive.
Actually, this is a very, very personal event for this show. As I said, Bear Bryant Awards, we're live from the Post Oak. We will have a lot of coaches on here, including we expect to hear from Tyler's favorite, Steve Sarkisian. He should join us. Marcus Freeman, who just played in the national championship game, first black coach to coach for a national championship. He will join us. Many others throughout the day will join us here, should be a fun one. But this is a special time for us because literally we all met each other for the first time at this event 5 years ago.
That's true.
We just so all happened to be here.
Yep.
We're all in different roles. Clint was in his current role. I was flying in to meet everybody and seeing if me and Clint had any chemistry. Tyler was on promo staff and just so happened to be the promo staff person that was here with us taking care of us.
Them promo days, baby.
We all met each other for the first time right here. The drive was the drive at that point, and we didn't even know it.
Didn't even know it. And that night, y'all, I mean, I guess we might as well let the cat out of the bag. That's the night me and Ron, we went home together and slept in the same bed and decided we want to work together for a few years.
Inaccurate.
I missed that cuddle.
We did.
Tyler paid for the Uber.
That is
in the last round of drinks, and me and Ron went and slept in the same queen size.
We did, however, go down, have some drinks at the bar, and we saw Whitney Merciless sitting down there by himself. Eating peanuts.
Into the bar.
Not drinking, eating peanuts.
In casual wear, shorts, just hanging out, man.
I wasn't a part of that. Promo teamers not allowed to partake in that alcohol.
Well, you get a little carried away. I don't know if you'd have been all right in that setting.
That would have been a nice one. It really would. But
it gets you in that liquor.
It gets in there. He has a good time. Why not? Especially when it was
into that liquor.
That was
you
Tyler.
get a little too deep in that liquor to be down there in that little post oak room. What's that called down there, Matt? That little bar area down there behind you?
The mahogany room or something?
I tell you what, it's a hell of a joint now.
Listen,
it is out of my league.
Especially, Tyler, when it's for the price of on the house.
He is highfalutin.
It's just keep filling them up. Because I'm telling you,
refill?
I'll take another.
I had to have a very smart game plan. I'm coming in like this is really a job interview, and I couldn't. I had to tell myself three drinks, three. I'm not gonna get a little loose at all. 3 drinks. And I had to chill out. And
you can't limit yourself, man.
Oh, I had to
early that evening.
I had to. Yeah, I went back to my hotel and because I got right off the plane and drove right over here.
Yeah, I actually that night I ran into one of my old Pasadena Stars Summer League baseball travel team. I ran into one of my partners from back in the day. I ain't seen him in forever, man.
Yeah, no, man. It's a good time though. A good time out here, and you never know who will come up. As I said, some of the coaches that we look to hear from, Shane Beamer, South Carolina.
Hell, the old boss man's even here.
Yeah, I see that.
The old boss man that put the crew together, that put the drive together is even here.
I think that's all. We're all together. First time I met him.
Everybody's in the building.
How about that?
I'll be damned.
Look at that. I think that was the same suit he had on when he picked me up.
May have been. He's lost a little weight since then, so it all fits again.
I know I have.
Shane Beamer, I haven't. Shane Beamer, that's not true. I have. Shane Beamer, South Carolina. He'll be joining the show at some point. Kurt, how you say my man's name? Kurt
Signetti,
yes. Indiana. What a breakout season they had. He'll join the show. Spencer Danielson, Boise State. Kenny Dillingham had a great year as well. Took Texas to the limit at Arizona State. Of course, Marcus Freeman, your guy, Rhett Lashley, who had a great season at SMU out of Dallas. He'll be here. We look to hear from Jeff Monken, who is the Army coach. They had a breakout season as well, winning their bowl game, blowing out their bowl game, putting up 27 points in their bowl game. He'll join us at some point. As I said, Sark will join us from the University of Texas. And you never know on this day who else could roll through here. So it should be a fun day here. All right, fellas, as we kind of get into it today here, celebrating the Bear Bryant Awards, the Texans season is over, right? And of course we will still talk about things that happened this year, the next steps, or what you want to see more of. And we'll get through that. But the season is over. And I'm curious, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, which are you more excited about now that the Texans are over? Are you more into, look at these Rockets, 2 seed in the West, or are you, which has traditionally been the thing since I've been here, when we gonna see these pitchers and catchers? February comes through next month. Pitchers and catchers, the Astros, they start their quest. They've been the best team in this city for the last however many years. Which are you more excited? Because usually it's Astros. Now I think there is something of a bit of a thing you got to figure out what you're more excited about.
Well, look, I got to confess, it's not even close for me right now, Ron.
You keep looking at that outfield for the Astros.
Well, no, I don't even know if it has to do with because I'm not as down on the Astros as you are, and I think some folks are. I understand the concern or the frustration maybe, but I'm not down on it. I'm just at a point where I really like Ime Udoka. I love the way he conducts his business. I love the way he handles his team. The way that when he talks to the media, you can tell he either doesn't care or there's an understanding there that he's going to hold people accountable to a certain extent, even in the media. I love the hard-nosed, defense-first, hustle mentality that he has instilled over there. It's a likable bunch. Everything he's doing is actually working, obviously, in the regular season, for what it's worth, is working. For me, I'm more excited about turning the page. Because, look, when I turn the page off the Texans, I go from analyst and watching the game through a different lens to fan mode.
The game is over!
And the Astros have made that very easy of late. The Rockets have made it very difficult of late. For me, it's the Rockets, and it's I don't even know that it's close.
Yeah, I get the feel. Text in, what are you more excited about? Somebody text in, Rockets are legit, but it'll take casuals a while to catch up.
Well, that would be me. It took the football season ending for me to catch up, and I'm a casual, and I'm there. I'm excited about it.
YouTube and Twitch Rockets for sure. Maybe we can get 2 segments on the Rockets instead of just one. Hey, we'll see.
We'll
cross your fingers, man.
We'll decide how many Rocket segments you get in the show. But I'm just excited about it.
But no, I like, for me, I think one clearly to me it's the Rockets. And I see some other people. I don't know if guys like Tyler. Tyler is. I know the Astros are special to Tyler, so I don't know if that is the case for guys like Tyler. If someone texts in, it's Rockets, and I'm not a basketball fan. The Rockets won. This is fresh, right? They're not to say it gets old with the Astros, but one, it's something you're used to with the Astros, and you're also teetering on what is this thing going to look like? Because as I hinted towards it, maybe we talk about this a little bit later, like when you're staring at when I went up and looked up the depth chart for the Astros outfield, and it was Chaz, Jake, and Taylor Trammell.
It feels huge.
Feels a little different when you're looking at the number 2 seed in the Western Conference, the toughest conference in the NBA, rolling through and showing more and more. So I think the newness of the Rockets being competitive, and there's always the deal of what are they going to do? Are they going to keep this group together and try to grow this thing, or the elephant in the room that we all know the potential of? There could be a big-time piece that's added to this team, could be a big-time star that's added to this team that now takes it to a whole nother level. Because right now the expectations are, hey, this is fun, and they're having a good time, and let's see what this team grows, and can they be OKC or something like that. But then if they add a player, a big-time piece that then takes that expectation to, hey, we're looking to try to compete to win the West.
Let's go, Rockets.
That's always going to be more entertaining as well. So there's so many plots with the Rockets right now.
Yeah, look, and I think this city. I don't want to speak for everybody out there. I mean, but growing up here, I can somewhat speak for folks. I think the blue collar aspect of Houston, Texas, and the surrounding communities, I think relates to what Ime Udoka puts on the floor. I think just like they do D'Amico Ryans and a more defense-oriented team that swarms and is physical. And now we're going to talk about the offensive side of the football later on, but like relating to D'Amico, I think is very, very easy in this city. And I look forward to going home every night and sitting down and putting the Rockets on the tube. And that just hadn't always been the case for me. I mean, it's easy.
Especially in a while.
Well, it's easy. It's easy when they're winning at a championship level. I mean, and look, they're second in the West right now. They're winning as much as anybody damn near. But at the end of the day, it's this is there's a lot of unknown with this squad, and I still want to sit down and see what they're building over there.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I'm excited for the Rockets. Pretty much, someone texted in zero interest in the Rockets. Maybe I'm a front runner and I'm in denial. With someone said the Rockets are cooking. No, they are. They're an entertaining watch. They're a watch that you are like as a fan. You're like, oh, I'm into this. Well, I'm into the hard working, and there's some athleticism, but they play defense and generally play hard every night. They may not shoot like they did against the Pistons very well, but they play really, really hard.
Well, there's still also, Ron, of like, is Jalen Green that dude? You know, how good is Sengun? You know, there is it's not like you're looking at, like I was talking about over the last handful of years of, man, you get 3 through 8 right, and let's see what they can bring in. I mean, there's a couple of guys on this team that even Amen Thompson right now. You could see, I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but again, the casual fan that tunes in, you could see any of those three potentially being a frontline guy, a number one or number two for a championship caliber team. I don't know how the season's going to end. I don't know if they're going to be able to put it together night after night and month after month and keep this thing rolling. But there's also that intrigue there of let me see if these dudes are potentially the ones that are going to take us to the next championship, or is it really reliant on signing the next big fish or next superstar out there?
Yeah. All right, as we're live here from the Post Oak Hotel, Bear Bryant Awards, don't get in your cars. I don't think you can come out and I guess there could be a crowd in front of us right here. I guess you could have people come out.
I mean, you can always come hang. Now, I don't know what the security here at the
I was gonna say
at the Post Oak is going to say.
They caught me at the door.
Yeah,
asking me questions. But a big day. We look to hear from a lot of college football coaches, including Marcus Freeman, including Sark from Texas, to join us throughout the show. By the way, just wanted to push this NFL news across. We lost Trent Baalke.
About damn time. I mean, look, as a Texans fan, I wish he'd have stuck around, but it's about damn time.
Yep. The Jags have fired GM Trent Baalke, who survived Urban Meyer, then survived Doug Peterson, and then it was like, oh, he's going to stay. Doug got fired, and they kept him on and said they were going to keep him on, and now it's been announced that he has been let go. And Clint, I don't know where your mind goes on this, but what I see is, they said to themselves, we try to bring in some coaches, we try to bring in some guys, we try to bring in some top candidates. And them jokers was like, "Yeah, man, I'm good on doing this if Trent Baalke is the guy." I feel like to me that is where it went, and they had some good coaching candidates in there, and they were like, "Nah, man, I'm good. I'm good if he's going to run the show. I want to bring my own guy in."
Well, I wonder, and this isn't just about Jacksonville. This is about, because a lot of them get it wrong, obviously, and I'm not perfect, but. It always baffles me how bad at football business some owners actually are.
Bring on the Jaguars.
You know, you look like the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars was on a Zoom meeting, some kind of video conference. I don't know if it was Zoom, but one of those video conferences, right? I don't know if you heard this, Ron. But he literally outlines the fact that he would be willing to part ways with his general manager if the coach candidate deemed it necessary. And I'm paraphrasing, but he did go into detail. Guess who was on the call with him?
Trent Baalke.
Yeah. At what point do you think it's a good idea as an owner?
Can't fix stupid, man.
Tyler, in the world of football where everybody needs to be on the same page, everybody needs to be pulling the rope the same direction. Nobody drilling holes in the bottom of the boat. Everybody needs to be paddling, right?
Jack used to be.
And you got the owner of the team saying, "Yeah, this guy you see on the screen over here with me,
he could be going.
I'll get his ass up out of here. He'll be gone immediately if the coach doesn't like him."
He wanted to let Trent's ass know.
I mean,
Jag's gonna jag.
I'll tell you right to your face. That's what Shot said.
It's just mind-boggling, man. It's one of them like. And it apparently, and I don't know what kind of how real it is, but apparently it cost him a shot at Liam Cohen, who is this year's Bobby Slowick, if you will, Ben Johnson, if you will, kind of the offensive coordinator that jumped on the scene. He's been with McVay.
Hold on, it may have cost him. Maybe Liam comes back now. Maybe they got
maybe he comes back. Well, I think it's going to cost him more because I think Liam just accepted and signed a deal. I think that made him the highest, if not the highest paid offensive coordinator in the NFL.
Yeah. That man said, "Hey man, I just want to let you know. You see him right here?
Hey."
It could be gone. No offense, Trent. You think he said that to Trent?
I didn't listen to
Trent. No offense, boss, but I mean he could be gone.
I didn't listen to the full thing, but my man, Balky's just sitting over there.
Maybe Trent went in and said, "Look," because to me, I like
this house gonna be. I gotta.
Yeah, my job's done. It's over, and I don't know if Trent had the heart to do that, but maybe that's what it went down. But whatever it is, however it went down, it's probably the right move for the Jags. Because Trent was,
a little late.
Yeah, just a little late and just a little. But to the point you're making, though, when you want to get, like, good people in, that sure as hell ain't the way you get good people. Like, people are going to see how that went down, and you're probably going to lose out on your opportunity to get even good people. Because to me, man, if you're going to do that, even though Trent Baalke is Trent Baalke, there's still other ways to handle it. But I said, hey, man, that dude right there, you see him on the screen, it could be going like, that's going to be putting your mind.
To me, again, fellas, this is just one of those where if you ever wonder why Jacksonville has such a difficult time being successful, like, you don't need to look any further. Like, I mean, you honestly don't need just look at what went on in that particular Zoom media, whatever. Look at what went on there. You can only imagine what goes on behind closed doors.
Stop being a dumpster fire.
I mean, it's just you don't have to look very far to see. It just blows my mind how millionaires and billionaires that own these teams just can't get out of their own way.
Yep. All right, coming up as we continue, we're looking forward to a fun day, meeting with a lot of coaches. Stay tuned for that. We'll have some fun conversations. And coming up, before we get to some of those coaches, some things that D'Amico has to address going into next year, specifically on the offensive side of the ball. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all check it out. Fellas out there, I need you to listen.
taking over New Orleans for Radio Row, thanks to Flight by Yingling. The best football conversation in town, behind-the-scenes stories from the Big Easy, and special guests all week long in the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. You never know what to expect during the most wild week of the radio year. Hear it all the week of the big game on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the American Heart Association's Bear Bryant Awards, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. The Drive is live, and we are live on location here at the beautiful Post Oak Hotel, and this is one of them treasures in the city of Houston right here, baby.
Y'all are treasures?
No, but I imagine it's a lot near two treasures than one would think when that sun goes down out there at that pool from time to time.
That's still a good idea.
I didn't know how I wanted to respond to that because, no, we're not at treasures, but I feel like
we'll do a
there's been
show
some action there's been some action that has been done and had.
I would imagine that there's a path beaten down between treasures in here.
Like beaten down hard.
Action. Yeah.
I'm talking about a literal path, Tyler. I'm talking about.
So was I, dude.
Because we ain't far from there.
Really? Again, that petition will go around on us doing a Football Friday next year at a Shake Joint. Treasures has been one that has been put on there. We did have folks come out at one of our last remotes asking for the ability to sign up for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's something you got to start, man. Get that petition rolling.
I'm telling you, I don't always have great ideas, but this is one of them.
Sure.
See if you can get the Post Oak guest list and make sure you hit them up directly.
That's a good one. That is a good thought. All right, we do look forward to speaking with the Army head coach, Jeff Monken. He will join us here coming up soon, and that'll be a fun conversation with him. I see old Coach Beamer walking through here. There you go. I see him. There he is. Him and his son, boy, that was one of the cool moments when they I forgot who they beat, but him and his son were going at it on the sideline. They were so excited. So it'll be a fun day. All right, before we speak to the coach here, Clint, I know for you there's some things that you feel like that D'Amico needs to kind of change a little bit on the offense side of the ball. You know what? I ain't even going to let you get to it.
Yeah, I'm fixing to say that. I mean, I'm passionate about this one right here, man. I don't want to get into that topic right there until we get with Coach here.
Yeah, here we go. And putting on the headset, as we said, a fun day. Now they don't want that chair either. Now let him have it. They want to stand up a little bit. We're joined by the head coach of Army, Jeff Monken. Jeff, we appreciate you joining us. I guess to start here, man, you guys have 6-6 the last couple of years, and then you guys have a breakout year. Go 8-0 in conference, win 12 games, win your bowl game handily. What went into the change of kind of building this thing to get to this type of season?
Well, we've had good success at West Point. I've been very fortunate. This is my 11th season, and we've had some really good seasons. The last couple, going 6-6. Frankly, I'll tell you, it's tough. It's tough to win a college football game, and we played some great teams. I mean, what really has changed is being in a league is really preparing and knowing that we're going to play some of those same teams year in and year out, and there's challenges to that, but there's also challenges to playing new teams every year. And a year ago we played LSU, Boston College, Syracuse, Troy, who had won the Sun Belt 2 years in a row. UTSA, who has a great team and won Conference USA. That's a schedule of teams from multiple conferences and very talented. And there's some challenges in that too. And so that's not an excuse. You got to try to win. But we've had some really challenging schedules, and from year to year, the teams change, our teams change, and the players change, and to have success at the level that we had, winning 8, 9, 10, 11 games, that's really hard to do, and it's really hard to do at Army. But our guys were determined. Our senior class this year, obviously a new challenge going to the American Athletic Conference. A lot of talented players, terrific coaches, a great league. And looking at just the last 10, 12 years, the representative in the New Year's Six game, I think all but 3 years had been an American Conference team. So a great league, and we knew there was going to be some challenges, but we didn't focus on trying to win the league or big goals, just trying to be the best we could week in and week out. And we had a great senior class, some really strong captains, and just the first week we got a win, and our guys kind of put it behind them. And the second week we got a win, they put it behind them. They didn't wear themselves out, patting themselves on the back. They really had a humility about them and wanted to get better and keep improving. And we just were able to put a bunch of them together until we ran into the buzzsaw of Notre Dame. And man, are they a good team! They really, really impressive.
Jeff Monken, head coach at Army, joining us on Sports Radio 610. Jeff, I think one of the coolest things about the college football playoff expansion is the fact that maybe not every, but the majority of college football players can wake up in August and say, hey, if I go to work and handle my business and take care of business, I can be in the 12-team playoff now. I got a chance to get in that mix, where I don't think that was the case when there was only 4 teams getting in. Damn sure not back in the BCS days when there was 2. I think you guys probably fall in that category, and we saw that a lot this year down the stretch, the talk about you guys getting in, and Navy was having a really good year. And just from your perspective, do you see it that way? Is that true? And what does that mean to your group and even you personally, knowing that is the case now?
When they made the announcement that they were going to expand to 12 teams and that a group of 5 champion would have an automatic qualifier, I knew we needed to get into a league. Yeah. And it just worked out. We had an opportunity a few years ago, probably when the league started, the American Athletic League Conference started. We probably had a chance to get in at that point, and we really valued our independence. That was before the 12-team playoff and all those conversations. And for the history of Army football, we've played a national schedule. We played big teams and power conferences and traveled all over, and we really felt like that was a part of our identity. But when they went to 12 teams and they said one of those champions is going to get in, Mike Buddy, our athletics director, and I just said, we got to get in the league. And fortunately, it just worked out. SMU was moving to the AAC ACC, and the AAC had an opening, and they extended an invitation to us, and we accepted. And so very fortunate to join a great league, and excited about the opportunity to be positioned to be one of those 12 teams. And if we didn't have a pathway to the playoff, we were going to be irrelevant. And I think at this point, to be able to be in the conversation, you got to be in a conference. And so we were able to do that. And fortunately, this year we had a good enough team that we were able to win all of our games and win the championship.
Coach, you've coached in the Pac-12. You've coached in the ACC. What is it that's different being at a place like Army? How is that different with everything that comes with being the coach at Army? How is that different?
The service academies are unique, just in and of themselves, regardless of conference or any of those things. We're all 3 more similar to each other than we are anybody else in college football, but we're all still very different from each other. Yeah. And there's some unique things about West Point and being there and coaching there. And we don't have enough time in this segment to talk about all those things, but it is just truly an honor and a privilege to be part of that institution. You know, this is an institution that's been around for over 200 years. Was created by the United States Army to train Army officers to be engineers. We're the first engineering school in the country. As we were making our expansion west, we needed to build roads and bridges and canals and all those things. We needed engineers to do it, and so West Point was born. And it is now one of the best academic institutions on the face of the planet, and it is the preeminent leadership institution in the world. And it's what we do every day is train leaders. So the responsibility that we have as coaches, our faculty, our staff, our administrators, everybody at West Point is there to we're there for the Corps of Cadets. We're there to prepare them to be leaders of character, to serve our nation, and to lead soldiers. And so the uniqueness of that and the responsibility that we have and all that goes into that, it's not just going to class and going to football practice every day. There are a lot of things that we do at West Point to build leaders and to create those leaders of character, and that's our responsibility to the nation. America's counting on us to do that, to have young men and women that go out and serve the United States Army, serve their soldiers, and stand in the gap between freedom and those that want to take it from us. So we enjoy our American way of life because of our soldiers, sailors, and airmen, and it's just awesome to be there and to help to build and lead and prepare our next generation of soldiers.
Well, Coach, we appreciate you joining us, and congratulations on a great season, great work, and we'll be excited to see you guys as you get going next year.
Thanks a lot. Beat Navy.
All right. There you go. There you go. That is Jeff Monken, head coach at Army. It was a pleasure to hear from him. We'll hear from others. Fran Brown, head coach of Syracuse, should be joining us coming up next here on a fun day here at the Bear Bryant Awards, right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. Look, power outages can happen, man, anytime. Folks, extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes. We know about all three.
Advice and tips that put easy and fun into your lawn and landscaping.
Getting a little crazy in here.
Saturday mornings on Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the American Heart Association's Bear Bryant Awards. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive, live here at the Bear Bryant Awards. And we enjoyed just talking to the Army head coach, Jeff Monken. We are looking to hear from many coaches today. I believe Fran Brown of Syracuse coming back, his first year at Syracuse as his first year as a head coach. Clint, they go 10-3, taking over a team that was 6-7 last year under Dino Babers there, and he goes there and has one of the biggest wins of the season, wrecking Miami's season and knocking them out of the race there. So it was good times there. But hey, let's shift there. As Fran Brown had a great year, but I'd say my man here had an even better year with Boise State. Coach Danielson, we appreciate you joining us here as he gets his seat together here. Spencer Danielson joins us, head coach of Boise State, making the college football playoff this year for the first time. What was your experience of this? This was the first year, 12-team playoff. You got the bye. What was your experience of this new process?
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, first and foremost for me, I always want to give glory to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, man. I'm proud of our team and the whole experience from the off season to spring ball to fall camp all the way to the season, because we knew we were in playoff mentality from Jump Street. I mean, if you lose one game, we can't lose another one. And so just proud of our team taking it 1 week at a time, and then being able to win the Mountain West Conference Championship on the blue and be able to be in our team room with ESPN there and then find out you got a first-round bye. Just seeing the joy in our players' faces, that's those moments that you'll never forget for our guys. So proud of them, what they did and what we're going to continue to push to do.
Spencer, I asked Coach Monken the same thing. I think one of the most fascinating things about the college football playoff expansion is that there's teams that aren't in a Power 5 or Power 4, however you want to couch it, that now really the majority of college football players in America can wake up in August and make the decision of, I want to commit.
Yeah.
I want to come here and win and be accountable to my teammates and do everything it takes to win, with the end game being I can get in the dance. I can play for a national title. To me, that's the headliner for the college football playoff expansion. And I know you guys are one of those teams that may have been overlooked in the past in the BCSAs and definitely in the 4-team playoff. Just from your perspective, kind of your thoughts on that being a part of your story now at Boise State year in, year out.
Yeah, I can't agree more. I mean, when the playoff became expanded, it gave everybody a shot. And as a competitor, that's all you can hope for. And then right now in January, all 133, whatever it is, FBS schools all got a shot. Now, you got to go handle business from how you play, winning games, and everything that comes with that. But everyone's got an opportunity. And there was years at Boise State of tons of success where they never really had an opportunity to truly play for a national championship. Now they do. Yeah. And so it's our job as coaches and every head coach's job to work their tails off, to earn the right to go play and make the playoff and then win those games. But as a competitor, all you want is an opportunity. I think it's really and you could tell from college football, the regular season games, there's a lot more attention, I think, from the media on every single game, because every game really truly did matter with the college football playoff looming at the end of the season.
All right, talk to us a little bit as we're here with Boise State head coach Spencer Danielson. Talk to us about your special player this year, and I know it's tough that you probably won't be able to coach him again after this year as he heads to the NFL, but Ashton Jeanty, who many people feel like any other year he would win. I just heard that in your voice. A Heisman Trophy, although you feel
I'm going to hold tight.
Maybe, no, I don't want you to hold tight. I want you to let it out. Hell, you said, to hell with any year you thought he should have won it this year. What was that as you're seeing him and obviously calling plays for him? What was it like to see the type of year he had?
Yeah, Ashton Genty is an absolute phenomenal young man, first and foremost. And that's the story I want to make sure America and the world knows. You can watch what he does on Saturday, Friday nights, and here shortly on Sundays. But he's a phenomenal young man. I mean, had all the people trying to get him to leave Boise State at the end of last season, stayed to leave a legacy, to lead his team, and he did just that. It's uncommon for someone to do what they say. Right, he said, I'm going to do this. I'm going to lead this team. We're going to make it to the playoff. We're going to win another championship. And he went out and did that as a leader. And just watching him do that day in and day out, carrying our team and seeing other leaders grow in their leadership, because they're able just to watch Ashton. You know, I don't need to say, hey, this is what it looks like to lead. I'm like, just watch 2. See what 2's doing. Yeah. And he was just, how he was able to not only produce on the field this year, but how he was able to lead our team on the run we did is a testament to him, who he is as a man, how he was raised. And, I mean, the future's so bright for him. I believe he's the best football player in the country, period.
So he should have won the Heisman?
Yes, I 100% believe so. And I will believe that forever. And I believe he deserves it, but he's just, the future's so bright for him. I really do believe not only the success he had in college, I believe he's going to be one of the top NFL football players now that he transitions to that as well.
Coach, what about one thing that I've admired from a distance, a lot of things about your style and how you handle your business I've admired from a distance. One of them is transparency. Mm-hmm. One of them is not being afraid to say some things in front of the camera when the stage is big and the lights are bright. I heard you multiple times talk about essentially your squad, your roster getting poached by other schools in this NIL and transfer portal era. I heard you talk about the problem. What is the answer? How do you handle that? How do you defend that, if you will, moving forward for Boise State?
Yeah, it's something that everybody's battling, but just like anything, I'm not changing the rules. I'm not making them nor changing them, but it is my job to create and solve problems. And for our team, it's all about, first and foremost, finding the right players that want to be a part of a team, that want to be at Boise State, be a part of our family. And it's our job as coaches to make sure they know there's no better place to be developed than right there on the blue. In all phases of their life, not just football, them spiritually, mentally, physically, all those things. That's our job. Yeah. So they know, I can maybe leave somewhere else for maybe a little more money or something else, but I'm not going to grow to be the man I know I can be if I stay here at Boise State. And that's our job. And I'm proud of our team. I'm excited where we're going to grow to in the future. And when you have guys like Ashton Genty, Ahmed Hossein, just to name 2, the rest of the guys fall in line saying, you can accomplish everything you want right here. Now, instead of saying, hey, you can be a Heisman finalist, make the college football playoff, that's not hope anymore. That's what we do here. And we got to work our tail off to do it consistently.
What do you – because you're a calculated dude. I mean, you have to be in your position, right? I mean, everything you say, especially in that moment, is obviously for a reason.
Yep.
Like, what do you hope to accomplish in with saying, hey, man, people are poaching our roster. We got to work harder. Is it the message to the kids that may be future Broncos, or is it a message to the NCAA or, hell, whoever's running the show of, hey, let's talk about this. Let's roundtable. This is important. This is what's going on.
Yeah, I think first and foremost for me, it's shedding light on what's going on so everybody can know. But it's also twofold. I think it's for our community to know, like, hey, we need everybody's support to take care of our players. The game has changed. Regardless if you like it or not, it's changed, and it's our job to take care of our players, to make sure that we develop them and take care of them financially in the class. All these different things now go into taking care of your players and keeping them here. So it's spreading the message for everyone to see, and it's also for our players to know, like, hey, guys, this is happening. And I'm not a guy that holds their cards and doesn't show anybody. Like, I'm open with our team. We talk about love a lot with our team. That's telling the truth. I can't say I love someone without telling them the truth, and so I'm open about what's going on. They're open with me. And so we have very clear conversations because we love each other, and I want people to know what's going on. And so when players do stay, they know it's because they really want to be there.
All right, Coach, we appreciate you joining us. I know you got a long day ahead of you, but congratulations on an amazing season and being a part of the first 12-team playoff. We appreciate you, man.
God bless you guys. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. That is Coach Spencer Danielson, head coach, Boise State, on that blue turf. I love that blue turf. It's maybe one of my favorite things in college.
My old coach came from there, man. Houston Nutt.
Did he? Oh,
yep.
Okay. All right.
We didn't get a chance to ask him. I think that there's a lot of there's some duck problems up there. They can try to land on that turf. They try to land on that turf, and it's a little less forgiving than that pond out back.
Yeah, I bet it is. No, good to hear from him. All right.
I don't know. Maybe we need to sneak a break in here, Tyler, as it looks like we are maybe free here as we do look to talk to multiple coaches here. Fran Brown, we look to talk to Kenny Dillingham, Arizona State head coach. They had a great year as well. Was in the big the playoff, the 12-team playoff this year. We'll talk to those guys coming up as we're live here on the drive from the Post Oak Hotel.
We're bringing the best sports talk in town to the Big
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the American Heart Association's Bear Bryant Awards. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, that's right. Welcome back here as we're live at the Post Oak Hotel, Bear Bryant Awards. And we are joined now, Fran Brown, who had a great first season. And I'm trying to talk to my man Clint about this great first season at Syracuse. They go 10-3 after taking over for a team that was a 6-win team. They have one of the best wins of the year as they beat Miami and kind of wrecked their season. But I'm trying to talk to him about it, Clint, and he
Long way to go. We got a long way to go. Still thinking about coaches. Still thinking about that's just wild, man. You can't. It's almost like it's hard to just breathe and accept the great year you had. You still focused.
I mean, I really don't think it's great. Like great to me was Ohio State the other night, right? They finished out with the championship. We didn't make the playoffs, so we didn't win the conference championship. We weren't in the conference championship. So for me to say that was great, then I would be dropping my standard of who I am as a man and what I want in life, right? So, I mean, we did okay. I guess you say we were an average football team, a little above average probably. But we got a long way to go. You know, got to continue to I got a long way to go, right? So I got to be a better coach to put them in better situations because we were 2 plays away from actually being in our conference championship. It was a 4th and 9 play defensively. We gave up some stuff, me as the head coach, because I had him in that bad situation. Then there was a 4th and 1 against Boston College where a guy didn't come over and cover the right guy, and they were able to do a halfback toss pass. And so those 2 plays changed the whole season, right? You never know when they are. So right now, this is the time to me when I feel you fix that, you know, and I got it on the back of this 4th and 1, 4th and 9. Who are you? Like when you're starting to look at that. So like it's you try to pick which gasser you don't want to run hard, right? Or you want to pick which morning I'm going to come to the workout and not do it right. But then that stuff is going to show up September, October, November when you don't really want it to show up. So like, I don't know, that's why I look at that like that when everybody says it. Like my wife knows, it's like, yo, you did a great job, you did this. I'm like, yo, don't get involved with the sheep thinking and stuff. Like that's just what they try to make you feel. That's a good season. But like Ryan Day had a good season, right? He had a great season. Everybody else did good. Like we all did okay. Ryan Day and I guess Coach Freeman. Yep. You know, those dudes, they had really good seasons this year in my opinion.
Coach, with your team in particular up at Syracuse, you mentioned mental toughness in the break there. I'm assuming that's a big focus of yours and theirs this offseason is to be more mentally tough. Dig into that a little bit for us.
Because it's like our core values are DART, right? Detail, accountable, relentless, and tough. And you got to be able to do that in all aspects of your life. And I think that takes mental toughness. Like right now, what's going on is everyone's finding out what you're getting NIL-wise, or everyone's finding out this. Then you hear about what your boy got and things of that nature. And I'm trying to talk to our guys about like, so it's only 2 people that's going to switch your NIL, you and me. So why the freak you talking to them about it? It's going to mess you up. So now you got the disease of me, I should get more, I should do this, I should do that, because you're worrying about what everybody else getting, but you're not focused and on track for you. Like I think God has a different path for all of us, but we won't all follow our path because we're trying to worry about your path. Now, the more I worry about your path and I'm focused on your path and what you're doing, I'm just making mine further away instead of getting closer to it. So we're focusing on that and being DART. Detailed, accountable, relentless, and tough, starting with your faith, right? Then with your family. Then academically, are you doing that? And if you're doing that in all those aspects of your life, then I know you're going to do it in the weight room, which is going to count for us later. Then I know you're going to do it when we're going out there to do your runs. When you're at your little captain's practice y'all having, you're going to do it. So now when it's time for us to go play and that 4th and 1 come up and that 4th and 9, I know you're going to be locked in because you were focused the whole time. Is it hard to focus? Yes, absolutely. Most people, Calvin Coolidge, the old president, said the most common thing in the world is unsuccessful people with talent. That's why coaching is so vital to young men's career, because the most common thing in the world is unsuccessful men with talent. So like that's normal. And why is that normal? Because of mental toughness to me. You know, guys aren't able to be where they are. They aren't able to focus and lock in on them because we all worrying about everything else. And whatever gets the most likes, that's what I got to get. Like I'm having kids right now text me and ask me, can you get me verified? Man, don't ask me that soft. Like, what you mean? Verified? Why? How about you work? Why should you and LeBron have the same check?
Right.
You shouldn't have a LeBron check, guy. You know how hard he worked to get in that position? So, like, he got that check. Why should you get that check? And if you get the same check that he has on social media, then we're just giving you something that you're never going to really max out or amount to who you are. So that's what I mean when I'm saying, like, the mental toughness.
Yeah. Fran Brown joins us, head coach of Syracuse, who had a okay season. I want to use his words at 10-3. I just heard you kind of talking about it. How do you feel, and I know you're adapted to it, but do you think the college game is going in the right direction? with everything that has now changed over the years?
I think it is. I think it's fun. I think once they put a piece of it, okay, this is exactly what got to happen in every conference or however it goes. I mean, I think it's in the right direction because the world's moving, right? Everything's going along, everything's moving, and it's going to continue to inflate, right? It's going to be constant inflation. So, I mean, if it's all this money that's being made in college football and we can make sure that players get paid, then why not, right? Why not they get paid? But I think we just have to make sure we're teaching them financial literacy while they're doing it. That has to be the plan, that they have to do it and they have to understand it. What I don't want is for a kid to end up with tax problems. It's not fair to them, right? So we have to teach them that the right way. But I don't want that to come back and then all of a sudden I'm about to go to the league, but for 3 years I didn't pay my taxes right. I didn't do these things the right way. Stuff wasn't going. Because you're going to have some kids who really, my mom never, ever, ever made $40,000 in a year. Now I'm going to school and now I'm making $600-some thousand. But we got to pay all these taxes and all this stuff. They don't know what to do. They just know I got this, I'm getting it. Who going to tell them no? Who going to help them do those things, right? So, like, it's those little pieces that I think once we get that all fixed up with every guy and we make it mandatory where the school has to know that these guys have it that way, then I'm cool. Whatever they do, I'm going to adapt to it, all right?
Yeah, man. You seem to be the coach, the type of coach that folks is looking for, man, and I appreciate you joining us, and I know you got a busy schedule, so good luck the rest of the way, but, man, enjoyed watching your team. Like I said, that Miami game, that was one of the best games that I watched this year, man, and congratulations, and keep it going up there, sir.
I appreciate that. Thanks for having me on.
No problem. All right, that is head coach Fran Brown of Syracuse University, and impressive guys. I see the text line is rolling in like, who is this dude? This dude is great. Somebody said they didn't wrote down Dart for their own life.
He brought the heat, man. I like that.
Somebody said this dude got me ready for Dart. Hey, man, he gonna want you to shake his hand the regular way, baby. He said you ain't gotta Bill Belichick me, baby. Yeah, you can dap me up, baby. There you go. There you go. All right. Yeah, man. He brought the heat there. All right, let's get joined by one of your old partners. I think you know this guy a little bit.
A little bit.
I think you don't know this guy.
I don't know if he wants you to tell everybody that or not.
I think you know this man, Rhett Lashley, who we talked with you a little bit. I remember the last time we talked to you, we were trying to get a little more understanding on Brevin Jordan, who you had at Miami, and is with the Texans. But now, man, we want to talk to you about this amazing season you guys had, and moving up to the ACC, and then you go and was really the best team during the regular season, and then obviously lose a tough one in the championship game to Clemson, but still get into the playoff. What was that move like, moving up to the ACC? I'm curious did you feel a difference moving up leagues, so to speak, moving up from where you were to the ACC, a Power 5 league? Did you feel a difference in that?
Definitely felt a difference. Yeah. There's no question. I mean, just the week in, week out, I mean, we played 12 straight Power 4 games to end our season. We had 10 straight in the regular season, plus Clemson, plus Penn State. I mean, we hadn't played more than 3 in 40 years. You know what I mean? So definitely the week in, week out. You can't have an off week. It doesn't matter whether you're playing Pitt or Boston College or Louisville or Florida State or, it doesn't matter. Every week you got to play well. Clinton knows that from playing in a league like the SEC. You don't really get off weeks. And the physicality adds up, and it's just different. Yeah. And so for us, our guys to do what they did and go 9-1 in those 10 games in the regular season, and then to play Clemson and then to play Penn State and to play the way we did for the majority of the time was pretty cool.
What was the, I don't want to say secret sauce, because I don't think it's a sauce, right? But what allowed you to turn it around I don't even want to say turn it around, I don't know if that's right, but allowed you to jump into that bigger conference and win so many games at a place like SMU?
Timing's kind of everything. And the year before, we won 11 games and won the conference. And it was the first conference championship we'd had in 40 years. And we did it by continuing to be good on offense but having championship-level defense for the first time in literally 4 decades. And we had a top 15 defense last year, and we had a lot of guys returning. Like this year's team was a veteran team. So a majority of the guys on defense, a good number of the guys on offense, I think we only lost like 10 or 11 seniors off that team 2 years ago. were coming back into this season, and they knew what it looked like to win a championship. They knew how it felt to have to win the last 8 straight games of the regular season to get in the American Conference Championship and then to win it. And so when they come in and we're going into the ACC, first of all, they're excited. But we had an experienced group that I think, candidly, we just didn't tell them we weren't supposed to do it. And, we were defending champs. We weren't ACC defending champs, so we started our walkthroughs in August in fall camp, and we wear blue and red walkthrough shirts so we can do walkthrough stuff together, and it just said defending champs on it. And it was just in a mentality for reminding them we belong. We've done this before. Yes, we're moving up in weight class. No, it's not the same, and they knew that, especially half of them were transfers who had come from a power conference. That probably helped. And, we made the quarterback decision after week 3, and we were able to beat TCU and Florida State and get some momentum. And, again, they were used to winning. They knew what it took. They knew what it looked like. They respected how hard it is to win a game.
Coach Rhett Lashley joins us, head coach of SMU, as they had a great season in year 1 in the ACC. Clint loved it, and I understood where he's coming from in terms of the playoff. I just felt like it was too much of an advantage, the home field thing. It was too much of an advantage in that first round for teams that were, I think, close. This wasn't like, all right, the 1 seed versus the 12 seed. These were teams that were pretty close. You experienced it. What's your thought about these teams in that first round going to play on the road? Because in college, that seems like such an advantage.
It is, and Clint knows a lot better than I do what it's like in the NFL, but I love it. And, if we didn't want to go on the road, we should have beat Clemson, and we'd have had a bye and been playing as a 3 seed in Phoenix. But we didn't. And so we had to go on the road to a team that earned the right to play at home. And it was a tough environment. And, shoot, that's not why we lost. We lost because we threw back-to-back pick sixes and did a bunch of other things that you have to do if you want to lose. And so I think it's great for college football. I think 12 is awesome. In my opinion, we should go to 16. Nobody gets a bye and be done, and have 8 first-round games on campuses in week 1 and seed it 1 through 8. And if you're in a Power 4 conference and you make the championship game, you're in. Those 2 teams from each league are in. And then you got 8 wild cards just like the NFL, and let's go. And if you win your division, just like in the NFL, if you win your division, you got a home game. Done. I mean, the Rams got to host the Vikings because they won their division. Nobody cared that the Vikings were 14-2 or whatever they were. So it's all about winning. It's not about potential to win. Did you win? It doesn't matter how good or bad your schedule was. We could do some things in college football to make it more consistent for everybody, but I loved it. And I know all 4 teams on the road lost. You know what? It's going to be hard to win on the road anytime, particularly in college football. But you know what? Penn State earned the right to be there. The weather and all that's their deal, just like if you got to go to Buffalo and you got to go to Kansas City. So I'm with Clint. I loved it. And what is ironic is the 4 teams that got a bye all lost.
Yeah.
Now that's interesting at neutral sites. So, but it's also 1 year, so it's hard to guess what trends are going to be. But I love it.
What I want to get into the Houston area and give you a chance to sell your program to listeners, coaches, high school coaches, and players out there. Before I do that, real quick, Red, I am interested to hear we had a 12-team playoff. You were involved in it, and I know you don't obviously have the power to make the decisions, but if you could change anything about the 12-team playoff, the byes, the road games, whatever it may be, what would that be?
If it stays at, I'd go to 16 like I just said, but if it stayed at 12, I wouldn't change anything. I think, the 4 – I think that should be the 4 power conference winners should get a bye. And, if a team like Boise, which I think they would, if this year's good enough to get in, then good, they get in. Yeah. But I think after that it needs to be the best 8 teams. I think it's not fair to a committee to ask them to pick and have subjective measuring sticks. Like the BCS worked. What nobody liked about the BCS is it was only 2 teams.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But if you had a formula, it doesn't have to be that formula, but something that take the 5 things we think is most important, package it up, and let that pick who those next teams are, or at least be a guidepost. So we're not sitting there going, well, what's more important, this or this, or this or this. I think having a consistent way to, just like they do in NCAA basketball, they know the Ken Palm or the net ranking or whatever. It's at least a guidepost that is fairly consistent for everybody. So if they got teams that are close, they can try to have those numbers. And then I think, I think they got it right by winning your conference should matter, getting a bye should matter. That's probably the biggest thing. that I would change is just have a consistent way to measure who gets in.
Gotcha. We got a pretty fertile recruiting ground down here. I know the recruiting game has changed for you over the last handful of years, but what's your message to the Houston area, man, about the SMU Mustangs just up the street?
There's never been a better time to come to SMU. You know, I mean, back-to-back 11 wins. We made the college football playoff. The city of Dallas is a great place. The degree's great, but we're playing big-time football in one of the top 3 leagues in America. And, you know, when we've been at our best, Dallas is our home, so that's home base. But the state of Texas, we don't got to go much further. And some of the best players to ever play at SMU are from down here. I mean, Craig James and Eric Dickerson are from the Houston area. You know, Xavier Jones just a few years ago from Spring, Texas. And I could go on and on. You got Jerry Ball down there just south of here. And so there's been a lot of history of really good players from the Houston area just going up the road a little bit to Dallas and making nice careers for themselves. And so we've proven in year one we can play on the big stage. We can compete for a national championship. And, you know, we're going to build a program that can go win one, so you might as well jump on board.
All right, Coach, we appreciate you joining us. Congratulations on a great first year in the ACC. Congratulations making it to the first college football 12-team playoff.
Appreciate you having me on. I can't believe you got to deal with this. Is this a daily thing for you?
Every day,
man.
Every day, baby.
I saw the picture of you in the snow, though. When was the last time you had snow in Houston?
Hey, that's the most. I think that's the most we've ever had. Definitely on the east side, baby.
Ever. All right.
Good to see y'all.
There it is. As we continue here, we look to hear from more and more coaches here, as it's been a great time here at the Bear Bryant Awards as we're live here from the Drive.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light, y'all. You know what I'm talking about. Just 'cause it's a little chilly outside don't mean you can get on that. You still can't get on that silver bullet train, y'all. Come on now. If you're out there and you're already drinking them cold Coors Light, I tip my cap. All these winning coaches that we have here today, I guarantee.
crafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Have you heard? Sports Radio 610 is taking over New Orleans for Radio Row thanks to Flight by Yingling. The best football conversation in town, behind-the-scenes stories from the Big Easy, and special guests all week long in the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. You never know what to expect during the most wild week of the radio year. Hear it all the week of the big game on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the American Heart Association's Bear Bryant Awards, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, as we are live here from the Post Oak Hotel, and we are joined by Shane Beamer, the head coach of the South Carolina Gamecocks. And I got to tell you, one of my favorite moments this year, and I know my producer doesn't want to relive it because he's an Aggie, but was watching you and your son go at it on the sideline and he looked like he was so happy and enjoying it. You're over there with him. That was a really kind of cool scene to watch. One of my favorite things to see this year.
I appreciate you saying that. No, it's great to be a part of a profession where I'm able to include my family, and I got to do it as a kid growing up with my dad being a coach, and then to include my son in moments like that. No, don't let him fool you. He's my harshest critic as well, and has already looked at the coaches that are out here for this event, and he's like, all right, there's 8 finalists. You'll probably finish 8th, but who do you think is going to be 7th and all that as well? So he's the loving son when the cameras are on, but he's cold-blooded when in the private.
Hey, on a serious note of that's a cool dynamic. I didn't even think about that until he said it, but you lived it with your dad.
Yep.
I mean, what as the father now doing it with your son, what's the things that you want to make sure you do or don't do, or just kind of having lived it and now be on the other end of it?
Yeah, great question. Making sure that I'd say a couple things from just a dad standpoint, making sure, okay, the job entails a lot. Recruiting, you're away from home. But one, include him and his 2 sisters and my wife and stuff as much as I can. But when I'm home, make sure I'm present, and come home, and it might have been a long day or a long recruiting trip, but he says, hey, can we go out in the driveway and throw the football, or we can go out in the driveway and shoot the basketball? The answer is yes, yeah. And because you never know how long you're going to have those moments. And then I think there's great life lessons that happen, as you guys know, because of the game of football that I can instill in my children. Mm-hmm. That there's adversity and disappointment, but it's about how you respond. Sure. and the togetherness of a team and relying on one another and things like that. So making sure when I can, just trying to instill those life lessons and include them in stuff as much as I can.
Coach, how would you describe how this season was for you guys at South Carolina? Because I know coaches may look at it different. To me, I look at it, I'm like, you go 9-4 and you play 7 ranked teams throughout the year, obviously, and you play Clemson outside, and they were in the college football playoff. How would you determine how you felt about this season?
Very proud, of our guys. We, my first, not to bore you, but my first season at South Carolina was 2021. Based on the projections, we exceeded expectations. And then 2022, we won 8, exceeded expectations. 2023, there was a lot of expectations for us, and we didn't. We finished 5-7 in 2023. But there was a core group of older leadership guys on our team that came back in 2024, and they came back on an absolute mission. They knew we weren't as bad as 5-7, and they were determined to make sure that 2024 was better and what we wanted. And they were, from the day they got back in January till the end of the season, they were very intentional about that. And I know going into last season, there weren't a lot of expectations for our team. I'd say most of the preseason projections had us pick probably 14th or 15th out of 16 SEC teams. Most of them had us, Vanderbilt, and Arkansas as the last 3 teams picked in the league. Our guys never listened to that. They knew we were better than that. And even early in the season, when we were 3-3 and we had 2 losses by a total of 5 points to Alabama and LSU, there was just resiliency and resolve to get it right and stay together. And that's what I'm proud proud of is we were 3-3 coming off a 2-point loss to Alabama in Tuscaloosa, and easily could have gone split and gone the other way. And instead, we went out to Oklahoma and had a big win against them out in Norman, and then came back the next week and beat a top 10 A&M team at home as well, and then won 4 in a row after that to finish on a 6-game winning streak. So just really proud of the resiliency and leadership on our team.
Coach, I want to get back to this season, but I'll tell you a quick story. I played in the SEC, played with a bunch of guys from South Carolina, know a bunch of strength coaches and coaches that have come from there. And it took, I think it was last year, for a listener here in Houston that graduated from South Carolina to come in and introduce me to something that I'd never heard before, and I absolutely love it. It's got to be on a T-shirt somewhere. The Gamecocks are referred to as the ass-kicking chickens.
Yeah.
Is that pretty common in your neck of the woods, or is that just something?
I wouldn't say it's one of the primary things you hear, but you
Right.
heir there's a lot of different avenues you can go off of Gamecocks.
Yeah, I can only imagine. But when he walked in, he said that your hogs got my ass kicking chickens, and I about fell out of the seat. I don't care. I love it, man.
No, I've heard that. No, there's no question.
I
You've
need
heard
a South
that?
Carolina
Yeah.
T-shirt, baby. I don't know how it took so long.
Yeah, you've
for me
heard
to
it.
hear it.
I've
Man.
heard it. You hear it fairly regularly, but there's a lot of other things you hear often as well.
I mean, we got to incorporate that into a jersey combination or something, Coach.
No doubt.
No, look, the
I want to hear these other ones. I just feel like this.
well, yeah, get a look. You're slippery slope
I
there,
got
bro.
a couple.
I know you do, Tyler.
You know, you talk about your season this year, man, and regardless of the record, I think I talk a lot of college football throughout the year, and I think there was a real argument at the end of the year for you guys to sneak into a 12-team playoff. If you're just literally talking about the best teams that are the hottest teams that are peaking at the right time when that decision was made, so you guys clearly got some momentum rolling here. You get your quarterback back. What does carrying that momentum over into next year look like, and what does it mean to you have your guy back behind the center?
It means a lot. You know this from playing the game and playing the position that you want to – if you got a guy at quarterback, you got a chance to be really good. And when you don't, you don't. And we've got a quarterback that's going to continue to get better. Last year was only his second year in college football, first year as a starter. And so he'll continue to take steps from now until the beginning of the season. And I think the key thing for us is going to be just to, make sure we just continue to keep our heads down and work. And last year at this time, nobody was talking about us. Nobody thought we were any good. And now people have high expectations, and making sure that we just worry about what we can control and continuing to work. We lost a lot of leadership off last year's team, but there's a lot of excitement about 2025 because of who we return as well, and because of the way that we've recruited off the field as well. So you want those. You want to be at a place where there's high expectations. There's no question about it. And there's a lot of energy and excitement about Gamecock football right now, and the key for us is just going to be continue to just keep our head down and get better.
One thing for you, Coach, I know the work just started, I bet, for you. You the season ended, but now you got to turn the page and get ready for recruiting and all of that. So, hey, good luck to that, and good luck to you next year, man. We appreciate you joining us.
Yep, y'all come see us in South Carolina.
All right. You know what? I've never been to South Carolina.
I have, unfortunately.
I
ran into an ass-kicking chicken when I went down there one time. That's for damn sure.
All right, that's head coach. That's head coach Shane Beamer, South Carolina, joining us here on The Drive. Coming up, we will talk with Coach Cignetti of Indiana, who had a great year as well as they made the college football playoff at Indiana, which is not something that always happens. Marcus Freeman a little bit later on as well. Kenny Dillingham also making the playoff at Arizona State. We'll continue rolling here live from the Bear Bryant Awards here at Post Oak Hotel, right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all check it out now. Twin Peaks. There's 5 lodges around the city, and I have yet to be in a bad one.
Prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the American Heart Association's Bear Bryant Awards. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here. Bear Bryant Awards, Post Oak Hotel. And you're joined by the head coach of Indiana, Curt Cignetti. And I can't tell you, from somebody who is a fan of the Kansas Jayhawks, how impressed I am to get to a school like Indiana and 1 year in, turn it around and have the success, 11 wins, get to the playoff and do what you did at Indiana at a place that generally is not a power in football. Very, very impressive season for you.
Well, thank you. I mean, there's no magic wand. We don't sell those at Kmart. And it's all about people. I mean, you got to have a blueprint and a plan and work it every day and find the edge. And, it's a place that played football for 137 years, and there were a lot of firsts this year. 10-0 and 11 wins in college football playoff and top 10 ranking. And but you get in there day one and you got 10 offensive starters in the transfer portal and half your defense, and so you got a lot of work to do in 3 weeks, and you don't see the light of day. And but you signed 22 transfers, and they're all 2-3 year starters with consistent production. And I really felt in my heart like we'd flipped the roster, and that's kind of where the Google me comment came from. It was a signing day press conference, and you're tired, and you get the same question for the 15th time. And finally, you put your head down, keep it simple. But, we had the right kind of guys in our program. And I had seen it happen before, had a good January, good spring ball, good summer, good fall camp, but you got to put it on the field. And then you taste that success, and it's that old success belief thing starts to snowball. And then pretty soon, this stadium, which you can't put anybody in, is sold out week in, week out, and you got 10,000 outside tailgate and they can't get in. And it becomes really quite the phenomena, and that's what we went through this year.
What was the edge, Coach? You mentioned, obviously everybody has an edge, and a lot of coaches are trying to find it, but when you obviously found it damn near immediately, and I know it probably didn't feel like immediately to you, but to us outside looking in, you did, and you did it in a place that I played at Arkansas, so I can relate to the Indiana and kind of the uphill battle that you play year in, year out. What was that edge for you guys?
Well, I think the edge is people. And, we've had great staff continuity through the years, so I had a lot of guys that had been with me at JMU when we won 5 straight championships. And then as it turned out, we had a lot of players join us from JMU that were all conference-type players that had won 5 straight championships. And the other guys we brought in had, were good players from good programs too. And then the ones that stayed had a little chip on their shoulder. But I think our whole team had a chip on its shoulder because – even those guys who are at the G5 level and they're all conference, at some point they're sitting around saying, how come I wasn't recruited by Virginia Tech, right? So, I just think that we do a good job developing. We got a blueprint and a plan. This is year 43 for me. I've been around a lot of good people. My dad was a coach, Hall of Fame coach, learned a lot from Coach Saban. Went with him on the ground floor when he went to Alabama 2007, stayed for 4 years, and we try to create the environment where people can thrive, and we got a certain way of doing things, and fortunately, it's worked for us.
For you, as we're joined by Indiana head coach Curt Cignetti, you've been around a lot of different places. As you said, being with Saban, you built the thing at James Madison. Is it different now? Is it a big difference in terms of how to build a program? Because we just talked to Coach Fran Brown at Syracuse, and 1 year in, they win 10 games and built that thing right up. Is it easier or just a different route that you have to take in your experience? As you said, 43 years coaching college football. What's the building process now?
Well, I think that's a good question, and the easy answer is it's easier now. But my second head coaching job, we did it at Elon, a place that had been 10-45. before we went in there, and they were 2-10 the year before. Lost to the last place team in the league at home, the last game of the season, 47-7. And nobody there thought they could get it done. We went in there, and same mindset as I walked into at Indiana, no transfer portal, and we're 8-1 after 9 games. End up playing JMU for the conference championship. So we got it done there without the portal, and then we got it done at Indiana with the portal. And I guess, common sense would tell you it's probably a little easier to turn around now because you're almost in free agency, right? But that doesn't mean it was impossible back in the day either.
Yeah. Hey, Coach, one of my favorite moments, I guess, you got a lot of them this year. But I think one of my favorite was when you were on the set with Saban. And I think, and I'm paraphrasing here, but I think you mentioned, how much you had learned from your time at Alabama with Saban, and he eventually got to the point and said one thing you didn't learn from him was all that trash talking. What is? I love it, man. I love it. It seems like it's authentic and it's genuine and sincere. It's who you are. But how is that the case? Is that how you've always been, and how has that been received overall?
I may have been that way as a kid competing and all that. I really wasn't that way as a coach at the other places as a head coach. But, when I took the Indiana job, and I walked in, I could just tell right away that, I could just sense the doom and gloom and impossibility of Indiana football that it can't get done. And I had to get these people excited. And that night at the basketball game, 17,000, that's when that comment came out. And it just came out. And, those weren't things I had done in the past. So there was a little bit more bravado out there publicly. And I think our players fed off it, just hearing things they said. Doesn't mean that's got to be the recipe year 2. But, Nick's learning. He's good on TV, too, so he had his comeback. He can probably talk a little shit, too.
Hey, go on, Coach. You got to hit the dump button.
Trying to get me fired, Coach.
All right. We appreciate you joining us. I can't wait to hear you, man. You make me want to go to Indiana. I want to go cover this guy. Kirk, we appreciate you joining us, man, and congratulations on the season. Good luck next year.
Thanks. Have fun.
All right, there we go. That is Coach Kurt Cignetti. I did not have Coach being the one to make us hit the dump button first. I did not. I knew we were going to talk to a lot of guys. I did not have Coach as the first one to have us hit the dump button.
It's great delivery, too.
It was, man. He had, if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, my man slid over, had the arm over, and put his arm through it. Said, "Oh shoot!" It just said that thing. But hopefully, we'll see if Coach Dillingham can match him here. And I just want to let you know, man, we got a dump button, but if you got to let it out, let it out. But no, we're joined here now by Kenny Dillingham, head coach, Arizona State, Big 12 champions, and then played in I think for me, the best game I watched in the college football playoff against Texas. A tough loss there. And I got to tell you, my sons and my whole house, my wife is not a huge watcher, but she loves Scatterboo. That's all. and she calls him Scatterboo-boo. Is what he's a special player, man. And just talk a little bit about what he means and what he meant for your university and how good of a player he really is.
Yeah, he's got unbelievable contact balance, and then he's super intelligent, and his spatial awareness is elite. So when you combine contact balance, spatial awareness, and then he's intelligent, you get a guy who makes plays, doesn't go down, can set people up and be a good pass catcher because he's aware of the space he has, like you saw there at the end. But what separated him was his mindset. He was a tough dude who people fed off of, and he was emotional, and I want emotion. We preach that, and some people are, oh, well, he's screaming on the sideline. That's a good thing. He cares. It matters to him. It's my job to then calm that down and channel it. But I think that emotion that he played with carried over into our program, not just on game days, but in practice in the weight room, and that was a big reason of why the flip from the year prior was just his mentality and mindset.
Well, you talk about it from Scatterboo's mindset. What about as a whole? I know there was more to it, flipping Arizona State the way that you did, man. And what all went into that?
Yeah, I think we signed guys that were competitive. We signed guys with a chip on their shoulder, and we made zero promises. I mean, I told everybody that I met with, I think we changed about 60 guys on the roster, told everybody that I met with, if you want to promise, don't come here. All I can promise you is you're going to work harder than you've ever worked and compete. And those guys were kind of like-minded when they chose to come here because they all came here with the promise of nothing. And then we had really great leadership. Like Xavier Alford's one of the best leaders I've been around. He gives our pregame speeches. He's actually a safety from Houston. And he was a guy who didn't play football for 2 years just for a variety of reasons, and then but got to come back and play. And I think he kind of stemmed that mindset of get it out the mud. And I think our guys just kind of all carried that torch.
When did you know this was a potentially special group, right? It's like your group is not like, hey, we've been ranked all year in the top 15, top 10. You kind of made your way through, and then, listen, I watch Big 12 every week, and the number you all did on Iowa State in the title game, you don't see Matt Campbell's team get dominated like that. It was very impressive. When did you know this was a special year for you with this team?
Yeah, I felt like we had the talent in spring, but talent is so relative now because the portal, you don't really know. You know 5 years ago you had the talent to compete, but you don't know what the other team's talent levels are because college football is changing. So that was like the big question mark was we know we have talent, but relatively this is a whole new game.
Yeah.
So when I really felt good was after Mississippi State, we started that first half hot on fire. I mean, 4-possession game, week 2, at home versus an SEC opponent. And, they came back on us, but our guys then held off. And then all of our guys went and hung out together. We got a photo of 40, 50 guys all at the same location. And I was like, okay, we got a chance. In today's day and age of individualism, and, it's hard to build a team, we have 40, 50 guys hanging out together. Okay, these guys are together. Yeah. Those are the teams that get better, are the ones that, they look at each other, then there's 55 guys the next week, then 60. Yeah. And that was when I felt like, okay, we got a chance.
Isn't that wild, man? Probably obviously not in your world because it's what you're looking for. But, I look back, and I played a lot longer than I should have, and I look back at, the few teams that I was on that had success and probably played at or above our ceiling more often than not. And it was really the common theme is what you're talking about, where guys, all different year. It wasn't about freshmen and seniors and in the dorm or out of the dorm. Everybody was together. Isn't it crazy that sometimes it's just we overcomplicate things, and really it is about, hey, man, if you got 50 or 60 dudes that'll lock arms and genuinely like each other, you can change the game.
It is. And like we talk about, if you like each other, you can have real conversations. You can say, that was trash.
Yeah.
Run to the football to your teammate. And, you may have an argument, but, your brothers at the end of the day, if you don't have that relationship, well, if you yell at that guy, you tell that kid that wasn't good enough, that didn't hit the standard, well, then there's going to be real conflict that's not healthy because you don't have the family respect for each other, or you're not going to say anything because you're scared of what's going to come of that. So when you have those real relationships, you can say the real comments, right, that need to be said when the dude wakes out of bed and he's rolling in and didn't get treatment that morning and now didn't have his ankle tape for practice. You'd be like, you slacking? You can have those conversations.
You know how hard it is, Coach, and obviously, but how hard it is to quarterback when you don't have those conversations. You're calling a play and the play clock's running down, and I need to tell my guy, hey, man, make sure you get 12 yards, not 10 like you did last time, right? And if I don't have that relationship, I'm worried about my tone, or I'm worried about my delivery. I'm worried. If you can just punch him in the mouth with it and keep it moving,
that's right.
You score points.
Yep. Yeah. Score points and no soft feelings. I always say, you can't be soft to play football mentally, not just physically. You can't. Somebody yells at you or a player's tone, you can't get in your feelings.
I'm trying to teach that to my wife right now, Coach. She's not taking it as well as my wide receiver.
Yeah, no comment. No comment.
Every day, Kenny. Every day, this guy. Every day. They try to be. He tries to force her to be his workout partner, and his tone is awful all the time with it. And I'm just like, just stop. And he keeps coming back. All right, Arizona State head coach Kenny Dillahan with us. I wonder this, because you were directly involved in this. All of the teams that got byes in the college football playoff weren't able to move on. Did you think there was anything to that? Did you feel at a disadvantage or anything like that in that game? What was your thoughts of that experience in that?
Yeah, obviously our guys were fresh, and that was a positive for us with how we structured some practices. But we were definitely not in sync. Like, even in pregame warm-ups, we had the worst pregame. You know, I went in there, and some of our donors get to come in there with us pregame, and I'm like, that was our worst pregame we've had all year, just in terms of, like, rhythm passing, like throwing an out route, catch on air, it was like a little behind him, drop, or like that type of stuff. It was like, man, that wasn't as smooth. So that was my concern, was how would we start? I felt like our conditioning level was there still because the way we practiced and structured it, but I was concerned about the start, and then we didn't start fast. So I think that's just something you got to learn and adapt to, and I got to be better at. But I do think the break is definitely a benefit from a standpoint of our bodies. We're fresh. We got some guys healthy. But being able to manage that in order to start fast, you know, maybe you do a real scrimmage somewhere 10, 14 days out that's like full speed, 1 quarter of football for your guys to get in a rhythm or something. You know, when I reflect, that's something I have, is how could I get those guys to start faster in that game? Because we lost that game in the first quarter. We lost that game in the first 15 minutes. And if I could have been just a little bit better, I felt like I could have helped our guys.
Coach, what about Arizona State? Most of the people that have ever been out there, football people, you go out there and you look at Arizona State and you go, man, and not that they've not been good in the past, but you look at it and you go, man, if this program ever gets rolling, it is going to be hell. I mean, it's going to be hell now. And it seems like you got those guys rolling. I would imagine that from a recruiting perspective, from a quality of life perspective, from a college experience perspective, I would imagine that y'all's place is second to none, man. What's your thoughts on moving forward now that you got this thing rolling? It's a pretty good place to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's 65 degrees. It's paradise. People go to retire out there for a reason. And, you know, like I've told guys and recruits this entire time, is this place, Tempe, Arizona State, it used to be the city. I'm born and raised here. Like, I used to go to games during the Jake Plummer era. I used to be the kid in the parking lot playing catch, and this was the town. It was before the Arizona Cardinals were there, before the Coyotes were there, who have since left. It was the Phoenix Suns, and it was the Sun Devils, and that fan base is still there, even though we're in a big city. And I think this year, selling out the games, 2 different games, we rushed the field. We can now show the fans, but not more importantly, show the prospects, people care about ASU football. This isn't just a big city that's going to be half sold out. You're going to live in an unbelievable town with great weather, right, with a great school, and it's going to sell out. And you can compete for championships.
Sell it.
Like, what else do you want than that?
Yeah. Well, and he leaned back.
Done. Put a bow on that joint.
There you go. All right, Coach, we appreciate you joining us. Again, congratulations. Great season. And the transition to the Big 12 was seamless, as it looked like there for you guys as you win it in your first year. We appreciate you joining us, man, and have a good time here, and good luck next year.
Thank you. Go Devils.
All right, that's Coach Dillingham, Davey Young here on YouTube and Twitch said much respect to the ASU coach. So congratulations to you, man, and a good great season for him. I'm gonna miss on Scatterboo.
Yeah, man, that's a great football name.
I can't wait to see. Doesn't he seem like the guy that gets drafted somewhere, and it's like if he goes to the right place, and somebody that uses him is gonna be.
Well, here's the deal with him. He strikes me as a guy. I played with a guy named Tony Bua, and he strikes me as a Tony Bua. Phenomenal, unbelievable college player, right? If he goes to the right pro team and they use him the right way, could be an unbelievable pro.
Yep.
If he goes to the wrong team and it's dysfunctional and he's not used to it, or they try to tell him he can't be a every down back, and it could be yes, a bad situation. Just seems like that guy, Tony Bua, was a safety, got drafted by the Dolphins. They tried to turn him into a linebacker. The organization was dysfunctional, and it was haywire for him. So hopefully he'll be in one where they let him run the rock, because I think he is one that's fun to watch.
We still at some point look forward to hear from Sark, University of Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian, and Marcus Freeman, who just played in the title game for Notre Dame. Calm down, Sean Pendergast. We'll speak to him. He's already sent a text. He's already sent a text
Sean.
about Marcus Freeman.
Too.
Yeah, that's coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. Look, a great night's sleep starts with sleeping on the right mattress. It's not very difficult, man. You want to have great days in your future, make sure you're sleeping right at night. Comfort to comfort, dollar to dollar. Verlo mattress wins every.
The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
No!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is, and boy, we got I don't know if the party started yet, but we're damn sure at the right spot for that party to kick off. We're at the Post Oak Bear Bryant Awards. The top head coach in college football will be awarded tonight, right here. And look, we've had I think eight coaches so far, 7 or 8 coaches on so far. The best head coaches, the hottest head coaches.
I can't remember
in the game right now. Well, let me run down them real quick, Ron. We've had Jeff Monken from Army. We've had Fran Brown from Syracuse. We've had Shane Beamer from South Carolina, them old ass-kicking chickens. Kurt Signetti from Indiana. Rhett Lashley from SMU. Kenny Dillingham from Arizona State. And Spencer Danielson from Boise State. And we are awaiting Marcus Freeman from Notre Dame. I believe he is in the building. I don't think Sark is coming, but if he does show up.
Man.
Well, if he does and we got a couple of minutes, we'd love to have him. There's no doubt about it, Freeman and Sark. So look here, if you're listening out there, one, we greatly appreciate it, whether it's on the FM dial, AM dial, on Twitch or YouTube, we greatly appreciate it. If you're streaming on the Odyssey app, we greatly appreciate that as well. But either way, we'd like everybody out there to download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Keep us on your hip. Take us everywhere that you go. And there's a little rewind. There's several features, but there is a feature that is known as the rewind feature that would allow you to go back. That right there. That's right, T. That right there. You can go back and you can listen to each one of those head coaches individually right here on the drive. They were all absolutely tremendous. Ron, I absolutely love this time of year, man, getting to talk to these guys and kind of get a little peek behind the curtain of what drives their success and how they built their program. And, boy, has it changed over the years. You mentioned us being here 5 or 6 years ago, and it was still about recruiting and developing, and Alabama and Clemson were running the show, and now all of a sudden you don't have a representative from either that are here, and it's all about transfer portal and building differently. And boy, it's an interesting how quickly things have changed.
And Saban's just getting out of the game.
Yeah, Saban went on to that media game where you can just talk about everybody and don't have to win on Saturday. It's absolutely beautiful.
I think the one thing that I'm noticing a lot is, man, as Coach Danielson walks right by from Boise State, these guys, they're getting younger and younger, aren't they?
Yeah. There ain't no doubt about that.
Like, which is cool, man. And I think the way the game is shifting, NIL and everything that you have to do, it feels like a different energy has to be there, and that's kind of the thing that's really jumped out to me.
Well, it's just like any other business, right? Including our business, man. If you don't change with the times and evolve and somehow stay connected to the younger generation, man, you're gonna have a hard time keeping up.
I hate to tell you.
And eventually they're gonna push you up out of there. And so there's one way to do it is to do it like Signetti way and be relatable and be able to change, or go on down and Dillingham and you mentioned the coach from Boise State there. Danielson. It's
Rand Brown, another
youngsters, man. But hey, we hadn't had a chance to talk about this yet, Ron, and this was on my mind, man. On my mind on the way in. The number one thing that D'Amico Ryans and the Houston Texans have to address / accomplish this offseason, and really I think it's got to be number one because it needs to happen as soon as possible. The change needs to at least start, is offensive leadership. I think it needs to start now because I think it's going to be the most difficult thing to change. In a time when we're talking about, Bobby Slowick's job security and should he go, should he stay, you might lose Gerard Johnson. I think the most recent fodder, I guess, is about him possibly, being a candidate for the Jets offensive coordinator position.
With Aaron
Glenn, both being former Aggies. You can understand Houston guys, but you can understand that connection there. And it may happen. But this is less about coaches, because you and I have talked about this before. You can bring in whatever offensive line coach you want. You can bring in whatever play caller you want. You can bring in whatever quarterback coach you want. And the reality is offensively, you still got a leadership problem. You've got a real leadership problem. I think you've got and because of that leadership, I think you've got a real identity problem offensively.
You think that issue is bleeding through some of the problems that this offense has had?
Oh, I think it's the number one problem overall. I think it's going to be the hardest one to fix, and I think if you can fix it, I think it solves a lot of your other problems across the board, right? And I'll lay this out, man. Right now, the best players on this offense and your offensive leaders are C.J. Stroud, soft-spoken, a little bit more of a rah-rah guy. He'll pray with you. But I don't see C.J. Stroud being a guy that's going to get off in that ass. Now, he mentioned that he needed to in his postseason presser, but I just don't. I don't think he's the guy that's going to do that. C.J. Stroud, soft-spoken, again.
So you're looking for a certain type of leader.
Yeah, that's where I'm going here. Yeah. C.J. Stroud, soft-spoken, pray with you. I'd say a little on the softer side. Nico Collins, head down, super quiet, worker bee, going to handle his business. Laramie Tunsil, only going to be there when he absolutely is required to be there.
Hello.
So much so to where he's going to thank the general manager and the head coach for giving him time off and allowing him to get better, man, and take the time to get better before he comes back. Dalton Schultz, he's got a real gamer mentality, boys. Zero physicality to his game. For whatever reason, he's lost the ability to separate in the pass game as well. Doesn't seem to be a real vocal guy, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know how well the team responds with what he's putting on film anyway if he does decide to be a real vocal guy. And that leaves you with one person. That leaves you with Joe Mixon. And the problem with Joe Mixon, because I think Joe Mixon is right in line with exactly what you need more of, but the problem with Joe Mixon is he's the only one in the building. The problem with Joe Mixon is you got ultimately I think it's a general manager and a head coach that stroke the guys that either don't have the ability to lead or don't have the want to be there enough to be one of the more alpha leaders on this football team. And so That's why I believe that it's going to be so difficult to change, is there's so few in the building, and your head coach and your general manager have allowed it for so long. I don't know how you change with the current structure of this roster. Joe Mixon cannot do it himself. His knees are cut out from underneath him. Joe Mixon can yell from the top of the mountaintop. But at the end of the day, if these guys aren't held accountable, if they're not asked to show up, if they're not ultimately called to the carpet when their performance doesn't add up, then Joe Mixon doesn't stand a chance moving forward, especially if you got to try to swing this thing literally a 180, Ron. To me, this is the biggest issue with the Houston Texans in how they become truly relative and competitive at that, like, top 4 AFC, NFC championship level.
Yeah, and I guess it's a way that why, like, a guy like Diggs was so easy to come in and just almost jump to the top. Like,
Diggs was open.
And Mixon coming in to do that. A lot of those guys are going to be there, and a lot of, it's going to take a certain type of guy with pelts on the wall that I think jumps over those guys and can be the voice of those guys, because, like, I think CJ may think that this is his team and that he is that. Well, I wonder how receptive he's been receptive to Mixon doing that, but I wonder how receptive he is to it. I wonder what positions, what type of guys they can go get, because it can be done. Because clearly on the other side of the ball, Clint, in the 2 years that D'Amico has been there, I don't think you have that problem, right? Like, on the others, on defense, it seems to fit what it is that they're looking for and what you want.
Well, look, I think you've got D'Amico Ryans on that side of the football, and he is holding his guys accountable, his guys as the defensive coordinator. And you've got Will Anderson on that side of the ball, who I would say is your Joe Mixon, and he can put his foot down, and Daniil Hunter can put his foot down, and Azeez Al-Shaair can put his foot down. Jimmy Ward can put his foot down, because they know, and more importantly, the people that they're putting their foot down on know that D'Amico Ryans has their back, and D'Amico Ryans believes in what they're saying, and D'Amico Ryans is going to ride their way before the other way. The reality of it is, you bring up C.J. Stroud too. For me, the first step here is acknowledging who C.J. Stroud is, and I don't know that they want to do it. Like C.J. Stroud strikes me. This is no knock. Look, C.J.'s the dude. C.J.'s the real deal. There's no doubt about it. This is the guy moving forward. This is the guy that you can win championships with. But at the end of the day, C.J. Stroud seems to be speaking in the postgame and being that guy because he's the quarterback. Not because all of a sudden he's this elite leader that's holding guys accountable, that's moving the needle, that's getting guys right. And I just think the first step to making sure this happens is they got to realize that C.J. Stroud is just not – I mean, he is who he is, a great player. He can lead in the game, lead in the moments. But ultimately, I don't know that he's moving the needle for the Laramie Tunsil's of the world.
Like, you don't – because to me it sounds like you feel like they desperately need somebody that – or at least more guys on that side of the ball – they got no problem holding others accountable.
Oh, absolutely.
And you don't think CJ is in that, or maybe can grow into that?
No. Well, I mean, maybe he can grow into it. But it's going to take a lot of growing. And it seems to me, covering the guy for 2 years, it seems to me like he's just not real comfortable in that. He is more of a guy that's going to stroke you, tell you how good you are, pray with you, than ultimately tell you that level of physicality is unacceptable. Like, we can't, you got to man up. Like D'Amico said, you got to man up. You got to have a little pride and block your guy one-on-one. Like, that I don't see that coming out of C.J. Stroud. But that to me, look, here's the thing is, we can talk about Bobby Slowick all we want, and you can replace Bobby Slowick all you want. But as long as you've got guys in the building that consistently don't bring physicality to the game, and they're consistently allowed to play, they're stroked as leaders, they're talked about by the quarterback and the OC and the general manager as guys that are difference makers, you're not going to be able to change. You're not going to be able to hold them. You're not going to be able to hold them accountable. As long as you got guys, again, that are only around and present when you absolutely have to be and when you're required to be and when you're 2 weeks out of the season and it's like, oh, now I got to get my body ready. As long as you have those guys and they're allowed to do that, it doesn't matter who the offensive coordinator is. It doesn't matter who the quarterback is. It doesn't matter what you tell those guys. If they're allowed to do those things from the top, you're going to have a hard time changing the culture as a whole offensively. And when I say culture, I'm not talking about do-right guys. I'm just talking about physicality and want to and energy and effort and not accepting anything less.
That's the thing is, if that's what you want to be, and we know where D'Amico, Slowick, we know where those guys came from, is that if that's what you want to be, then you need to start having more guys that fit that in your program and on your offensive side. And I don't know how many guys they have that fit that. Even the new guys, right? Like you can immediately see Kamari Lassiter probably fits that. In about 2 years, Kamari Lassiter may be one of the loudest voices on the defense and on the field. Do you feel like Blake Fisher fits that? Like, from what you've seen that fast, do you feel like some of the guys they have most recently added fit that? I don't know. And they've got to start getting more guys around that fit what they want to be.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though, Ron, is you're contract cuffed on a couple of those guys, right? And it's got to start now. It's got to be multiple guys. It's got to be somebody that can authentically do it, genuinely and sincerely do it, not some manufactured hard ass that wants to walk around and change the way everything's done on the offensive side of the ball. And look, even bring in a new offensive line coach. If he's constantly cut at the knees by the organization allowing Laramie Tunsil to do what he wants to do and show up when he wants to show up, Titus Howard's going to fall in that Laramie Tunsil line. Next thing you know, you're going to have these youngsters following that Laramie Tunsil line. And it's not terrible. It's not bad. You're just not going to win with it when the teams that there's eight or fewer teams left and they're absolute dogs.
And they're not as good as Laramie Tunsil.
Bingo. Yeah, that's the other part of it is they're not Laramie Tunsil. Yeah, because I will give Laramie Tunsil while I'm banging on what needs to change. I'll give Laramie Tunsil. There's a handful of guys when you watch that film from that playoff game. There's a handful of guys that there ain't no doubt. The new season that they talked about, the physicality that's taken to a whole other level. Laramie Tunsil changed his game. Laramie Tunsil brought a little something. There ain't no doubt about it. But you're not going to change the group if you're a get-through-the-season healthy guy so that you can play in the playoffs. You're not going to change the group as a whole.
All right, coming up as we continue live here, Bear Bryant Awards here at the Post Oak Hotel. Maybe the last time. We'll see during the season, but it is Wednesday. We like to do a little stock up, stock down, and it's as the season comes to an end for the Texans. Who's your stock up, stock down? We'll do ours coming up next.
All right, now look, if you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, man, you got to listen up, y'all. You need the peace of mind that a program like Lewis Flory over the Ability.
All week long in the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. You never know what to expect during the most wild week of the radio year. Hear it all the week of the big game on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Do its key. Come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
Tell him to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
That's right, and this, I guess, would be one of those kind of low moments as far as checking in our Texans stock up, stock down, because, well, the Houston Texans are done playing football for this season. They will not be back on the field until next football season. Well, we got a little end-of-season Texans stock up, stock down for you one more time, Houston, and you're going to want to stay right where you are because coming up next segment, we'll have an end-of-season Texans report with our guy Brandon Scott of SportsRadio610.com. But without further ado, it's your end of season. We're checking this Texans market. I want to start with you, Ron, and I want to feel good. Tell me what stock is going up for these Houston Texans right now as they go into the offseason.
I'll start my stock up with Nico Collins. I thought Nico Collins, again, first off, throughout the year, I think it's a big stock up. One, he got that new contract, and it's something that me and Clint questioned. Well, there's no reason to question. He played well above that contract when he was on the field. The only thing that stopped him, I believe, from being maybe an all-pro was the injuries. He was fantastic. It was a true number one receiver and showed it even more so in this game, Clint. He looked like he was battling something in the middle of that game against the Chiefs, but you knew there was no Diggs, there was no there was no Tank Dell, and you know Robert Woods wasn't completely right and couldn't be used the way they needed him to be used in at least in that second playoff game against the Chiefs. But still, he got loose, made plays, even though he was the number one person that they were trying to stop in the passing game, which is a real sign of a number one receiver. Against the Chargers in the playoffs, in the same thing, no Tank Dell, no Diggs, and he was a guy over 100 yards in that game and a score. And in the Kansas City game, he was up over 80 yards, I believe, in that game as well, too. So Nico Collins gets my stock up.
I like that one. I mean, Nico's an easy one, right? I mean, his stock is just skyrocketing every single game, man. I mean, it's steady Eddie, just shows up, shows out, whether it's in scheme, out of scheme, whether it's in the red zone or midfield. I mean, that guy just shows up, man, no matter what. If he's healthy and can go, he shows up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Absolutely. Stock up, stock down. You just got Ron stock up, Nico Collins. It's crazy to think, dudes. We were talking about, I remember about this time last year, we were talking about, all right, is Nico Collins going to show next season that he's a true number one receiver? Mm-hmm. Well, I think he definitely did it.
Followed it up.
Yep. Stock up is Nico for Ron. Clint, over to you, sir. Former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner. Who or what with this Texans is the stock going up heading into the offseason?
I got you two of them real quick, man, and one of them's a buy high, and just kind of hold and got staying power and just get you a little slow earnings here. Will Anderson. Look, I know everybody's high on Will Anderson. I'm sure folks are like, what the hell are you talking about? Look, I think Will Anderson, especially with this little playoff run, I think Will Anderson has separated himself from even Danielle Hunter. I think Will Anderson is a guy that is absolutely a guy that can take over a game and create an unbelievable amount of chaos at any point in time. And when you have that, then you can build your defense around him. And I think Will Anderson is definitely one of those guys. I'm sure there's a lot of folks that thought that from the minute he was drafted, but I've been kind of waiting for that coming out party, him to do it multiple times and to be on that T.J. Watt level and that kind of disruptor. And I think Will Anderson is there. So there's one you can buy high and you can just hold on to because I think long term it's good money. The buy low and get it now because I think it's gonna increase quickly next year. I think John Mechie. I've been real hard on John Mechie. I just think John Mechie he proved this year that he could go in, he make tough catches in traffic, he can make tough catches in critical situations of big games when feels like it's 8 degrees in Kansas City in the playoff games. He's beyond that dropping the ball in the end zone last year that kind of kept him down. It seems like he's fully recovered from everything, not just the what he dealt with. But all of the injuries, seems like he's fully recovered. I think John Mechie's got a real chance to be a 2 or 3 on this team.
Yeah, I thought him and Hutch did pretty well in that. I mean, obviously they're not going to be Diggs and not going to be Tank, but they did. See, I
view those. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like those two. I see those guys differently. Like I think Hutch is playing. He's at his ceiling right now. That is what you're going to get out of Hutch. He's a bigger-bodied guy that you can rely on, but he's not going to create a whole lot of separation. He's not going to beat a number 2 corner in a playoff caliber team. John Mechie strikes me as a guy that
you think there's some more to get.
Well, in the future, if the number 2 corner on a team is locked up with John Mechie, there's a chance John Mechie can beat him. I don't think Hutch is. I think Hutch is who he is at this point in time.
All right, stock ups out of the way. Obviously, there's work to do for the Houston Texans, once again falling short of reaching the next milestone for this organization, which would be an AFC title game. You got to do some work this offseason. Stock down. Ron, your turn, my friend.
My stock down is Christian Harris. I don't know what in the world happened there. There's no injury list. I don't think D'Amico or Matt Burke or anybody has spoken about it, but he played one play. He played 8 defensive snaps in 2 playoff games against the Chargers and the Chiefs. And in a game in which the tight end, Travis Kelce, was working them over, and he could not get on the field. And then to a point that Clint made earlier in the week, somebody goes out in Azeez Al-Shire and Neville Hewitt comes in and is the choice. And you're telling me there's not an injury. I don't know what has happened. To me, the only thing, and honest to God, I think there is a deeper conversation in this. To me, as long as we don't know and get any more from the Texans on that, there should be, I would assume if he's not injured, which he's not even been on the injury report, Clint, that something went south between him and D'Amico. Something that seems to be an intentional discipline something with South, because Neville Hewitt's ass ain't coming in before him. Henry To'oTo'o shouldn't come in before him.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you're seeing multiple issues. So the Christian Harris thing, his stock is definitely down on this team.
The mystery surrounding Christian
That's
Harris.
weird.
And Clint, over to you real quick. Stock down.
It's easy for me, man. It's Dalton Schultz.
Oh God, I'm with you.
There is. I mean, I'm on the verge. I think that's the worst contract that Nick Caserio's ever given out.
It very well might be.
And I'm gonna tell you, man. I'm gonna tell you, there's people out there, man. Where like I just tweeted, like, man, you can't. There's no defending this. And there's people that, oh, he's a good receiver. He's this. He's that. Kelsey doesn't block. No, man. Don't even shape your mouth to compare, to put his name and Kelsey's in the same sentence, man. It is criminal, man.
Baby do soft.
I mean, it is as hard to watch as I've ever watched in my life, and I've seen some rough stuff. But Dalton Schultz, there's no doubt about it. I've been low on Dalton Schultz this year. I'm even lower. I mean, how you do it, and how you hang a right tackle out that is got Chris Jones on him or Karlaftis on him, and he's a rookie, and you literally get out of the way of the guy instead of punching him in the ribs. Even if that's not the case, even if you were supposed to delay and be soft and take a step backwards and then get out in your route, how you allow that to happen, how you put that on film is absolutely disgusting. I do not know how D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, because it's a knock to them. It's so bad. It's a knock to them.
Listen, I think we should think on this. I think we can still do some stock up, stock down. Even though the football season's over, I think there's something there. I think we could do a Houston athlete stock up, stock down every week. I
like that.
Why not?
I don't think that has to go away. I think a lot of people like stock up, stock down. Also, something a lot of people like is Brandon Scott. And our last Texans report before this puppy turns to Rockets report, Brandon Scott will get his thoughts on how this thing has ended. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. Orchard.
Plus, use as directed.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we are live here, coaches, here at the Bear Bryant Awards. As we have been talking with many coaches, we still expect to hear from Marcus Freeman, head coach of Notre Dame, but that should come up in a bit. But it is our Texans report, and you better be ready because this thing's about to flip to the Rockets report coming up next week. Brandon Scott joins us. And Brandon, obviously the Texans season ended, and a lot's been talked about since this thing ended. And I guess I would start with you a little bit how we talked about it the other day. D'Amico spoke and said he was discouraged coming off of the game. And then we heard from C.J. Stroud. He said he was encouraged and motivated for the next step for the Texans. Where do you stand in terms of how you're feeling about the Texans after that game?
Yeah, I would still be encouraged overall about the Texans, but for the same reasons that we were encouraged about them the previous season. The thing I would be discouraged about is the fact that they didn't really seem to take that step forward despite the efforts that they took to make that step forward, right? Like they went in and had one of the all-time kind of type of off seasons in adding Daniil Hunter and trading for Joe Mixon and Stephon Diggs and all of the different moves that they made and the investments that they made in this team, for it to not really take a step forward or much of a step forward, I think is disappointing. But in terms of being encouraged or discouraged, I would still say that you have your head coach, you have your quarterback, you have some staples on the defensive side of the ball in Will Anderson and Derek Stingley and some others, I would say. And so there are a lot of things to be encouraged about in terms of the foundation of the team, but I would be discouraged overall with the season that they had and the trajectory of it, because they ultimately were the same team. I mean, the result was essentially the same as it was last year, and it didn't even really look better than it did last year, right? So I think from that standpoint, you got to be disappointed about it, but at the same time, feel like you still got a good enough base to work with. Now, they got some tough decisions to make this offseason, and I know we'll talk plenty about that, but given that, like, they've got the right base, they just got to go into this next offseason and make some solid choices.
Yeah, look, B. Scott, I think they're tough decisions because they've done some really good things, right? I mean, it's unfortunately the second year in a row they lost in the second round. But I mean, here's the thing, man. I think as a fan and as a media member, I'm encouraged as well. But I want my head coach talking about being discouraged. I like the fact that DeMeco Ryans in that moment in particular was discouraged by falling short and not approving of his team's performance that day. I would imagine, look, if you talk to DeMeco Ryans in a month, he's probably going to be pretty encouraged about where the team's at and the success they've had over 2 years. But man, I loved that was my favorite DeMeco Ryans after that game, with how transparent and how candid he was with what we all just watched.
Well, I got to be in the locker room for a little bit, Clint, on Monday, and was just in the building for a little while, for about an hour or so on Monday. And one of the things that I was encouraged about was that nobody was here for the silver lining or for the consolation prize or for the participation trophies. Like everybody wanted more from top to bottom. Kamari Lassiter, Jalen, we got to talk to Jalen Petrie, Will Anderson, and of course y'all heard from CJ and from DeMeco. Like I thought to a man, everyone sounded like this year did not, while it was overall successful because they won the division, went to the playoffs and all of that. Like I didn't get the sense that anybody was satisfied or that their play overall met the standard. And I think a lot of the things that y'all have talked about on the show, the lack of the physicality, the inability to impose their will. Guys, this is the biggest thing of the offseason for the Texans, is finding a way to reimagine their team, to remake their team into one that imposes their will on other teams, as opposed to being the one that's always having to react to a mismatch or an inability to pick up blitzes or an inability to pick up stunts, or we're talking about how we got to compensate for this mismatch or that mismatch. Be the team that other teams are having to compensate for mismatches for, and you're the one that's imposing the will. They don't have an offensive line that's built like that, and that's got to be the evolution of this team.
All right, B. Scott, we appreciate you. We appreciate you joining us. We'll talk to you next week as this thing turns to the Rockets. And the Rockets, they are the second seed in the West. This ought to be a fun thing rolling forward. All right, Clint, B. Scott said something there and said they've got some tough decisions to make. And those of you on the text line, you've heard the same thing, and I know you've been thinking about the same thing. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. What do you feel like is the toughest decision? What do you think right now is the toughest decision they've got to make? Because for me, and I'll let you think of it, for me, I think it's a financial thing, but I think they've got to get out of the business of Laramie Tunsil.
That's what I was going to say. Like you got to define a decision, right? Is the Laramie Tunsil thing a decision?
Well, I think it is.
They can decide all they want, but the odds are they're going to have a hard time getting out of that one, right? I think the toughest decision that they're going to have to make, and it's not even on the same level with what B. Scott was talking about. I think it is to bring back Diggs or not. But I know that's not the kind of decision that you're talking about.
But no, that's a tough one. No, that may be a tough decision to decide it. Bringing back Diggs, how do you do that?
I think if we're being real and we're not just
because there's not going to be any tank
right.
probably at the start or maybe the whole year.
If we're being real and we're not just playing radio here, I think real possibilities is the Diggs move and moving on from Strouser and hiring a new offensive line coach.
Yeah, I think the Tunsil thing is a thing that should be made.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly with you. That is for me. That is number one on a long laundry list. And if that is a decision, I just don't know if they're going to be able to move on.
Well,
without eating a bunch of it.
To me, that's a decision, and that makes it tough.
I like where you're heading.
And to me, I think it's like $15 million they might have to eat. I feel like maybe they can find a trade partner that it may not be that. I feel like the Cincinnati Bengals should at least think about it.
They'd entertain it.
I think the Kansas City Chiefs should entertain it and think about it.
Yeah.
They got a left guard playing left tackle right now. Like I think there's some thoughts and some things there because you were talking about it in the 4 o'clock segment. I just think he is a really good player, and I think he is a really good fit in certain places.
Yeah.
But for what this organization, to me, what it seems like they want to do, I think they've got to start getting into reality and getting to a space of what they need and what they want to be and actually putting that on the field. And I just don't think he fits that. And, yes, it's a decision because he is by far your best offensive lineman. C.J. Stroud just had a year where he was getting smoked and just finished his game off, getting sacked 8 times and he got hit 16 times in that game. He got hit that many times in that game, and you're making the decision to take away the guy who made the Pro Bowl this year, your best offensive lineman. But I think where he is and what you're trying to be as an organization, I think that's the business that you have to move on from.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly.
The Broncos ate Russell Wilson's contract, and ain't that much.
You couch it that way, Ron. I agree with you wholeheartedly. If that is a decision that's on the table and they're willing to eat that level of contract, then I agree wholeheartedly. You want to start a major shift and a major change in how you go about your business, that would be the number one move.
Ocho texted in. He said, Ron, I think the toughest decision is in the draft, what to prioritize, a offensive lineman or a wide receiver, which is more important. Because right now, as you said, the Diggs thing, wide receiver becomes a really big thing in the offseason.
I'm afraid. I'm glad you brought it up like that because I'm afraid, Ron, that me and Ocho are more right. I want you to be so right in that with this conversation. Like I question with the way that they've allowed Schultz and Tunsil and just to kind of go on as
I hear you.
Like I question whether
that with the money. Do they want to eat that type of money?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I just Shaq Mason. That's an easy one.
Well,
that's an easy decision. Yeah, you're gonna move on. Right now, Kenyon Green. That's an easy decision in terms of moving on from him being a starter. I think there are some other more difficult decisions, and to me that one's it. Are you trying to be what you hope, or what moves are you taking to get to where you're hoping to be? And I just think you got to get out of that business. Coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire at some point in the next hour. We do look to hear from Marcus Freeman, Notre Dame head coach, who just made it all the way to the national championship game, lost the other night to Ohio State. We look for him to join us here in the next hour. But coming up, Joe Mixon, a weird-ass fine from the league. We'll look at that. The Rockets, they're back in action tonight against the best team in basketball, at least record-wise. And maybe Jimmy Butler, maybe that's an idea again, because there is more news with Jimmy. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, the beautiful thing about basketball season is you got action damn near every night when you talk about college.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Yeah, Nick's learning. He's good on TV, too, so he had his comeback. He can probably talk a little shit, too.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, the Blonde Tip Bomber, and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, real quick, happy birthday, Sean Pendergast, who walked up in here.
And his beautiful bride, Amy. It was her birthday on the 10th. Don't forget her less than 2 weeks ago. Still a little Sean shine.
So happy birthday to the Pendergast.
Thank you so much for stopping by and giving us that great info, Sean.
Marcus Freeman, look out, because he's in the building. He's gonna, wherever you are, he's
an angry leprechaun.
I cannot wait to see the post of Sean and Marcus Freeman together. That photo is happening tonight.
Pendergast got access to the coaches' lounge down there. The picture is in the works. Absolutely.
It got to be. All right. Remember, 5 o'clock fire brought to you by Kirk Holmes, and I want to start here. Joe Mixon.
Was that hiccup?
Yeah, it came through, man.
Sorry, that was hilarious. I want to start here.
The damn pork rinds gave me hell right there.
I wish you had another bag, man. I could use a couple more.
But no, Joe Mixon, he was fined $25,000, and it was clarified to point out he was fined for these words, not the original 50-50 comment that was made by T.J. Houshmandzadeh. They had initially fined him for comments that was actually said by the former Bengal T.J. Houshmandzadeh. They said they fined him for everybody knows how it is playing up here. You never let it into the refs. The whole world see, man. So he got fined there for that. They needed to come out and change that up because of what the initial fine was. Like, listen, I was not surprised, and I'm telling you, Will Anderson is definitely getting fined. He actually used the words refs. I thought D'Amico kind of shimmied around it a little bit better than those guys did. We'll see, because he said, when I say everybody, I mean everybody, and what we had to deal with. So now the way that Mixon got fined, that he still might get caught. Will Anderson is damn sure getting fined. That one there, when Will said everybody, we all knew we were going to have to go against the refs. So I knew that was going to happen with the league, but listen, I don't think they give a damn. I would imagine as soon as they said it, they probably knew that this was a shot. But at least he is getting fined. They're clarifying what he's getting fined for because he came on out about it.
He thought they were fining him. Apparently the messaging got to him where they were fining him from something that somebody else said. It wasn't even his comment. So at least get that part of it right. Which, look, I'll be honest with you. There's something that doesn't sit right with me about fining a guy $20-some-odd thousand, and somewhere in there you make the clerical mistake of quoting the wrong quote. I mean that's how just
maybe it should come down 10.
Well, I mean, look, no. The thing is, if you're gonna fine somebody, and the NFL fines for these kinds of things are absolutely ridiculous. Like, I mean, do what you got to do.
It's bullshit.
Do what you got to do about the refs, and you can't talk about the refs. That's fine, whatever. But when you start finding guys $25,000, $45,000 for making just flippant comments, it goes back to we have instant access to all these guys in the locker room. Come on now, go Hogs, baby. We got instant access. That's the first time I ever heard that from one of them old Longhorns. Say it again louder one more time. But yes, sir, absolutely. You got it, man. He's making sure I'm still married to that Longhorn. I think I am, unless I did something in the break that I wasn't supposed to do.
I think you could.
But yeah, like I don't know, man. I just these fines get out of hand. It's ridiculous. The amounts are ridiculous. You would think as they hand out these level of fines, they would at least make sure they got the damn quote right, what you're fining the guy about.
Yeah, that's not a good look. Someone texted in Joe Mixon. If Joe Mixon gets fined for that game, the refs should be put in prison for their BS game. Listen, I tend to be with you. I hate the league that fines for socks and stupid stuff for people. Yeah. But in this case, you knew it was going to happen. I mean, and I can understand, from the league standpoint, basically what maybe Mixon insinuated and what Will Flat said and what D'Amico insinuated was that you have players within your league saying that officials are cheating and calling and making calls despite what fans or whatever people think.
Right.
Cheating and saying, hey, they're making calls on purpose to help the Chiefs. And when you're running the league, that's a no-no. That is something that you're damn sure it's not just even a comment on the refs. It is you're saying that referees are cheating to help a team, and the league is of course not going to deal with that and say, hey man, all right, cool. So I mean, when you make that push, you know what's coming. Like to me, sometimes I think it's stupid when you comment on bad calls. Like if you make it was a bad call in the ref, blah blah blah. But when you go to the steps of, we got to battle refs because they're coming. They're going to make calls. Because that is going to get you every single time with the league.
Well, clearly the league made that point very, very clear.
I'm interested to see if he got they give him 25. I wonder what they're going to give Will. Will said refs.
He's such a nice guy, though.
He is a nice guy.
Well, I don't know how you don't. I mean, in the vein of what we're talking about, like, how do you not find D'Amico? Because I mean, D'Amico,
he was a little slicker with his.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. But if the end game is to get players and coaches to completely no comment when asked those kind of questions. Right. I mean, you can't, like, what are we fining guys now $25,000, $30,000, $40,000, maybe even more with Will Anderson, to your point, because they said refs? Or can you skirt around it and not say the word refs or officials, but everybody knows what you're talking about, so we're not going to fine you? That's the hairy side of this thing is like, it's hard. Now, if you just come out and flat out say it, I agree with you. The point is, like, you can't, as a league, you can't have guys just free willy going around making those kind of comments. But where do you draw the line with those kind of things? Yeah, that's the question.
Like, to me, if you're going to draw, I think D'Amico did the best of it. But Will just came right out and said it. We knew we was going to have to fight against the refs. Like that is one that's going to get you every time. All right, we'll see what the rest is on this thing, because I would imagine the fines potentially aren't done for the Texans with those comments after the game.
The Chiefs are in bed with the refs.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, hey, we talked about it to start the show. What are you more excited about now? Kind of the Texans season is over. Are you getting yourself excited about this Rockets team that's among the top of the Western Conference, or the Astros, who are going to be reporting to spring training before you know it, less than a month before pitchers and catchers report up in Florida or down in Florida? And tonight's a big one. The Rockets, who are 28-14, they will take on the top team and with the top record in basketball, the Cleveland Cavaliers. They will be at Toyota Center. Man, that'd be one I'd like to go to. They will be at Toyota Center. They're 36-6. They have had the best record from the start. I think they kicked the thing off with a 14-game winning streak or something like that.
Yeah.
This will be a fun game. This will be one to see where the Rockets are in terms of this. I don't know if people would believe that the Cavs are the best team. I think maybe the Celtics still people think are, but this is a big test for this young Rockets team. I'm excited.
Look, I think the Cavs are missing a couple of guys of their key guys tonight, but still, nonetheless, to your point, you're still talking about a really good basketball team. Rockets up and coming. Can you run the floor with them? This is a big time matchup. I'm stoked about it, man. These are the kind of matchups. Again, I told you earlier, man. My confession. I'm more excited about watching the Rockets. Once I flip the page off these Texans, I'm more excited about watching the Rockets than I am the Astros, and there's none bigger than tonight. At least regular season games than tonight.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what happens there, because Sengun, that's to me the big matchup. Evan Mobley.
I think he's the one that's out.
Is he out tonight?
I think I heard in the loop guys talking about it. And they were under the impression that he was out.
To see that Sengun. That is really that's disappointing, because I wanted to see how he would look against those bigs. Well, Evan Mobley is out of this game as well anyway for the Cavs. So I don't have him listed on the injury report. So I don't see that Şengün is off the injury report.
Blame it on Reggie if I'm wrong. Blame it on Reggie.
He may be there, but they've got two bigs. Evan Mobley being out, so that will help. But they've got a couple of bigs down there. I want to see how he works against athletic bigs as well. And then Donovan Mitchell, who is their best player. Like, to me, that's a similar player that Jalen Green could be, right?
Yeah.
Maybe undersized to a big guards, but can leap and has great athleticism, can jump. He is taking his game to the next level. That's one to really, really watch. So a big one tonight. Also, by the way, fellas, the Heat, they are suspending Jimmy Butler again. He has been suspended for 2 more games because he just went ahead and missed the team flight.
Jimmy freaking Butler! He's going to force his way up out of there.
Oh, he is. He was suspended 7 games, and then he was supposed to return, and he skipped the team flight. So Jimmy is being suspended. So, like you said, Jimmy's going to force his way out, and we understand that the Rockets have been a team linked to it, one of the teams linked to him. So we'll see what that looks like as that thing continues to move forward.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, the New York Jets, they have made the move, and they are hiring Aaron Glenn. And I know that excites guys like Tyler, a couple of old Aggie that they're bringing in, and Aaron Glenn, who's been the defensive coordinator for the Lions, and you talked about it earlier this week, just made too much sense for him to be the next head coach, and they bring him in. They give him a 5-year deal, Clint, to make him the next coach. And they're trying to do the Texans thing, bringing in a former player, defensive player that had a lot of respect in the organization. He is going to be the next head coach, very similar to what DeMeco Ryans did. I like the fit. Now we'll see if he can move and fight through some of the issues with an organization like the Jets. But Aaron Glenn, he seems like a guy that is a leader of men that would be a good fit as a head coach in the NFL.
Yeah, look, I think he's going to be a great head coach. I don't know if first-year head coach is going to be able to overcome what the New York Jets organization, the dysfunction that is going to throw at him. We'll see. But I think Aaron Glenn is a great choice here. Being locked arms with Dan Campbell in Detroit with what they just did, I don't think it could be any more difficult to turn that thing than what they did in Detroit. So he's got a first-hand account over the last couple of years of how to get it done. And so the question here is how do you keep Aaron Glenn from poaching some of your staff? We mentioned earlier Gerard Johnson potentially. That's a name
that's been talked about.
Yeah, both Aggies, both from here. There's a history there. Clearly, what Gerard Johnson's been able to do with C.J. Stroud, there's got to be some credit there for what he was able to do. There's some other guys, obviously, that I would think Aaron Glenn would potentially come after. You got Vrabel in New England. Also, a guy, again, that you would think more so the front office than the coaching staff, but could poach some people from the organization as well. So Aaron Glenn, the big story up there is going to be what he does with Aaron Rodgers, right? I mean, and maybe they've already tipped the cap and asked Aaron to move on. I don't know.
I was going to say you think that's? I would think that's decided by now. Like
fresh out of the pot of karma.
Taking the job, I would think. Before taking the job, either we'll work with him, or I think we.
Oh no, I mean, I think you hire Aaron Glenn. It's totally up to you. He's a free agent. I mean, if you want to work with him, you can work with him. I don't know, where is the Jets draft pick?
Oh, it's
got to be top 5, right? Top 6.
Top, yeah, it's high.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do wonder. What's the plan at quarterback if it's not Aaron Rodgers, and if you can't draft? It's a weak draft this year if you can't draft your guys. So what do they do there? That'll be the first question. It'll be the first talking point anyway.
They have the number 7 pick.
There you go, 6th pick.
Yeah, 6th pick,
7th. I'm sorry, Tyler said 7 and I said 6. There you go. My listening skills.
Close right there. All right.
Damn, Clint.
Coming up as we continue here live from Post Oak
hotel as we're sitting here for the Bear Bryant Awards. Tyler texted me this earlier. You got to hear what J.J. Watt had to say about the refs in that Chiefs-Texans game. I told him I don't want to hear it. I've decided I'm not going to hear it yet. You got to hear it. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
He wants to hear it live. Well, look here. I tell you what. I'm walking around. I'm sitting here watching.
And special guests all week long in the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. You never know what to expect during the most wild week of the radio year. Hear it all the week of the big game on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Chiefs are in bed with the refs.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the American Heart Association's Bear Bryant Awards. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. And we are here at the Post Oak Hotel for the Bear Bryant Awards. And we've talked to a lot of coaches. Marcus Freeman just walked through, and I am so happy for this Pendergast family. Marcus Freeman, we see him. He comes off the elevator, and he walks towards us to get to the ball. And I mean, 38 seconds later, here comes Sean and his wife. And it is clear, you could see the gleam in their eyes that they have run into Marcus Freeman. It happened. You could tell. You could see the gleam in their eyes.
Notre Dame. Reputable university, right?
Like, it happened. And they were the first ones to get, well, we got a photo. I knew that was happening. There you go. There it is.
That is solid work right there.
There it is.
Yes.
I'm telling you, man. Good
yes.
for him.
Amy, you're by far the best looking one. Yeah.
That is. Yes, I'm expecting to see that on a Christmas card. Yes, the only person that could knock C.J. Stroud off the Christmas card is Marcus Freeman right there. There it is. So good for them, man. It's been a fun time here. I don't know if we'll get a chance to speak to the head coach of Notre Dame, but he is in the building. All right. I wanted to hear this live. Tyler has it in red, Jack, which I believe means, damn it, I'll kill you if you don't play this today, is how I took it.
Well, my hope in doing that, I try to remember to do that with a lot of audio. Those are just like the best to me, the best of that group of cuts.
All right, and the refs have been the refs with the Texans-Chiefs game has been a big thing as we saw Troy Aikman and Joe Buck talking about it during the game. And that Russell York character, I don't know who Russell York. That was my first time running into Russell York. I didn't know he was the new guy, but him talking about it. Then after the game, D'Amico passive aggressively mentioning it. Will Anderson flat out mentioning it. Joe Mixon getting fined for what he said. We just heard a lot of it, and then it's been building and building, which has been the narrative about the Chiefs over the last couple of years. But J.J. Watt, who goes on Pat McAfee, gave his thoughts. I have no idea what this is, so I'm listening with the rest. What I can't wait to hear what this is. Here's J.J. Watt on Pat McAfee on ESPN giving his thoughts on the refs.
What was your big takeaway from the chatter that followed this convo, which is the Chiefs are in bed with the refs? And it's very obvious, which is pretty much the sentiment.
The two calls everybody's talking about, I think, are justifiably talked about. I think that they're legitimate. I think it was great how Troy called them out. I think that was all great. I also think it's absolutely absurd that they've come out after the fact and said, no, we made those calls correctly. Like, let's just, like, the whole country agreed. Like, don't even get into that. Now, what I will say is Pat is notorious for knowing how to take full advantage of the rules. Like, he's a great quarterback because he does everything great, not just on the field playing and everything, but he also knows how to take full advantage. He'll slide late. He'll stay tightrope along the sidelines and make you hit him so it looks like he's out of bounds. He'll do all these things. Don't blame him for that one bit. I would do it too if they were giving me the calls. To me, that's more on the refs, which is why I was happy to see that they didn't throw a flag on that sideline one, because they weren't going to give that. So hopefully you're sending the message that that's not going to work for us anymore. But those two other calls, the reason they lost the game? Absolutely not. You can't complain about the refs as the reason we lost. We'll see you in the next round how it keeps going. See you tomorrow.
Whoa.
Not bad. Okay, Jay.
Holy shit.
Okay, Jay.
That was pretty good.
I think me and JJ, I think share a similar thought.
Yeah, no, I think that's spot on. I mean, it's any conversation about it's why you lost or anything like that, I think is silly given how they played from that point forward and outside even before those calls. But I mean, boy, the calls to me. This goes back to the conversation we were having a little earlier, Ron, about like the fines that are being doled out. Like, those penalties were egregious enough for me that it would be hard for me if I were the NFL to dole out fines for people saying something about the refs. Like, there's got to be a certain level of like accountability with refs. Like, hey man, you make some bull jive calls. You might get a little pushback after the game.
Yeah, but
they were just awful.
Yeah, their pushback though was they're cheating for the Chiefs. That's a little different than, man. That was what JJ said. That was a bad call. Guy Gene on YouTube and Twitch, frequently on there. One of our guys, he was talking from a conversation we were having earlier about the tough decisions. He said, get rid, and I said my tough decision is moving on and getting out of the Laramie Tunsil business. Guy Gene said, getting rid of your best pass blocker sounds like a very bad time. Bad attitude, but can't deny he keeps Stroud straight up. And I would just say this to everybody listening, and you can agree or not. Damn, you can agree or not. But the Texans gave up 63 sacks this year.
We don't like that.
There is nobody. Like, they gave up 60. Like, you had Laramie Tunsil out there. Only Caleb Williams was sacked more. And that's because they got a bad offensive line, and Caleb seemed to be hunting them.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, man. You got. I know he's good. 63 sacks, 11 in the postseason. There's nobody.
That mentality is why you're in the situation that you're in right now. Allowing that dude to just do whatever, which ultimately is going to set the tone. I mean, he garners respect. He's there. No matter how you slice it, at the very least, your offensive line is going to look up to him because of how much money he makes and how talented he is and how he carries himself. And when you allow that guy to create the tone and set the tone with your offensive line, you're going to end up exactly where you're at right now. And again, that's. I mean, I can hear D'Amico talking about the comments a while back about, but we got Laramie Tunsil. Like, that mindset is just, it's got to be a thing of the past.
Man, your quarterback gets sacked 63 times, gets sacked 11 times in the postseason. It hit 16 times after being sacked 8 times in your final postseason game. Damn it, ain't nobody on the team being left here because of their protection. Like, dog, I honest to God, I bet you they could bring in somebody else other than Laramie Tunsil, and he doesn't get hit. He doesn't get sacked 63 times. That is like, not for me. There ain't nobody up there that deserves it. All right, coming up as we continue here, T-Mill will make you a little bit of money, hopefully. He is still nearly 60% on the week. He'll make you a little bit of money, so stay tuned for T-Mill's Best Bets. And since we were last here, the college football season ended, I want to get your thoughts, Clint, on how you felt about this year's 12-team playoff. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, you got it, man. Let's talk about underdog fantasy before.
Limited availability only through participating Hyundai dealers in select markets.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the American Heart Association's Bear Bryant Awards. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. It's always a fun day when we get to hang out here at the Bear Bryant Awards, live here from Post Oak Hotel. By the way, I'm just looking here as we saw 2 days ago, Ben Johnson left to become the Bears head coach.
That's right.
And then Aaron Glenn has left, and so now Dan Campbell is faced to pull off what my man in Philly had to do when he had to replace his
Sirianni.
Yeah, Nick Sirianni had to replace his coordinators when
he did it.
Left.
He made it happen, didn't he?
He almost
the
lost
way
his job.
The way these head coaches are getting fired, though. Hell, I mean, you offensive-minded head coaches, you can get an old former head coach as a coordinator.
Yeah, he almost lost his gig, but then he got Kellen Moore in there, and he got Vic Fangio in there to replace when they had to roll out. And I think Dan Quinn, he went to the Super Bowl and had to replace Kyle Shanahan, and that never worked for him. He could never replace those guys. So
I think Dan Campbell ought to do his damnedest to get that Cowboy job.
Dan, you think Dan Campbell just bounce out of Detroit right now?
If you're gonna bounce, man, lose your coordinators, man. Get on out of town.
There it was. Glory hole.
He's got. I know he'd probably love to come back to Texas, but he's got that thing rolling up there now. Now that's what you look at now. What do they look like now? You know, once they get poached, are there guys waiting in the wings? I'm sure there are, but does he go out of the organization? So
yeah.
That's good. That's going to be interesting to see. All right, coming up here in just a bit, we'll get T Mill's best bets. And before we get out of here, remember behind us, and you can be ready for this moving forward here. That is Area 45. You know the fellas, Patrick Creighton, who was on with us yesterday. Him, Sean Bijani, and Chris Santiago. They will have it 6 to 10 coming up behind us. But Clint, I wanted to get your thoughts. Ohio State, they took care of Notre Dame, and as we talked about yesterday, that damn thing got interesting there for a second when Notre Dame had that big rally.
Yeah.
In the middle of the third quarter into the fourth quarter, but they win. I'm curious from you. We've talked to several coaches around. What was your assessment of the first year of the 12-team playoff? Did you enjoy it?
Absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. Look, I think overall, from the 30,000-foot view, the fact that I mentioned it multiple times with the coaches earlier, like the fact that damn near every single college football player can go to work, go to school, if you will, go to work in August and know, hey man, if I just give them everything I got, if I'm accountable, and we build this team and we invest in this team, we could not just have a winning season and win our respective conference, but we can legitimately have a shot at the national championship. I think that is a huge win for college football, first and foremost. I love the way the 12-team playoff worked out. I think, the fact that we can sit here and talk about who was 11, 12, 13, 14, and you can really have an argument. A couple of teams may have gotten left out. I think that's a lot better than sitting here having a conversation about 4, 5, and 6, and 2 teams got left out.
Yeah.
So I love that part of it, Ron. Now that there are some things, kind of along the lines of what Rhett Lashley mentioned earlier, SMU's head coach. I think you should award the highest ranked teams no matter what. I mean, I don't think that Arizona State,
whatever the top 4 is.
But Boise State and Arizona State shouldn't have got to buy this.
You heard Kenny Dillingham. He kind of said it did kind of cause us to start.
Yeah, they may even prefer it, right? Because the 4 teams that got to buy lost. So I don't know, man. I think that tweak could be made, and you could adjust it and just flat out seed it if it's a team that wins their wins a Power 4 conference and is not inside the top 12, then they get the 12th seed, and then whoever was 12 can get left out. I get that. But, man, I just think overall it's a beautiful thing, man. I know as a college football fan, the hype around each one of those games. Now, a lot of them weren't great football games, but the hype around those games, build up to them, was just like a Final Four. It was just like a college football championship game. So I don't think any of the games lost pizzazz. I'll tell you the other thing that I think it was Rhett. He's the one that mentioned it. I think maybe it was Kenny. But either way it goes, like a lot of what I heard, Ron, the conversations were, well, man, the regular season games just aren't going to be as important. The regular season games aren't going to mean as much. The reality of it is the way we saw it all unfold, the regular season games actually meant more. The regular season games ended up meaning a lot more. And so I think all in all, college football 12-team playoff was a win all the way around.
Yeah, I think it is a win. I think for the first year they just kind of had some bad luck. I think they just had some bad luck in, as we talked to Red here, Penn State, that game wasn't competitive against SMU.
Well, it's not a perfect science, right? You're going to get some lopsided games. The Texas game wasn't competitive with
Clemson. Like it felt like to me there were only 2 real compelling games. It was the Arizona State-Texas game, which was, I think, the best game of the entire playoff, and then the Penn State Notre Dame game. The Notre Dame made it a little close in the championship game, but you never thought they were going to win that game. But it felt like it was just 2 compelling games out of it. Ohio State just blew through Tennessee, Oregon, and I think they just had some bad luck. Now, obviously, I don't think that's going to be something that's going to happen year in and year out. But I just think it wasn't on fire because there weren't, great games, especially the first opening weekend.
Yeah, look, I think you had the SEC was down. I think the ACC was down. I think the Big 12, there's a lot of movement there with Texas and OU leaving. And so I think the college football landscape overall, as you try to narrow it down to 12 games, there was a lot of, I think, abnormalities going on around the country in college football that I don't think we'll see again. Right? I don't think FSU, Clemson, even though they got in after winning the championship, I don't think that conference is going to be down the way that it was.
Yeah. Right?
And I don't think the SEC is going to be – people are talking now the SEC can no longer claim the crown of college. I disagree wholeheartedly. I think Georgia and Alabama and Texas, and I think all those teams are still going to be – you're still going to have more top-tier teams in the SEC. The Big 12, I don't know that anybody knows exactly what that's going to end up looking like right now. It's probably top to bottom the most competitive conference in football. Top to bottom. If you look at Colorado and Arizona State and all these schools came out of nowhere once Texas and OU left. So I think there's just a lot of in this year there was a lot of
I think you saw some separation between levels that I don't necessarily that I think is just maybe this year. Mm-hmm. I don't think maybe will be years past. So I'm interested. I think they will make some tweaks like the bye thing and some things like that. But no, it was interesting for the first year to see how that went through. All right, again, coming up behind us, it is Area 45. Coming up in a few minutes here, you can go from 6 to 10 right here live and local with the fellas coming up behind us. Let's try to get you to make a little cash tonight as T-Mill had a little off night. Had a little off last night on T-Mill's Best Bets, but he's going to try to make you a little cash tonight.
Yeah, 1 for 3, I believe, last night. Still doing pretty well, not just this week, but going into last week.
Yeah, that Carl Anthony Towns, that threw me off, man.
Right? Yeah. That was the one you said you really liked.
He had a good game. He just wasn't making threes.
Yeah. So after a 1 for 3 Tuesday night, hump day action, going to stick with some NBA bets for you. If you don't know how this works, I'm going to list them off, my best bets for tonight. Ron and Clint will tell me if they like or dislike any of them. And if you miss any of these, if it's too fast, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Or you can go to my Twitter, because I always post them there too. But I got 4 of them. Wednesday night, Dallas Mavericks +3 as they host the Minnesota T-Wolves. Next, I got an over for you. Remember, I'm hitting over 70% of these over-under bets in January for the NBA. Over 112.5 first-half points between the Warriors and Kings this evening. And then 2 player props for you. I got Kyrie Irving, obviously, hooping with the Mavs, over 4.5 assists tonight. And then I got kind of an oddball prop for you here.
I didn't know you was in the business of Jalen Johnson and the Hawks. I didn't know you was.
Yeah, no, he's kind of a random one to have, but I really like it based off the data. Jalen Johnson of the Atlanta Hawks under 18.5 points tonight. Those are my 4 best bets. Boys, you riding, you tailing, you fading. What are you feeling?
Well, is Isaiah Hartenstein still off?
Stop, man. You know he's hurt.
Is he hurt still?
Yeah, you know he's injured.
I was shocked to not see him on here, man.
I like the Mavs +3 at home, which is interesting. Kyrie in the game over the Timberwolves. The Timberwolves are so up and down right now, and they're struggling to score in a way they didn't last year. So I like that one. And I like it even in that same game, the Kyrie Irving one, 4.5 assists. I want to be there with you